Chapter 1. So it began. It was quite a lively night in the village, hidden in leaves, and rightly so, with the annual festival in full swing. The village was celebrating the defeat of the nine-tailed demon fox that had attacked the village just 8 years ago. However, while the children believed that the demon had been killed, the teenagers and adults knew otherwise. This brings us to a dark alley halfway across town where a little kid with bright blonde hair is writhing in pain on the cold ground. Around him are 4 laughing teenagers that seem to draw great pleasure out of inflicting pain on the child. "Serves you right, demon," one of them commented, and kicked the little boy in the ribs again. The boy yelps in pain and crawls closer to the wall, hoping to at least shield some of his body from blows. "I think it's trying to run away." "As if we'll let it," was the snickering reply. The onslaught of kicks continued until a particularly loud crack was heard, and the teenagers realized that they had kicked the blonde boy's head against the wall hard enough for blood to spill out. "With the way blood's pooling, I think we killed it." "Great! Now we can go enjoy the festivities for real." The 4 teens left after that, and soon after a person dislodged himself from shadows of a far wall. He pulled out a small scroll, unraveled it, and channeled his chakra into it. A thin blue line of chakra stretched out from the scroll and linked with the blonde boy's stomach. Flashback. "You're sure this will work?" asked a man with long silvery hair. The other man sighed. They had been through this already. "Yes, I'm sure. The jutsu sealed into that scroll will dislodge the seal just enough to allow for contact and ability absorption." The long-haired man didn't let up. "How can you be so sure that the jutsu will find its target? If it misses, we won't have another chance like this for at least a couple months." "That part's easy, you're the one doing the jutsu," replied the spiky-haired man. "And exactly how much are you dislodging the seal by?" "Same amount as with the other one," was the simple, uncaring reply. "What? That is entirely too much, especially since this is an unsupervised event. If something happens, if something goes wrong, we will be completely out of options." The spiky-haired man looked up in confusion. "Why are you getting so worked up? The other survived it no problem. Not only that, but I had to dislodge it further because it wasn't enough. This is the QB we're talking about, a half-assed, half-done, and overly cautious dislodging is out of the question. You really want to go back and do a secondary dislodging? Not to mention the fact that the second time around the QB will be watching. We, or rather I, don't want to be revealed 4 years too early." Flashback end. "I hope he's right, though the silver-haired man. It found its target quite easily, and I can sense the QB's chakra much more clearly." The man waited for a couple minutes after the jutsu had taken effect to make sure the blonde's broken skull had healed before vanishing. 4 years later. Naruto sat on the swing outside the ninja academy, seeming heartbroken to the outside world, but actually he was in the deep recesses of his mind. "Hey Q, why couldn't I just make the clones? Why did you have me do it wrong?" asked Naruto, disappointed that he had to play this part again. "Because of that other teacher. Mizuki. I believe his name is." "Yes, I noticed the glare too," said Naruto calmly. "But it was just like any other." "No, I believe he will be of much use to us," stated the QB. "He does seem like a selfish one," said Naruto. "And that is going to be his downfall," concluded the QB. Naruto felt the familiar tugging feeling that accompanied urgent situations in the real world. He snapped out of his trance and saw Mizuki approach him. After quick exchange, he followed the Chunin to a place where they could talk. Naruto knew Mizuki's purpose wasn't anything kind, but he just played along for curiosity. Soon Mizuki offered him a special second chance for passing the Genin exam, to learn a special jutsu that was in a certain scroll in the Hokage's personal scroll room. Naruto, always being up for learning new jutsus, accepted the offer and went off to the Hokage's house. "Hey Q, what do you think of this whole scroll business?" asked Naruto inside his head. "If this scroll is what I think it is, then we may have just hit jackpot," responded the QB. Naruto managed to get inside, surprised that he encountered minimal resistance. Even then, the guard that was guarding the entrance didn't see Naruto's shadow as he ran up the wall. A part of Naruto felt as though this was a trap. Why else would they have let me in so easily? He pondered as he cautiously made his way through the building, hoping not to meet up with the Hokage. But it seemed that his luck had run out when he heard a stern voice behind him asking what he was doing here. Naruto knew that he no match for the Hokage in combat, so he decided to improvise and cheat a little. "Sexy no jutsu!" he yelled and transformed into a completely naked, well-rounded blonde girl. The Hokage was down on the ground with blood gushing out of his nose faster than Iruka. Naruto raised his eyebrows. "Are all adults perverts or something?" The blonde left the sandame to bleed profusely from his nose, while he quickly made his way to the scroll room to find the right scroll. After finding it, Naruto went over to the window and opened it. After making sure that the scroll was tightly strapped to his back, he jumped out and ran towards the forest as a solitary figure watched from behind a nearby building. He better have gotten the right scroll, thought Mizuki. I didn't put up all those high level, not to mention chakra exhausting, genjutsus around the Hokage's house for that idiot to grab the wrong scroll. Immediately after arriving in the designated area, Naruto opened up the scroll and began reading. "Kagebushin no jutsu," he said. "This is it," said a very happy Kyuubi, chuckling darkly. "What?" asked a bewildered Naruto. "This is the forbidden scroll of seals," the Kyuubi chuckled evilly. "Meaning all the techniques in here are forbidden," concluded Naruto. "Precisely, and it must also be in here," said the Kyuubi. Naruto knew that he probably would never get another chance like this again, so he quickly learned the first technique as a cover. He then quickly flipped through the entire scroll looking for one particular jutsu. He stopped as soon as he saw the familiar design. "So this is how it works," mused Naruto. "It is placed over my navel, so that our chakras integrate better, and because the seal is so close to the chakra system, I can communicate with the Kyuubi through meditation," thought Naruto while scrutinizing the scroll. "Or through near-death experiences," he smiled bitterly. "Whichever comes first." "Kit, leave this for later, you got company," warned the Kyuubi. Naruto instantly heightened his senses to notice a familiar Chunin making his way towards him. He rolled up the scroll and waited patiently for the arrival. And within a minute, Iruka leapt down from a nearby tree and questioned Naruto as to what he was doing. Naruto calmly explained to Iruka that Mizuki told him about the scroll and this place. At the same time, he felt Mizuki's presence in a nearby tree. "So he has finally come," thought Naruto, also wondering what Iruka would do. Iruka then sensed the projectiles coming at him and pushed Naruto out of the way. Naruto was faking absolute confusion while watching the exchange between Iruka and Mizuki, that is, until Mizuki started talking about the Kyuubi. "Shit, how am I supposed to react to this?" panicked Naruto. "Relax, Kit. Just react the same way you did when you first found out," advised the Kyuubi. Naruto mentally thanked the Kyuubi and painted absolute fear onto his face. He was so engrossed in his acting, he didn't realize a large shuriken was flying straight at him. He scrambled to get out of its way, but quickly realized it was too late. He shut his eyes waiting for the pain, but it never came. Slowly he opened his eyes to see Iruka over him, protecting him from the large shuriken. Naruto was truly shocked. "Why did he protect me?" wondered Naruto. "This is illogical. He should hate me, along with the rest of the cows." Naruto had long ago started referring to the villages as cows, meaning that they were all part of a big herd, stubborn and stupid. He clearly heard Iruka's words. "He cares?" The Kyuubi then decided to intervene in this mushy thought process. "No, Kit, he doesn't care. His job is to get that scroll back, and while he might not hate you as much, who do you think he blames for the death of his parents?" Naruto's face hardened. He knew this was the truth and decided to get the hell out of there. So he ran, trying to get away from both Iruka and Mizuki, only to find himself behind a tree listening in on their conversation about him. Naruto was shocked once more. "What's this? Iruka is acknowledging me?" wondered Naruto. "He knows you're here. Do you really think that he would say the same thing if they were alone?" The Kyuubi once again countered Naruto's argument. Naruto looked over at the pair of Chunin once more and decided to end this whole charade. Mizuki's charge was his cue. He jumped out and kicked the Chunin, throwing him back and making him lose his large shuriken in the process. Mizuki got up and said some shit about Naruto being a lousy ninja and whatnot, so Naruto decided to try out his new move. He positioned his hands into that cross-like seal and yelled, "Kagabun Shin no Jutsu." using up quite a bit of chakra to make 1,000 clones appear. Naruto grinned evilly at Mizuki's terrified expression and allowed his clones to attack, making sure to contain his killer intent, since there was someone watching all of this. He was finally satisfied when Mizuki lay on the ground half dead. Naruto released his clones and went over to Irika and in several minutes was informed, through a special ceremony, that he had passed the genin exam and was now officially a genin. He jumped for joy and requested Irika to treat him to ramen. Well, that went fairly well, but I can't have the boy thinking that those pesky humans care about him. After all, that path will only end in heartbreak for my poor kid, mused the Kyuubi, knowing that Naruto could not hear. While they were eating, Irika filled him in on all the information he had given out to the other new genin. Naruto wanted to vomit when he heard all the shit about protecting your home village. Either that or wring Irika's neck for feeding him this bullshit. As if I would want to protect this fucking village? Thought Naruto, all the while keeping his hands from shaking in frustration. A little while later they parted, Naruto going home and Irika going to take care of some paperwork to truly make Naruto a genin. Arriving home, the blonde took a quick shower and fell on his bed, completely tired. He looked at the tattoo on his right arm and was instantly reminded of that one fateful night. Flashback. Naruto watched through blurred vision as the four teenagers walked away thinking, "Why me? Why is it always me and only me?" As he embraced the enclosing darkness, a final thought plagued his mind. What have I done to deserve such punishment? Why do I not remember doing this? Naruto was surprised to wake up in a dark hallway. He was even more surprised that he was lying in a puddle of water, but his clothes weren't wet. He slowly got up and found that all his injuries were all gone. What is going on here? He wondered. Suddenly, he heard faint laughter coming from somewhere in the darkness in front of him. Curiosity overwhelming him, Naruto made his way toward the laughter, and had soon made it into a large open room with humongous barred gates on the opposite side. Am I in some sort of prison? He wondered out loud. No, you're on the right side of the bars, kid, bellowed a voice from within the bars. Naruto looked in awe and fear as giant red eyes opened up and looked straight at Naruto. Who are you? Asked Naruto nervously. The red eyes narrowed a little and a row of very sharp teeth and fangs became exposed as the giant creature laughed. Little human, I am Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets in fear and shock. Why are? The Kyuubi continued laughing. Naruto was starting to get frustrated as the demon fox kept laughing at him. Hey! God damn it! Mind telling me what's so funny, and where the hell we are? Yelled Naruto. The Kyuubi reduced its laughter to a grin with its fangs still bared. What's funny is that we are inside your mind, replied Kyuubi answering both questions. In my mind, but then that means that you are trapped inside of me, reasoned Naruto. Hey, you're not as stupid as you seem. Shut up, yelled Naruto. So this is why the villagers call me a monster. That's right, kid, you're their new monster to blame shit on. But it's not my fault. It's not like I asked you to be trapped inside of me. Humans are fucking idiots like that. However, forget all that for now. Your body is dying in case you don't know. Naruto suddenly remembered what had just happened to him. Dying? But I don't want to die, he said in a shaky voice. The Kyuubi smirked. Of course not, but such things are inevitable for humans. It emphasized the last word. Naruto stared up at the fox curiously for a moment. You can't die, can you? He asked in awe. That's right, kid, now I could heal you too, but not without a deal. What kind of deal? Oh, it's very simple, the demon fox grinned. I'll heal you and guide you in life so that you can become strong, and in return all you have to do is what I tell you to. That's it? I just have to listen to you and follow your directions? Asked Naruto in an already happy tone. Kind of seems like a small price to pay. Yup, that's it now. Do we have a deal? Naruto thought for a moment. After all, this was a demon that he was talking to. You won't ask me to massacre everyone in the village, would you? Would that really be so bad? Countered the fox in an amused voice. Well, it's just that all my friends would be gone then. The blonde trailed off at the end as he realized just how long, or rather short, his list of friends was. What friends, kid? Growled Kyuubi. Face it, you have no one. Except me, no one cares about you. This whole village would celebrate if you died. Naruto looked at the floor. Well, there's that old man. The Hokage? Kyuubi scoffed. If that geezer actually cared for you, don't you think he would have taken you in? And given you more than crap hole to live in and barely enough money to survive on? Naruto couldn't find a response to that logic. If you're wondering why he comes to talk to you, I can explain that. He's just doing it to check and see if you're a danger to the village. That is why you cannot tell anyone that we have met. Naruto looked up at Kyuubi in confusion. If you do, then the geezer will think, just like all the others, that you have turned against the village and then… The fox paused for effect. He'll truly have you killed. Okay, Naruto said after a little silence. I agree to the deal. The Kyuubi chuckled darkly. Good. But remember, unlike humans, demons always keep their word. Naruto nodded. I won't back out. The Kyuubi then sent a stream of red chakra right at Naruto. That should be enough to heal you. Naruto woke up to find himself back in the alley. Only this time the walls seemed to be lit up in red. It took Naruto a little moment to realize that it was in fact the red chakra swirling around him. He looked down at his battered body and noticed that his biggest wounds were closing in several. He could also hear and feel his broken bones popping back into place and growing together effortlessly. In several minutes he was back being completely healthy. Now kid, get out of this place before the ninja come, ordered the Kyuubi. Naruto looked around for the fox, until he realized that the voice was inside his head. Is it bad that the ninja come? After all, I could tell them to arrest those mean people? First of all, you can just think and I'll hear you, sighed the fox. And second, the ninja are much better trained to kill you. Naruto gulped and quickly jumped out of the trash can and made his way home. Once back at home, he instantly discarded his smelly clothes and went to take a shower. In the shower, he suddenly noticed some sort of black marking on his right elbow. It started as a dot, 1 inch in diameter, in the middle of the inside of his elbow and then spiraled twice around his arm to end in the bushy end of a tail, about halfway up his biceps. He tried to wash it off, but it just wouldn't go. Kid, that's a tattoo that I gave you. It cannot be washed off. A tattoo? Why did you give it to me? Inquired Naruto. It symbolizes how much you have mastered, calmly replied the fox. The first black one indicates that you have made a pact with an elite demonic entity and have survived having its chakra poured into you. Naruto looked at the tattoo in wonder. So you mean that there will be more? Yes. Others will be awarded for certain accomplishments. For a total of 9, am I right? Asked Naruto. Yes, though it really depends on the entity that your pact is made with. But more about that later. Naruto was so lost in his thought about everything that had transpired that he completely forgot that he was only allowed a limited quantity of water per day, and that he had used up all of it. He swore quite loudly and with words that not even most teenagers knew. End flashback. There were now 3 tails on Naruto's arm, separate yet entwined in some places. They all started in the same 1 inch in diameter circle and ended the same as a tail would. The 2 new ones were gray and brown in color. The brown one started at Naruto's shoulder bone and spiraled downwards to end in the middle of Naruto's triceps. The gray one started out halfway between the endings of the black and brown ones and just went around the arm connecting the black and brown. The Kyuubi had said that the brown one wasn't complete yet and would grow to be a double tail, extending in the other direction. It symbolized Naruto's connection to the earth. Since Kyuubi had been given control over Doton and Suiton, those would be passed on to Naruto in time. The gray one was simply a chakra connection so that Naruto could use demonic chakra when doing Doton jutsus. As the Kyuubi explained it, the initial black one controls all the chakra that Naruto can use safely, that is. Naruto can of course pull the Kyuubi's chakra through the seal, but that ultimately tears apart his chakra pathways. The Yondaime was an idiot to put such faith into a completely experimental seal. On that note, Naruto realized he hadn't asked the Kyuubi about what they saw in the Forbidden Scroll. It's hopeless, replied the fox. The seal is held in place by the Shinigami. He would have to release his hold on it before we could even try and figure out some way to break it. Naruto sighed. Perhaps the Yondaime wasn't such a fool. After all, the main object of the seal was to keep the Kyuubi imprisoned. The blonde genin shook his head to clear his mind and rolled over to face away from the window. He was asleep within a minute. Chapter 2: Inner Works. The sun was shining and the birds were chirping as Naruto lazily rolled around in his bed, knowing that he had to get up, but not wanting to. Stupid picture day, he thought for the millionth time, and they had to schedule it so that it's smack in the middle of my day. Naruto thought, I can't get up early, train and then go there because questions would arise, so I have to sleep in. Arg. Naruto jumped out of bed. Well, time to get up. Naruto washed up, brushed his teeth and ate some instant ramen for breakfast. He then went over to the closet and frowned at the 2 orange jumpsuits hanging in there. What kind of ninja wears orange? He mumbled while shivering at the sight. Oh yes, I remember. The kind that wants to be seen as an idiot and appear to be desperate for attention. Naruto couldn't bring himself to buy a completely orange jumpsuit. He instead got one that had the shoulders and arms in black, while the rest was orange. Okay. While I tolerated that when you were in the academy, I can't stand to see you wearing such shit, the QB growled. The blonde was reluctant, if only because he would have to interact with stupid people to explain why he changed his clothes, but finally decided that he would wear black and red outfit he once stole. It was simply black cargo pants, black long-sleeved shirt, and a blood-red vest with lots of pockets. Picture day, he mumbled. How stupid. Maybe I just won't show up, see what they do. Of course Naruto knew what they would do, namely threaten him with not being able to become a genin and finally pester him until he does get his picture taken, thus cutting into his time and potentially finding out about the training he does. So, I'll just go in there, get the picture taken, and go train afterwards. He frowned when he realized that he had an appointment with the Hokage right afterwards. What does that geezer need this time? Checking up on my crappy lifestyle, which he knows about anyway? Scoffed Naruto. Though this time he might want to talk about the incident with the scroll. Well, he knows I learned Kage Bunshin. That's fine, just as long as he doesn't start to suspect anything about me and QB, then it's alright. A few hours later, after getting his picture taken, Naruto was sitting in a chair in front of the Hokage. The old man was looking over what seemed to be Naruto's files. I'm happy that you are starting to take your shinobi career more seriously, said the Hokage, smiling slightly in reference to the new outfit Naruto was wearing. Yeah, fuck you too, Naruto mentally snapped. Well, decided to get this for myself as a graduation present, the blonde actually replied in an amiable tone. The Hokage nodded, obviously thinking something along the lines of Naruto growing up and out of his childish self. Naruto, we need to talk about that technique you learned, he said seriously. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu is considered a forbidden jutsu, so I don't want you teaching it to any of the other genin. Is that clear? What? Yelled Naruto. I can't even teach my future teammates? The Hokage raised an eyebrow and Naruto mentally swore. He wasn't supposed to know that the genin were split up into team. So I take it Irika told you that you would be put into a team with 2 other people? Naruto did his best not to let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, that's right. I wonder who they are going to be. Sorry, I can't tell you that, the old man said. But I'm serious about you not teaching them the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto looked like he was going to protest again, so the Hokage quickly added a little something. And if you do, then I'm going to send you back to the academy. Smart old man, he knows that's exactly what I don't want, thought Naruto. He put up his dejected face. Fine, fine. I promise that I won't teach anyone the Kage Bunshin. All right, then you are dismissed, said the Hokage. Don't forger that you're meeting with your team in a week. Of course not. Goodbye, old man, yelled Naruto as he ran out the door. If it wasn't for that last bit, I would say that Naruto has matured quite a bit since graduating. The Hokage chuckled as he looked at the picture on his table. Still, it really bothers me that he knows about the 9 tails. He seems to be taking it well, but something was a little off, I don't know what though. Maybe I should have a talk with him later, he observed as he sensed his grandson outside the door. Well, it will be interesting to watch him once the teams are made up. Naruto calmly walked down one of the alleys that would eventually take him to his training field. Humph, as if I would even consider teaching someone that jutsu, he sneered. Anyway, time for my training, Naruto thought as he reached the grassy area. He instantly heightened all his senses, Making sure there was no one around, he proceeded to conceal his chakra even further. After all, academy students aren't supposed to have anything above medium-low. Within 5 seconds, Naruto was pleased. Chakra signature eliminated. Now to get to my real training area. Naruto sprinted into the forest at a fast speed. In about half an hour, Naruto arrived at a mid-sized clearing in the midst of a dense forest. On the right of the clearing was a small hot spring. On the far side, the ground was all torn apart and upheaved, and except for the small rock formation on the left side, the rest of the clearing was covered in a deep green coat of grass. "Ah, home away from home," Naruto said gently. Yeah, kid," the Kyuubi interrupted. "Now give me 200 push-ups on each hand, sit-ups and squats. On top of the water, mind you." Naruto groaned a little. "No complaining. You want to be strong enough to fight the strongest in the world? Then do these simple exercises." Naruto nodded rather hesitantly. "And for your hesitation, I'm tagging on 100 for each exercise." The Kyuubi smiled viciously as Naruto ran off to do it, before even more was tagged on. "Oh, and 500 laps around the clearing. I almost forgot that one." "Slave driver," Naruto mumbled and felt the Kyuubi nod. 5 hours and many sore muscles later, Naruto sat down with his back against the rock. He was already feeling Kyuubi's chakra healing his torn-up muscles. Next came the Jutsu training. Flashback. "Hey, how come we're going to be doing Doton?" asked a 9-year-old Naruto. "I'm attributed to Doton and Suiton," answered the Kyuubi, with a bit of annoyance. Naruto thought a little. "But then how come everyone thinks you control fire?" "Because humans are idiotic," growled Kyuubi. "They think just because I'm red in color that must means that I can control fire." Naruto nodded in understanding. "So that's how you are able to destroy mountains and create tsunamis." "Exactly, but those are only a few of my vast collection of Doton and Suiton jutsus." "Those are the more destructive ones," said Naruto. "Those are the biggest ones," corrected Kyuubi. "Those are for show. There are others equally or more powerful, just on a smaller scale." "How did you come to pick Doton and Suiton?" inquired Naruto. "No, it wasn't a picking matter," answered Kyuubi. "When demons come from Makai, Hell, to Ninjankai, human world, they are given supreme control over 2 elements. These elements are chosen randomly, but no 2 demons have control over the same 2 elements. It is called having supremacy over an element. So there can be 10 demons down here at most," calculated Naruto. "Yes, but why we come here is unknown. I was practically ripped off of my throne and cast down into some random forest," clarified Kyuubi. "Supreme, not absolute control?" wondered Naruto. "Yes, I found that there were some things that I couldn't do with Doton and Suiton," replied the Kyuubi with a slight frown. "It wasn't that I didn't have enough chakra. There just seemed to be a barrier that prevented me." End flashback. "I've learned my fair share of Doton over the last 3 years," said Naruto. "You have yet to unlock the Suiton chakra seal," taunted Kyuubi. "Hey, it's not my fault the black tattoo won't show up on my left arm," replied Naruto. The Kyuubi growled. "Because of this, you can't start learning Suiton." "I could learn some of the basics, can't I?" asked Naruto. "No, because then you would have to relearn the basics once your chakra system has changed to adapt to the Suiton seal," explained the Kyuubi while redirecting a little bit of Naruto's chakra to make his arm hurt, as if it were punching him. "Now, go through all the Doton jutsus that you know, and then we'll have dinner." Naruto executed the earth element techniques consecutively in order of difficulty, only stopping to improve or perfect the ones he had some trouble with. /n. Evil of me not to show you any, huh? Well, it's more like he knows the basic ones that I've shown in ANC. Dinner was a quiet affair, as Naruto cooked and ate the rabbit he had caught. He really didn't want to make his way through Konoha streets and to his shitty apartment, so he just slept in the hammock that he had hung up several years ago. Fresh air, no annoying villagers, no fucking ramen smell, and I don't have to run for half an hour to my training area. Naruto recounted all the ups of staying here. There's no heat or indoor plumbing, but not like I get much heat or water anyway. Naruto stayed at his training area for the whole week until the night before the meeting with his future genin team. "It may look suspicious if I come from the forest," reasoned Naruto. Plus, I need to take a shower and change clothes. Ninja Academy. I hate that apartment. I hate the ramen I have eat for breakfast. I hate all the cows that walk the streets as if they own them. I hate these stupid fangirls that are blocking the door. Naruto was patiently waiting for Ino and Sakura to get through the classroom door. Finally, someone pushed them in, and they ran off to fight over who gets to sit next to Sasuke. I hate stuck-up bastards who think they are all that just because they are from a famous clan. Actually, I don't mind the Uchiha too much. He stays quiet and doesn't directly annoy me. Naruto calmly walked over to an empty chair and sat down quietly waiting for Iruka to get there. Within minutes, Naruto had his head down on the desk as usual since Iruka was once again talking in his lecture voice and giving him information he already knew. 3-man teams, Jounin instructor, and of course a balance of strength. Naruto shrugged. As long as my team isn't full of fangirls, I'll be content. Team 7, Iruka read. Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. The bitchy fangirl that will constantly be hanging on to Sasuke and the arrogant stuck-up Uchiha. Naruto sighed. Fucking shit. The blonde ignored the rest of the team assignments. A lunch break, finally. After that boring-ass lecture about being shinobi, Naruto hissed as he ate his sandwich on the roof. And they don't even say anything about killing. Konoha is so sheltered, Kyuubi scoffed in annoyance. Most of the new shinobi don't even kill until they become chunin. Idiotic. The value of life is high here, shrugged Naruto. They are fucking shinobi, Kyuubi continued. That's why they get so distraught when their friends die in battle. They're not used to it, and then it fucks them up for life. Peace-loving idiots in the middle of a war-loving world. It all makes me sick. The Kyuubi continued yelling about all the anger and hatred it harbored for Konoha. I need to get my mind off this, mumbled Naruto. Let's see what there is to do. He then noticed Sasuke standing next to a window eating his lunch. Perfect. Naruto quickly used his stealth skills to get behind Sasuke and drag him into the room. He quickly used his Kage Bunshin to overpower the Uchiha and tie him up. He then left the room in Sasuke's form, now to have some fun with that Sakura. Sitting on a bench depressed, how predictable, thought Naruto as he leaned on a tree across from her. Anytime now you'll notice me. Oh, finally, Naruto was relieved. Now then, warm eyes, pleasant but small smile. Naruto walked up to her and said, You sure have a large, charming forehead. Makes me want to kiss it. Internally, Naruto was laughing his ass off. He chuckled a little. Yeah, right. That sound like something Naruto would say. Sakura lowered her head dejected. Sakura, what do you think of Naruto? He's so annoying. Always getting in my way, and he enjoys watching me struggle. All I want is for you to acknowledge me, said Sakura. You're struggling? Fumed Naruto mentally. What the hell have you ever suffered with, you fucking bitch? I ought to just rip your hair off, stick it up your ass and light it on fire. Naruto took a deep breath. He quickly noticed that Sakura was leaning in for a kiss. I can't stay here. I'll tear her apart if I do. Naruto quickly stood up and ran away, leaving Sakura dumbfounded. The real Sasuke came walking back a minute later, asking where Naruto was. Sakura promptly pissed off Sasuke by saying that not having parents was a good thing. So he told her that she was annoying and that she should just leave him alone. Naruto was leaving the restroom with his hands in his pockets when he ran into Sasuke. So the guy finally managed to untie the ropes, Naruto thought sarcastically. Took you long enough? I had plenty of time to ruin your image. Sasuke's face went from a confused look to annoyance and finally to anger. But before he could say anything, Naruto continued, We need to go. Lunch break is over. After which he promptly walked away and ignored Sasuke completely. They sat there for the next 3 hours waiting for their Jounin instructor to arrive. Where the hell is this guy? Yelled Naruto. I swear I'm gonna rip his head off for making me sit here and listen to Sakura talking. Scratch that. Trying to talk to Sasuke, but he's a brick wall. So all I've been hearing is her screeching voice, and it might just drive me to mass murder within the next few minutes. Now you know how I feel, Kyuubi said wryly. Naruto was suddenly hit by an idea. He grabbed a blackboard eraser and, ignoring Sakura's protests, jammed it between the door and the wall. That'll show him for being late. As if a Jounin would fall for something so simple, commented Sasuke in annoyance. Just then they heard the door slide open and the eraser fell right on the head of a man with silver hair styled upwards and sideways, a forehead protector leaning to one side to cover his left eye, and a black face mask covering everything from his nose down. He wore the standard Jounin vest over a black shirt, black fingerless gloves, black pants, and standard sandals. "Well, my first impression is," said the Jounin loosely, "I don't like you guys." He waited for them to recover from the shock before telling them to follow him to the roof. "Well, let's start off with the basic introductions." "What do you want to know?" asked Sakura. "How about your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, stuff like that?" "Hey, why don't you introduce yourself first?" demanded Naruto. "I should have used a kunai instead of an eraser." "Oh, I'm Hitaki Kakashi. I have no desire to tell you my likes or dislikes. Dreams for the future? Well, I have lots of hobbies." "So all we learned was his name," Sakura commented. Naruto nodded but was actually analyzing what Kakashi had told them. No desire. So he's lazy. Dreams for the future. I'd say that he's more of a person that just does missions and something happened to his dream in the past. Lots of hobbies. Probably only one or two, and they are both personal, deduced Naruto. I have to commend him for the vague introduction. I'll make sure to do the same, though they won't notice, he smirked mentally. That's right, now it's your turn, stated the Jounin. Here goes, thought Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like cup ramen. What I like even more is the restaurant ramen Irika-sensei buys me. What I dislike is waiting 3 minutes for the ramen to cook. My dream is to become Hokage, and then have all the people of this village acknowledge my existence. He's grown in an interesting way, thought Kakashi. Good. They bought it, cheered Naruto. Now what I really like is training with Kyuubi, and I must say that killing is quite satisfying too. Dislikes. Konoha and everyone in it. Hobbies. Training. Pulling pranks on stupid villages and shinobi alike and learning high-level jutsu. Dreams for the future. Revenge. All right, next, said Kakashi lazily. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are tons of things I dislike, but I don't really like anything. And I don't want to use the word dream, but I have an ambition, the resurrection of my clan and to kill a certain man. So he also wants revenge, thought Naruto. I thought so. Kakashi's eye narrowed. And lastly, the girl. I'm Haruno Sakura. The thing I like is... She glanced sideways and Sasuke. Well, the person I like is... She again glanced at Sasuke. My dream for the future. Once again glanced at Sasuke. The thing I dislike is Naruto. Damn, she's annoying. Dislike me all you want. I've hated you for a long time now. On the outside, however, Naruto decided to put on a neutral face. Girls of this age are more interested in love than ninjutsu, sadly thought Kakashi. That's it for today. Tomorrow we will begin out duties. Oh, what kind of duties? Asked Naruto, already knowing about the real genin test. First, we are going to do something with just the 4 of us. Which would be? Hurriedly asked Naruto. Survival training, was the cold answer. Survival training? But we already did enough at the Ninja Academy, said Sakura. I'm your opponent, but this isn't normal training, laughed Kakashi. Of the 27 graduates, only 9 will be chosen as genin. The rest will be sent back to the academy. This training is a super difficult test with failure rate over 66. What? Screamed Sakura. Then, what the hell was the point of graduating? That's just to select those that have a chance to become genin, calmly answered the masked Jounin. Anyway, tomorrow you will be graded on the training field. Bring all your shinobi tools. Oh, and skip breakfast or you'll throw up. Here, he handed them a piece of paper. The details are all on this handout. Don't be late. He disappeared. Crap, I can't use any of my special attacks, thought Naruto. Wait, a normal genin isn't supposed to know special attacks. Then this test is likely something witty. Naruto sighed and went home for the day. Late at night, when everyone was sleeping, Naruto sat with his back against the sealed gate in his mind. Hey Kyuubi, how do you think I'll do on this test? he asked slowly. You would do fine, but your mask. Yeah, but I'm letting that go now, lightly chuckled Naruto. I figure the whole graduated from the academy and became a genin is a good point to turn around my life, as they say. You'll have to do a lot of reading between the lines with your jounin instructor, Kyubi noted. Yeah, I already noticed that. He's one of those people that gets a kick out of being misinterpreted. You think there's anything he can teach me? I think an opportunity may present itself in the future where you will be able to pick up something from your lazy jounin. But otherwise you already know all the basics and he doesn't seem like the helpful teacher type. Naruto felt a tail wrap around him and press him into the bars. You worry too much, Kit. Plus there are still too many unknowns. This test being the biggest. You're right, Q, said Naruto calmly. Of course I'm right. How can the greatest demon on earth be wrong? Kyubi and Naruto laughed. Kyubi's tail then tightened around him. But don't you dare lose or let the jounin discover anything unpleasant, the demon warned. Naruto woke up early in the morning wanting to get to the training area on time. Kakashi said not to eat, but I honestly don't think I'll throw up, muttered Naruto sleepily. He didn't hurry too much and casually brushed his teeth and ate his usual ramen. He was out the door about 5 minutes before the meeting was supposed to start, but he was sure they would wait for him. When he got to the training field, Sakura yelled at him for being late even though Kakashi wasn't even there yet. Again, they waited for 3 hours for their jounin instructor to show up. The whole time Naruto busied himself with running all around the training field. While to Sasuke and Sakura it looked like he was goofing around, Naruto was actually doing his regular morning exercise, minus the push-ups and sit-ups. Hey guys, good morning, Kakashi said. You're late, screamed Sakura. Sasuke glared at the jounin, and Naruto simply stopped exercising. Kakashi just ignored them and put an alarm clock on top of the log. It's set to noon. By that time you have to get these 2 bells from me. He held up the bells. Those who cannot get a bell, get no lunch. I'll not only tie you to one of those stumps, but eat right in front of you. So this is why he told us not to eat, thought all the students. So glad I disobeyed directions, thought Naruto. You only need to get 1 bell, and since there are only 2, one of you will definitely be tied to a stump. And the person who doesn't take a bell fails. So at least one of you will be sent back to the academy, explained Kakashi. You can use all the weapons at your disposal. You won't success unless you come at me intending to kill. I'd show you intending to kill, thought Naruto savagely. But alas, that would reveal too much. But you'll be in danger, said Sakura worriedly. Oh my god, does she think that shinobi just take walks in the park with their loved ones or something? Naruto had to control his anger. His hands still twitched. Yeah, you couldn't even dodge a chalkboard eraser, laughed Naruto. In the real world, those with no talent often bark the loudest, said Kakashi matter-of-factly. Well, ignore Mr. Dead Last and start when I say. Dead last, thought Naruto. I'll show him. Naruto whipped out his kunai, but before he could even move, Kakashi was already behind him and held his own kunai to the back of his neck. So he's quite capable, thought Naruto. Well, it seems like you're ready to come at me with intent to kill. I'm beginning to like you guys. Okay, let's get going. Ready? Start! Yelled Kakashi, and they all jumped away. The basics of a ninja is to hide yourself well, Kakashi stated as he looked at Naruto, who was right in front of him. You're a little off. Come on and fight me, yelled Naruto and rushed Kakashi. Shinobi lesson number 1. Taijutsu. I'll teach you all about it, the jounin said as he reached into his pocket. Naruto stopped and narrowed his eyes. He's going to use a weapon? Kakashi then pulled out a book named Come Paradise and began reading. What's the book for? Asked Naruto suspiciously. Why? Well, because I want to read what happens next. Don't worry about it. It won't make a difference against you guys, he stated lazily. This must be one of his hobbies, thought Naruto. Reading those adult books. Well, to each his own, I suppose. I'll beat you to a pulp, shouted Naruto and attacked Kakashi with some basic punches and kicks. Kakashi managed to dodge them all and appeared behind Naruto. Shit, he's behind me. No, I'll just use something a lot simpler. Naruto's hands formed into a simple seal. Hidden leaf ancient technique. 1,000 years of pain, yelled Kakashi and poked Naruto in the ass. However, right before the hit connected Naruto, he burst into a cloud of smoke and Kakashi ended up hitting a log. So the boy has some skill, complimented Kakashi. He used Kawarimi right before the hit connected, analyzed Sasuke. Not bad for a dead last. But that attack was just stupid. Suddenly 2 shuriken flew out of the forest headed straight for Kakashi, but the Jounin easily caught them on his index and middle finger. That's when 4 Naruto clones rushed straight at Kakashi. Ah, Kage Bunshin, but with your ability your limit is about a minute, deduced the Jounin. No matter how many you line up, you're still Naruto. You can't beat me with that jutsu. It was at that moment that Kakashi felt Naruto grab him from behind. Shinobi aren't supposed to be caught from behind, right Kakashi-sensei? Said Naruto as he reached down to grab one of the bells, while his clones attacked Kakashi. However, before he could get the bell it disappeared and Naruto noticed he was holding one of his own clones. Bastard, using the higher level Kawarimi that can switch you with a living person. I wasn't ready to counter that. Naruto quickly hid himself and released all his clones, save one. That was a nice plan, thought Sasuke as he formulating his own. Naruto's clone looked over to the side and saw a bell lying on the ground. That is obviously a trap, but I may as well fall for it. Maybe Kakashi will come out, figured the real Naruto. It was definitely a trap and Naruto was hoisted up by his legs. Kakashi walked out a few seconds later to collect the bell. Damn it, I missed my chance to get the bell, cursed Naruto. Think before using a jutsu, or it will be used against you, lectured Kakashi. And don't fall for such obvious traps, idiot. The Naruto in the tree smirked and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi seemed to ignore this and instead continued reading his book. He's playing with us, contemplated Naruto in his hiding place. He's not even fighting at 1/3 of his strength. There is no way one of us could hope to beat him. Maybe you're not supposed to, hinted Kyubi. But then how the hell am I supposed to get the bell? Kyubi just laughed. 2 bells, 3 people, 1 fails. Something was wrong with this scenario. Naruto just couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was. Wait half a second. 3-man teams under 1 Jounin instructor. He can't just fail one of us. If one is failed then there is no more 3-man team so in turn everyone fails. Naruto almost laughed out loud. Son of bitch. Teamwork. Naruto concluded. Gotta hand it to him, that's a good idea. Naruto's face suddenly darkened. But I can't say that I came up with that reasoning. So I have to hope that the love-struck, supposedly smartest girl on the team figures it out. Naruto sighed deeply. We're screwed, he muttered. Naruto watched as Sasuke threw a bunch of shuriken and kunai at Kakashi, only to have Kakashi use a kawarimi to figure out Sasuke's position. A few minutes later, he heard Sakura's scream. Shinobi fighting lesson number 2. Genjutsu, stated Kakashi. Sakura easily fell for it. Naruto sighed and wondered why that girl was even trying to become a kunoichi. He watched as Sasuke pulled off some acrobatics trying to reach the bells, but Kakashi easily escaped. That's when Naruto realized another thing. We might be fighting to kill him and get the bell, but he has no such interest in us. So when it comes down to it, he would rather escape than stay and fight. I need to subtly force teamwork, but how? Deliberated Naruto. At that moment he caught sight of the lunches that were lying on top of the monument behind the trees. This gives me an idea, Naruto smirked. He would have put his plan into action immediately, but Naruto wanted to see how the battle between Sasuke and Kakashi would turn out. Smart. Escaping underground with the Doton. Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu. Sasuke is outmatched when it comes to ninjutsu. Though, if Kakashi-sensei were to try that trick with me, I would kill him before he even got halfway towards me. Naruto then leapt off to steal the lunches. He sat with his back to the monument and the lunches in front of him for about 5 minutes before he felt Kakashi right behind him. Kakashi promptly grabbed him and tied him up to a log for cheating. Within 20 minutes Sasuke and Sakura joined Naruto at the log. You guys look really hungry, taunted Kakashi. By the way, you guys don't need to go back to the academy. All 3 of you should quit as shinobi. Quit as shinobi? What the hell do you mean by that? Yelled Naruto. Shit. This is not going according to plan. Because you are all punks who don't deserve to be shinobi, informed Kakashi. Sasuke got pissed off and tried to attack the Jounin head-on, only to be disarmed and have the said Kakashi sitting on his back. Why do you think you guys are divided into teams and are doing this training? Asked Kakashi. What does that mean? Innocently asked Sakura. You guys are not understanding the answer to this test, the Jounin continued. Answer? Asked Naruto, feigning ignorance. Yes, the answer that helps you pass the test. So when are you going to tell us? Asked Sakura. Naruto closed his eyes in frustration. You're the brain of the team and you don't understand and want an easy answer? You should just get mauled right now. Kakashi answered in about the same way. Geez. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. Just tell us the answer already. Damn it. It's teamwork, Kakashi said coldly. Wait, but there are only 2 bells. What is the point of teamwork if one person is still left out? Questioned Sakura. Kakashi then gave them his lecture on teamwork, even going so far as to point out that his best friend's name is on the memorial for dead heroes. After looking at it for several moments, he declared that he would give them one more chance to get the bells after lunch, but that it would be a lot harder. He also instructed that no lunch be given to Naruto or else they would be failed immediately. I don't need any food, yelled Naruto, but his stomach rumbled. Now just one of you please give me your food. Teamwork, that's all he wants. Naruto almost gave up and started thinking about strategies to attack Kakashi, when Sasuke offered him his lunch. The stuck-up bastard sharing his lunch. Naruto was surprised. Well, I guess it's right, since Sakura is way too law-abiding. Thanks, guys, said Naruto. As soon as he took a bite of food, Kakashi appeared and, while scarring them all, announced that they had passed because they were able to put their comrades in front of everything else. Kakashi then instructed them to meet him at a certain bridge at 9 in the morning the next day. Tihei all quite walked off, leaving Naruto tied to the log. Fucking assholes, raged Naruto. Well, fine. He concentrated on his Doton link and slowly, but surely, sank down into the ground. As soon as he had submerged himself, Naruto felt someone walking above him. He decided to traverse his way to the forest on the other side of the training field to avoid this person. Well, now I'm a genin, he thought contently. I hope the missions will be interesting and not a total waste of time like the academy class was. Chapter 3: Second Awakening. Naruto, in his swimsuit, relaxed on top of the pond in his training area. The sun was right above him, so he lay with his eyes closed, just basking in the warmth. At random intervals, it looked like he was watching a movie from a first-person perspective, and he couldn't help but laugh at his team. We are just 3 individuals that happen to be doing the same thing, he thought somewhat sadly. At least I got out of the mainstream duties. After the first 2 D-rank missions, Naruto had decided to call it quits and use his time to train instead. He would send a Chakra-reinforced clone to meet with his team, wait at that godforsaken bridge for a good 3 hours with those 2, and then do 1 or 2 absolutely pointless missions for the next 6 hours. I have a lot better thing to do with 9 hours, Naruto frowned. He kept wondering how Sasuke and Sakura would perform if faced off against people that actually want to kill them. That little test that they had with Kakashi didn't amount to real fighting. After all, he was just running away. Naruto was kind of hoping that they would do well, then he wouldn't have to show off anything. He sneered when thinking about how much their teamwork was improving when they were clearing weeds from a garden. Kakashi hasn't even had us do the tree climbing exercise, thought Naruto. From what I've overheard, the rest of the teams have already done that. Naruto rolled over onto his stomach and opened his eyes to look at the destroyed forest in front of him. Hey, Q! What is it, whelp? Can't you see I'm trying to get some shut-eye? Growled QB. Naruto grumbled a little, but didn't say any more. I wonder if I should actually go with them tomorrow? Pondered Naruto. After all, maybe that old geezer of a Hokage will give us something better? Naruto stood up and shrugged. Never hurts to ask, right? That's when he felt it. A sudden memory of pain in his abdomen. Shit, what the hell happened? Wondered Naruto as he quickly started going over the clones' last memories. The last thing I found out was that they were halfway through painting a house. Naruto reached the last memory sequence and frowned. They had just finished the job and were on their way back, with Naruto's clone lagging behind a little. When suddenly Kakashi poofed away, it had been a Kage Bunshin. The very last memory was a very painful feeling in the clone's abdomen and the horrified looks on Sakura and Sasuke's faces. Naruto cursed. That Jounin figured it out. Must have seen the switch between clones. Damn it, that sucks. Now I have to go tomorrow. He sighed. He really didn't want to face all those imminent questions. Where were you? How come you don't come on missions with your team? He knew that Kakashi would probably give him the whole spiel about teamwork. No use thinking about that right now. Naruto walked back to the shore, got changed and continued his training routine until nightfall. The walk back had been about the same as usual. The cold stares, the glares, the whispering, and Naruto acting as if he couldn't hear them. But this night Naruto's mind was preoccupied with figuring out what excuses to use the following day. After much mulling over, he decided to just tell them the truth. During his sleep, Naruto went to talk to the Kyuubi. I told you, Kit, the Kage Bunshin was a good idea, but that the Jounin would see through it at one point or another. Naruto nodded. While a certain jutsu may work the first time, it doesn't mean that your opponent will fall for it again. That is why you must vary your attacks. The Kyuubi lectured on. Is this what you called me here for, to lecture me? Was the boy's frustrated reply. I already know that, but I certainly didn't want to waste my time painting houses when I could be training. Don't yell at me, Kit, the fox growled. I need you to train as much as possible, so that these vermin will get what's coming to them even sooner. You cannot sacrifice your main goal for such petty little everyday things. Control even your anger and resentment, so that one day when the time comes you can let it all out and kill until your heart's content. Naruto woke up to the sound of his alarm clock at 7 in the morning. Technically, Kakashi doesn't even get there until 9 or later, so I don't have to be there right now, but I may as well. He shrugged and got out of bed. For breakfast, he ate a rabbit that he caught the night before and slowly set out for Team 7's meeting place. He arrived to find Sasuke and Sakura already there. Sasuke lightly glanced in his direction, but didn't say anything. Asshole. Sakura didn't even notice that he was there because she was too busy trying to talk to the asshole. Annoying fangirl. Naruto sat cross-legged, leaning his back and head against the railing with his eyes closed. My clone would usually say hello to Sakura, then glare at Sasuke, and then try and talk to Sakura only to be ignored and favored for Sasuke. Since it all ends in silence anyway, I may as well not say anything at all. What the hell is that dope doing? Though Sasuke. Usually he would be yelling and screaming, and most importantly distracting Sakura. Sakura finally turned around to see what had captured Sasuke's attention. Is Naruto meditating? She wondered, but quickly wrote it off as sleep. She walked over and tried to punch him in the head, but he grabbed her wrist before the punch connected. His eyes quickly opened. The normal calm and happy cerulean eyes had darkened and grew serious. Sakura gasped. I'm not sleeping, Sakura, but if you want to talk I'd be more than happy. He smiled and the warmth returning to his eyes. Sakura brushed it off as a trick of the light. As if I would want to talk with you? She said harshly and went back to talking to Sasuke. Naruto relaxed once more and went back to meditating. About an hour later, Naruto finished his daily meditation session and decided to check a theory. He changed his sitting position to a crouch and placed his right palm on the ground. His eyes closed in concentration as he used very thin chakra waves to fan out and search the surroundings. 300 feet and still nothing, thought Naruto. 500 feet is my max without visibly revealing chakra. If Kakashi were to be watching us from some covert location, there is no way that he could hear what we are saying, and he couldn't see us very well either. That bastard is actually sleeping in. Naruto scowled. Naruto leaned back against the railing, leaving a 50-foot search radius. It was nice and quiet now that Sakura had given up talking to Sasuke, or did she just run out of topics? It didn't matter to Naruto either way. He preferred having things quiet. After all, growing up alone, you have to get used to it. The Kyuubi was always interesting, if not fun, to talk to, but the fox was mostly nocturnal. That left him with practically no one to talk to during the day. Naruto could, and did, always make small talk with the ramen chef and his daughter. There was Iruka-sensei, but he was a shinobi and Naruto would never risk revealing to him just how strong he was and who was training him. Self-preservation, Naruto constantly reminded himself. If they knew, they would act, but as long as they didn't know, he would be left alone. Naruto's mind digressed again to the memories of his childhood. Though this time he didn't focus in on the hatred of the villagers. That was reserved for battle situations when he needed the extra push in power. Right now his mind drifted to the simpler things in life, playing in the sandbox, walking by the lake, his pranking career, and all the stupid punishments that he had been subjected to. At least they kept him busy and away from that lonely apartment. God, how he hated that place. Naruto wondered if that place had ever been filled with life at all. It felt like a crypt most of the time, and not just because it lacked a heater. When I make jounin, I'm moving far, far away from that place. If I can buy a piece of the forest, that would be even better. Naruto's thoughts were instantly shattered when he felt a strong chakra enter his field. It took him a second to pinpoint its location, approximate velocity, and whether or not it was on an intersection course with him, and if yes, how long until it got here. After all the instantaneous computations were done, Naruto realized that it was just their delinquent teacher running to meet them. "You're late," Sakura yelled in response to Kakashi's greeting. Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously, but didn't say anything. "Kakashi-sensei, what are we going to do today?" asked Sakura. "Oh, I got us some slightly more interesting missions." His gaze shifted over to Naruto. "Since some of us think the regular ones are too boring to even show up." "You expect me to find weeding a garden fun?" countered Naruto. "Or how about painting a fence?" "These missions are designed to strengthen teamwork and teach young shinobi about responsibility." Kakashi emphasized the last word. "What teamwork to begin with? And also, that hypocritical bastard has the nerve to bring up responsibility." "Hey, the only reason we may not be that responsible is because you are always so late," said Naruto. "Didn't your teacher tell you about responsibility?" Kakashi's eye flickered with sadness for half a second before turning back to its usual lazy look. "The problem here is that you haven't been showing up for missions at all, Naruto." Sakura gasped. She had thought that Naruto just hadn't shown up yesterday. "Naruto, you should listen to what Kakashi-sensei says, and don't inconvenience us by not showing up." "I was here in essence," Naruto said calmly. "There is a big difference between being here and sending a part of your chakra here," replied Kakashi sternly. "I don't think it makes much of a difference for weeding a garden," said Naruto. Kakashi sighed. "Come on, Naruto, we have a mission to do." Naruto decided not to argue and instead focused on his teacher. "He knows that I haven't been coming myself to many of the missions, but how many? When did he first start to suspect? Most importantly, what else does he know about me?" Naruto kept thinking about the best and most discreet ways to find out the answers to all of his questions, when it suddenly hit him. His, now former since he was trying to get rid of it, mask always took the direct approach. He would actually make himself a target of suspicion if he were to do it any other way. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, how did you know that it was a clone and not me?" asked Naruto. "Simple, because your clone would try extra hard not be hit by anything, and when it couldn't avoid the hit, it would make a cushion-like chakra padding to prevent its destruction." Naruto nodded slightly. That reasoning made sense. "Also because I followed your clone one day and saw it turn into smoke." Naruto face-faulted. "Damn it! He baited me with the chakra cushion answer. Now he knows that I know more than I let on." Naruto decided to stay silent after that. There was no point to try and bluff his way out knowing how to chakra cushion his clones. "If all else fails, I'll say that the instructions were in the Forbidden Scroll." "He's not trying to deny it," thought Kakashi. "Naruto does know how to use the chakra cushion enough so his clones don't die in one hit. Also, keeping a clone alive for the whole day when the original is far away is not a task that a genin should be able to perform." "Now I have a question for you, Naruto. What have you been doing instead of missions? Slacking off?" Naruto scowled. "I'll have you know, I've been training." "Dobe. No training in the world could help you get out of your hole," smirked Sasuke. Naruto resisted the urge to bring up Sasuke and Itachi's skill gap, or ocean if you will. "Watch your mouth, bastard. I can kick your ass if I want to." The teacher shook his head. Now children, we've arrived at the forest where your target is presumed to be lost." "Oh, and who are we searching for? Is this person worth my time?" asked Naruto sardonically. 2 hours later, Team 7 was in the administrative building, standing in line for their next mission. I still can't believe we had to search for a cat, muttered Naruto. A cat. You'd think they would take pity on the thing and kill it considering who the owner is. But then we would be out of our job, reminded Kakashi. The jounin, though, he heard Naruto mumble something about good and burning gardens. Then we wouldn't have to do such stupid things for a job, replied Naruto. Hey, old man, can't you give us a better mission? You skip out on meetings with your team and you think I'm going to give you a better mission? Asked the Hokage, blowing out smoke from his pipe. If the missions weren't so damn boring, then I would make an effort to come and meet with my team. How is that you know what missions you are doing if you're not even there? My Kage Bunshin tell me, of course. Don't you know? Or have you really gotten that old and senile? Laughed Naruto. Naruto, you cannot talk to the Hokage like that, yelled Irika, who sat right next to the Sandaime throughout all the exchanges. These missions are done by all the genin teams because that is how shinobi villages are structured. Both Irika and the Hokage went on explaining how missions were assigned between each rank. Naruto calmly tuned it out since he already knew all this and knew that the Hokage would refuse to give them a better mission. The blonde knew that he would have to bide his time and wait until he had Kakashi's trust once more, so that he could send a clone to the meetings once more. Naruto, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Yelled the Chunin schoolteacher. I apologize, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said quickly. Geez, all you do is give boring lectures like that. But you know, I'm not the same troublemaking brat that you still think I am. Geez, I'm the one that's going to take responsibility for this later, thought Kakashi. The Hokage then thought for a moment and decided that it would be a good experience for the whole team to try something a bit harder. He concluded that the Uchiha probably also felt the same way, but just didn't voice his opinions. And Kakashi would be able to help them out if things went a little sour. Okay, since you want it that much, I'll give you a C-rank mission. Everyone was appalled that the Hokage gave in to the genin's tantrum. It is a protection mission of a certain individual, the Hokage elaborated. Everyone was still staring at the old man as if he had just grown another head. The door opened and an old man with a beer bottle stepped out. What is this? They are all a bunch of brats, especially the shortest one with the stupid-looking face. Are you really a ninja? Were the first words out of the stranger's mouth. Naruto knew that the old man was referring to him and immediately lashed out screaming obscenities at him. Kakashi quickly intervened and held off the angered Naruto. I am the super expert bridge builder Tazuna, and I expect you to provide me super protection until we get back to my village and my bridge is complete. The old man introduced himself. Naruto sighed. This was going to be a very long and strenuous assignment. Naruto gave Tazuna the benefit of the doubt since he was drunk, but it was still hard to ignore all the insults that the man was spewing out about him. Naruto had finally had it. Hey old man, don't mess with ninjas. Never know when one might slit your throat while you're sleeping. In his drunken haste, Tazuna didn't fully register the words. I doubt a brat like you could ever do something like that, snorted Tazuna. Even if you could do something like that, I would still treat you the same. He's just like the rest of the villagers. If only I was alone with him, he wouldn't be drawing breath. Naruto's face contorted in anger. I'll kill you, he screamed. Kakashi grabbed Naruto by the back of his vest and held him at bay until he calmed down. Once they started walking again, Sakura asked whether or not the Wave Country also had ninjas. Kakashi explained that while the Wave doesn't have shinobi, most other countries do have hidden villages and shinobi do exist. He went on explaining about the 5 great shinobi countries and the roles the Kage play. Naruto tuned it out, instead concentrating on the chakra signatures he had felt when they left the village. They are up ahead of us, on the actual road. Are they seriously going to attack us directly? Wondered Naruto. He decided not to guess but wait and see. His attention switched back to the Kakashi's history lesson. You'd think that Sakura would already know all of this by now. No, of course not. She only knows what is taught to her. Kyubi woke up and slightly startled Naruto. The rest of the human female's time is spent on superficial things that completely do not relate to being a shinobi. Naruto didn't respond. His opinion of the girl had been predetermined since the days of the academy. He didn't like her at all. If she managed to keep her mouth shut, then she was tolerable, but most of the time she was just plain annoying as hell. Makes me cringe every time you say you like her. Hey, I haven't done that lately. That couldn't be helped. She was one of those things that kept the mask in place. She helped with the cycle of me thinking one thing, but saying the opposite. He spotted the puddle out of the corner of his eye, but didn't say anything or give any sort of indication that he had even noticed. Foolish to hide in a puddle when it hasn't rained in several weeks. Kakashi seems to have noticed, but he hasn't said anything. The situation does seem a bit fishy, especially with Tezuna's current behavior, as opposed to how he was when we were safely inside Konoha. The sound of chains broke Naruto's thoughts and made him spin around before anyone had even noticed what was going on. He saw the chains wrap around Kakashi, but the Jounin just made it look like he was shocked. Kawarimi, most Jounin don't even need to do hand seals for it. Naruto felt the two shinobi close in behind him, but just as he was going to act, he saw Sasuke throw shuriken to stop the chains. Well, I may as well not show off my skills quite yet. Sasuke kicked the attackers so hard that their chains broke and they were once again free to attack once more. Stupid, he should have killed them while they were still bound, thought Naruto as he saw one close in on him. Naruto saw the claws extend towards him and he quickly sidestepped to the right, his hand already on his kunai, drawing it out to stab the man. The other enemy was rapidly closing in on Tezuna and Sakura. Just then Kakashi intervened by grabbing both in a headlock at the same time. Show off, thought both Naruto and Sasuke, while Sakura was overjoyed that their sensei hadn't been died. Tezuna-san, I need to talk to you, said Kakashi in a serious tone. These look like hidden mist Chunin. If you knew about them, then why did you let the brats fight? Asked the bridge builder. There was something I had to find out. Who those two were after, the Jounin explained. We hadn't heard that there were shinobi after you. Our mission was to simply protect you from bandits or gangs. This has now become at least a B-rank mission. I'm sure you had a reason, but it causes problems when clients lie about the mission. We are now operating outside of our duties. We aren't ready for this mission. Then let's quit, said Sakura quickly. Naruto and Sasuke both narrowed their eyes at her in frustration. Let's quit? What kind of attitude is that? Thought Naruto. This is exactly why I hate her. She is so weak, were Sasuke's thoughts. No, we will continue this mission, said Naruto resolutely. Tezuna then went on to explain about Gatu and how the building of Tezuna's bridge is going to help out the wave's economy. Also, the reason behind not being able to hire better shinobi was that the wave country is so poor that even the feudal lord doesn't have any money. He then went on to guilt-trip the shinobi into continuing the mission by bringing up his own death and then the miserable lives his daughter and grandson would have. Smart actually, thought Naruto when he heard Kakashi agree to continue on with the mission. They made it over the channel and into the wave country without incident. The only thing left now was to get to Tezuna's house in one piece, which Naruto knew would not be easy. If we get attacked again, it will be the next level up, a Jounin, thought Naruto and Kakashi. And judging from the previous attack, whoever it is will be ready for us. They continued walking for several minutes before Naruto threw a kunai into the bushes. What the hell are you doing? Yelled Sakura. There was something there, he responded. Sakura walked over and looked behind the bushes, where she saw a dead snow rabbit. Naruto, what have you done? She yelled. God damn. She makes it sound like I did something incredibly horrible. It's just a rabbit. Though rabbits shouldn't be white right now. It's spring, so all the rabbits that I know of are brown. Meaning that this one isn't here naturally. Everybody get down, yelled Kakashi suddenly. Naruto also felt the disturbance and instantly fell to the ground, dragging Sakura with him. The giant head cleaver passed right over them and embedded itself into a tree on the other side of the field. A ninja appeared standing on the sword's handle, looking over his shoulder at them. This guy's definitely a Jounin, thought Naruto, waiting to see what Kakashi would do. Well, if it isn't the hidden mist missing Nin Momochi Zabuza, greeted Kakashi. Everyone get back. This one's on a whole other level. Against him, it will be a little tough unless I do this. Kakashi's hand went up to his slanted forehead protector. You appear to be Sharingan Kakashi, said the missing Nin. Sorry, but the old man is mine. Sharingan, thought Sasuke in shock. How would Kakashi-sensei have the Sharingan? Looks like your teacher is finally going to show off his trump card, said the QB in an amused voice. The copying eyes, thought Naruto. Not only, talented wielders can cast genjutsus using those eyes, explained the fox. And if they have an even better blood mix, they can achieve the second form of the Sharingan, the Manjikyu. But I'll save the details for later, Kit. Now just watch the battle. Surround and protect Tazuna-san, but do not enter the fight. That is the teamwork here, said Kakashi as he prepared to lift up his forehead protector. Zabuza, first you have to fight me. He uncovered his left eye, revealing a red eye with 3 black dots. So that's what it looks like, thought Naruto. 2 commas to copy and slightly foresee, and 3 to foresee completely and copy everything but bloodlines. A powerful ability, but it has its flaws, as does everything. I already get to see the famous Sharingan. I'm honored, said the former Miss Nin. Sharingan? What is that? Asked Sakura. Sharingan is one of the types of pupil that gives you the ability to read and defeat all types of genjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, explained Sasuke. But that's not the only ability the Sharingan has. Yes, exactly. What's even scarier is that you can copy your opponent's techniques once you see them, added Zabuza. When I was a member of the Hidden Mist Assassination Team, I kept a handbook. It included information on you. What is said was, the man who copied over 1,000 jutsu, copy ninja Kakashi. Sakura was shocked that her teacher was such a great ninja. Sasuke, on the other hand, was confused because he knew that no one outside of the Uchiha clan should have the Sharingan. Naruto wondered exactly how extensive Kakashi's jutsu library was. Now let's end this talking. I have that old man to kill, said Zabuza. The 3 genin instantly surrounded their client. But Kakashi, it seems that I have to beat you first, he said and jumped down onto the water. Naruto's eyes instantly narrowed at those words. He may say that, but that only gives more reason not to do so. Over there, on top of the water, shouted Sakura. Ninpu, hidden mist no jutsu, said Zabuza and faded into the rising fog. He'll come after me first, said Kakashi in an effort to calm his students. Momochi Zabuza, as a member of the Hidden Mist, was known as an expert in silent killing. You don't even notice until you're already dead. It's not like I can use the Sharingan perfectly, so you guys best be careful. Silent killing, huh? Thought Naruto with a slight smile on his face. I like this guy already. Don't get cocky now, you may like him but he'll still kill you. When you have matured more, I'll teach you all about silent killing. Matured meaning having the Suetun seal, Naruto replied dryly. Yes, the combination of water and earth is essential for keeping yourself completely hidden. But for now, keep your ears open. Just because you don't see him doesn't mean he doesn't see you. I know, replied Naruto and shifted to a much more serious mood. The mist thickens, meaning he's getting ready to strike. But where? The mist is getting thicker, Kakashi-sensei, informed Sakura. 8 choices, a voice said. Liver, lungs, spine, jugular vein, carotid artery, brain, kidneys, and heart. Which one should I go after? Listing off all the critical areas in order to scare us, but it won't work against me, since I only have 2 critical areas, the heart and the brain. You either kill me instantly or I'll regenerate it. Then the killer intent hit. Everyone was frozen, even Sasuke was having a hard time dealing with it. Naruto shrugged it off by running a bit more chakra through his entire body. But most genin didn't know that. That's when Kakashi summoned up a bit of his chakra, letting it flare around him to dispel the effect for all the genin. Sasuke, don't worry. I'll protect you guys even if it kills me, reassured Kakashi. I don't let my comrades die. A big help you'll be when dead, thought Naruto sarcastically. We'll see about that, a foreign voice called out right next to them. Zabuza had managed to get in between the genin and Tazuna because of Kakashi's chatting. Naruto found himself to be basically back-to-back with the enemy and quickly decided to use his position to his advantage. He pulled out a shuriken and threw it behind him and slightly to the side, as he was being pushed away by Zabuza. When he had landed, He found that Zabuza had merely been a water clone and that there was another Zabuza right behind Kakashi halfway through a swing. However, Kakashi also burst into water and appeared right behind Zabuza with a kunai to his throat. "You don't get it," Zabuza said coldly. "There's no way you can defeat me with you monkey-like imitations. A good use of the Sharingan and the clones, but I am also not easy." Zabuza appeared right behind Kakashi, just as the water clone in front of Kakashi dispersed. Zabuza tried to cut Kakashi in half, but the copy ninja ducked down, and once the sword had passed over him, he kicked Zabuza away. Zabuza got up and rushed at Kakashi only to find throwing nails scattered across the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kakashi jump into the water. "Foolish," he said as he appeared right behind him. "Water prison no jutsu." Kakashi cursed as he saw the water pulling in around him and found that he could not move. "You may have tried to escape to the water, but that was a big mistake. Now I have you in my inescapable special prison. Now Kakashi, we can finish things later, but first I'll take care of them." Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. A water clone formed in front of the three genin. Zabuza quickly mentioned that the three genin were not real shinobi and then disappeared. He reappeared right in front of Sakura and kicked her hard in the chest, leaving her to slide along the ground and then stomped on her forehead protector. "Just a brat," he commented. "You guys, take Tazuna-san and run away. As long as he's keeping me trapped in this prison, he can't move. The water clone can't stray very far from the real body. Just run away now," advised Kakashi from within the prison. "This is a jounin. At this rate, I'm really going to die. I don't want to die," thought Sakura in desperation. She got up and started running away. She didn't make it far when strong hands caught her and roughly pulled her back. "No, let me go, I don't want to die," she screamed. "Shut up," yelled Naruto. "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others also can't. What kind of teammate are you if you're just so willing to run away and save your own life while we risk ours?" Sakura stood there in shock with her eyes wide open. "You don't want to get involved in the front line action, that's fine. Then cover us from the back. However, don't you ever run away like that, or you are absolutely not worthy of even considering yourself to be a ninja." "Naruto, what? He's not like this usually," thought Kakashi. "Not that I disagree, but the way it was presented was just a bit harsh," thought Sasuke. "That felt good. But now I've got to focus on the battle at hand." He's expecting an attack on his clone, but he is not even entertaining the possibility that we would go straight for him, contemplated Naruto. "I could easily enough take him out with a Doton Jutsu, but no need for fancy things when simple will do." "Sasuke, I have a plan." "Teamwork, eh?" replied Sasuke. "Now let's get wild." "A lot of arrogance, but you don't actually stand a chance," said Zabuza. "Keep underestimating us, the better for us." Naruto observed Zabuza in anticipation. "Are you ready?" he asked Sasuke. "Ha, you guys will never grow up. Going to keep playing ninja, eh?" asked Zabuza mockingly. "When I was your age, these hands were already dyed red with blood." "Devil Zabuza," muttered Kakashi. "Long ago in the hidden mist, there was a final obstacle in becoming a ninja." "So you even know about the exam?" Zabuza laughed darkly. It would have scarred Naruto if he had no been used to the Kyuubi laughing in about the same way. The exam was a fight to the death between students. Friends who have trained and eaten together are pitted against each other, and go at it until one of them loses his or her life. These were friends who helped each other and shared dreams. Sasuke and Sakura had paled. Naruto was calmly listening to Zabuza's story and small appraisal commentary from the Kyuubi. 10 years ago, the Hidden Mists graduation exam was forced to change. This change came after the previous year when a devil appeared. Without pause or hesitation, a young boy who was not even a ninja had killed over 100 of the students. "Zabuza? The devil," thought Naruto, but didn't have time to carry his thoughts any further. During the talking, Zabuza's clone had moved into striking range of Sasuke and now had him pinned down under his foot. Naruto made a cross-shaped hand seal and made several dozen shadow clones appear all around Zabuza and Sasuke. "Shadow clones," said Zabuza's clone. "And a large amount, but all of Naruto's shadow clones jumped on Zabuza and Sasuke." "Not enough," Sasuke and all the Narutos were thrown in different directions. "Sasuke!" came a sudden yell. The said person looked up just in time to catch an evil wind shuriken. He smirked when he figured out Naruto's plan. "Evil wind shuriken. Shadow windmill," said the Uchiha genius and jumped high into the air before launching the weapon. "A shuriken won't work against me," said Zabuza. He watched as the shuriken went around his clone and flew at him. "So you were aiming at the real me, but..." He caught the shuriken mid-flight. "That's not enough." That's when he noticed the second shuriken that had hidden in the shadow of the first, flying right at him. "Good, but still not enough," declared the mist-missing Nin as he jumped over it. Sakura paled. What were they going to do now that their plan had failed? Sasuke merely smirked confidently. The shuriken burst into smoke to reveal Naruto with a kunai already pulled back and ready to throw. Zabuza had been caught off guard, and the kunai managed to pierce the skin right below his right eye while he was dodging it. "Damn brat!" he yelled as he twirled the shuriken, getting ready to throw it at the orange-clad genin. However, that plan was foiled when Kakashi blocked the spinning of the shuriken with the back of his fist. "Great plan, Naruto," Kakashi congratulated his student. "You guys have grown up." "So, I got distracted and released the jutsu," said Zabuza. "No, you were forced to release it," corrected the copycat. Zabuza glared at him before jumping back and starting his hand seals before even landing on the water. Kakashi copied the former Mist Nin's movements completely. They completed the long list of hand seals at the same time. Suetun, Water Dragon Blast no Jutsu. Twin dragons rose up out of the water between the jounin and attacked each other. Naruto had managed to land on top of the water, but at this point that did more harm than good as the two dragon attacks slammed right into him. Naruto was swept off by the attack and finally ended up with his back slammed hard into a tree trunk. The force of the attack was so hard that it felt as though the water was burning him. After the attack was done, Naruto slumped down against the tree and watched as Kakashi used the Sharingan to trap Zabuza in a genjutsu. He winced once more as the water swept up against him after the water explosion no jutsu. "Why the hell does it hurt so much?" he wondered as he lightly checked for broken bones. Not finding any, Naruto bent over, breathing hard, trying to tolerate the burning sensation on his left side. He looked up briefly when he heard the Mist Hunter Nin's voice. "Damn asshole, couldn't he have helped a little? Yeah, go ahead, take him along with you and do whatever you want." The constant pain was so aggravating that Naruto could care less what happened around him. Once the two Mist Shinobi were gone, Naruto slowly got up and walked over to the rest of the party, all the while trying to show any pain. Kakashi had declared that it was over and they could safely go to Tezuna's house now. He promptly collapsed right after saying that. "And he's a jounin?" wondered Naruto. "He doesn't even know his own limits." Luckily for him, Tezuna and Sasuke had already picked him up, so Naruto didn't have to waste his energy. Several hours later, in Tezuna's house, Kakashi finally woke up saying that he wouldn't be able to move for about a week or so. Everyone rejoiced at the end of the battle and the death of Zabuza, but Kakashi didn't seem too happy. When he was explaining about the duties of Hunter Nin, his voice was too calculating. "Sensei, what's wrong?" worried Sakura. "Well, body erasing teams usually dispose of the body of the person they killed right there," explained Kakashi. "So what? Don't you see? How did that masked boy dispose of Zabuza's body? How should we know he took the body with him?" "Yes, exactly. He should only need the head for the kill confirmation. So most likely Zabuza is still alive." Everyone in the room paled at the news. "I checked that he was dead, but it most likely a momentary death. The needles that the boy used have a low probability of killing the opponent unless they hit a vital organ." Naruto smiled. He would get a chance to fight a strong opponent in the near future. He's actually happy about it, thought Kakashi. "You guys will receive training in preparation for the upcoming battle." "Training? But what is a little training going to do?" asked Sakura, making it sound like Kakashi was trying to get them killed. Naruto's muscles tensed at the girl's ignorance, but he managed to keep his comments to himself. "Sakura, you guys saved me while I was struggling. So you guys are growing rapidly, especially Naruto. But obviously this is just training until I get better. You won't be able to defeat Zabuza without me. Such arrogance is what caused you, and us, to be in this current situation, thought Naruto. If you just hadn't played around with him, then Zabuza would be dead and you wouldn't be lying there with chakra exhaustion. Mom, these people are going to die, said a young voice from behind Naruto. Everyone turned to look at the newcomer. It was a little boy 10 years of age and had the gloomiest disposition Sakura had ever seen. What do you mean? She asked nervously. Naruto mentality shook his head. There's no way you can win against Gato, the boy explained. If you don't want to die, you should leave. I'm sorry, apologized Tazuna. My grandson, Inari, is going through a hard time right now. The boy is right in a way. You shouldn't actually be focusing on the missing Nin. They are mercenaries, meaning if there is no money waiting for them, they have no reason to stay. So if you were to eliminate to the root of the problem, then the whole tree would die too. Kill Gato and everything falls. I agree, but this is not an assassination mission. I doubt Kakashi would do that even if he was in full health. Naruto contemplated. If everyone here hates Gato, then they should have scrapped all their money together and gotten an assassin to kill the man. It would have saved a lot of headaches. But then you would be out of a job, not to mention an actual mission, teased the fox. I know that, he mentally shouted. But that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. This caught Naruto's attention. Whenever you're free, you should take a look at your left arm. You might find something interesting. Naruto's eyes widened. You couldn't mean. It's finally activated, he rejoiced. The next day, Team 7 went out into the forest for the scheduled training. Is he finally going to be teaching us the tree climbing exercise? Wondered Naruto, also speculating whether or not he should fake failure. Before we start the training, I want to talk about the shinobi ability. Chakra. So we are doing that. Well, I'll just hold off until the end of the day to get it right. Remember that we only have a week to train your new Suiton abilities. Don't waste precious time. You guys may be able to do jutsus, but you are not using chakra efficiently. Naruto tuned out this conversation. He had gotten this lecture when he was 9 years old. So what are we going to do? Asked Sakura. Tree climbing, answered Kakashi. Tree climbing? What kind of training is that? Doubted Sakura. Listen until the end, please. This isn't normal tree climbing, you'll be climbing without using your hands. Kakashi channeled his chakra and just walked right up the side of the tree. Naruto smirked. It had gotten instinctive for him by now. He was looking forward to the challenge of being able to backward control his chakra, so he wouldn't stick to the tree. See, gather your chakra to the bottom of your feet and climb up a tree. This is a cinch once you've mastered chakra control. Wait, but how does this exercise make us stronger? Asked Sakura. By being able to control chakra, you'll be able to master any jutsu. Theoretically, explained Kakashi. The second thing is that you'll develop the stamina needed to control chakra properly. The second thing is something Sakura really needs, thought the Jounin. Compared to Sasuke and Naruto, she has almost none. Kakashi quickly took out 3 kunai and threw them down to his students. Use those to mark how high you've made it up the tree. You won't be good enough to climb up the tree at first. The 3 genin ran towards their selected trees. Sasuke got up about 10 feet before his use of too much chakra broke the bark and sent him tumbling down. Naruto withdrew most of his chakra, so he made it up only 5 feet before falling. Sakura was the only one to make it up to the branch. This is pretty easy, she said, smiling. Of course, she has such small chakra reserves that I would be surprised if she couldn't control it, thought Naruto, even though he felt the slight tug of jealousy. I could have done on the first try too, but chose not to. Kakashi made a certain comment about Hokage and the Uchiha clan to forcefully motivate the boys. Sakura, of course, only depended on the Uchiha. Naruto decided to fake ignorance and went up to Sakura for asking for some tips. Half an hour had passed and Naruto hadn't made any progress at all. Damn it, I'm holding my chakra back because I know that I'll stick if I use any more. And it hasn't come time to walk away yet. Naruto kept cursing under his breath. Things hadn't gone as Naruto planned. Kakashi stayed with them until nightfall and didn't allow them to train afterwards. So Naruto was forced to come back the next day for the same training. Damn it! This is really eating up my training time. He looked over at Sasuke. Would he find it weird? Of course he would. But the question is, would he tell Kakashi if I suddenly made it to the top? Naruto deliberated on this for a while until Sasuke's voice brought him back to reality. What do you want? What did Sakura tell you? Asked the Uchiha genius. Huh? Oh, just keep your emotions in check and focus on the chakra instead of the people around you, said Naruto calmly. He had come to a resolve. Like this. He gracefully walked up the tree. No wasted effort, no exuberant shouting. Just a calm walk up the tree as if he had been doing in his whole life. Sasuke just stared in amazement as the dobe had just beaten him completely. Then his face contorted in a scowl. He was making fun of me just now. I'll show him, thought Sasuke angrily and completely forgot all the advice Naruto had just given him. Naruto watched this from the top of the tree, shaking his head before jumping away towards the coast. Ah, I finally managed to get away. Good. Now take off your shirt and have a look at your tattoo, ordered the fox. Naruto complied and found that indeed 2 tattoos had appeared on his left arm. The black part of the tattoo was identical to the one on his right arm, but what the part that was gray on his right arm was ice blue on his left. As you can see, this time you got both the control seal and the connector to the supremacy. The change in color is element-specific, but you'll fully understand only when the runes develop. How far am I from the runes? Your Doton brown line has yet to extend into your chest, and only after that will the runes start forming, explained Kyubi. Quite a while, huh? No use rushing these things. After all, you do need to perfect your control over the ones you already know. Sometimes I feel like you're controlling how fast the seal spreads. Well, in a way, maybe with what I teach you and how fast, but the seal has a mind of its own. However, enough chit-chat, go stand in water and become one with it. Naruto knew exactly what the Kyubi meant. It had been the same for his Doton training. First, he had to feel the water beneath him and around him, get a feel for how it flowed, for everything that it flowed around, and then be able to discern the things that were floating and or swimming in it, to be at one with water in his environment. It was like an extension on meditation because he wasn't just focusing on himself, but also on another object. In this case, a very large object. Suetun and Doton, the Kyubi had explained, are the most plentiful of all the elements except for maybe Futen. These 2 elements are always around you, and to have complete control over them gives you a very big advantage in battle. The Kyubi had mentioned a Tanuki in passing that had control over Futen and Doton. This Tanuki seemed to mostly focus on defense and didn't use his Doton abilities to their full capabilities. Naruto got the distinct feeling that the Kyubi and the Tanuki did not get along well. Naruto had achieved supremacy over Doton when he turned 11. Even now, when he was standing waist-deep in the water, he could feel the sand beneath his feet, and that gave him a link to all the earth in a certain radius. This radius would grow, said the Kyubi, along with Naruto's abilities and the formations of the runes, which were said to give innate control over the element of choice. What that exactly meant Naruto did not know, and the Kyubi chose not to elaborate, saying that guesses could not be made since he was only half demon. Naruto had his eyes closed in concentration as he felt himself bonding with the water all around him. He had restrained himself several times and had not applied control to the water, but rather listened to it and to the patterns being formed by the current. After a while, Naruto started feeling as if there was water surrounding his upper body as well as his lower body. Those are water particles found in the air. Since we are right next to the ocean, there is a lot more water in the air, which in turn means that it is easier for you to feel and find. Though I must say that I'm impressed with the progress you are making. Naruto smiled at the compliment. They were rare and few, and were to be highly cherished. All right, I think that'll be enough. Now I want you to make a Mizu Bunshin. Naruto waited a little bit longer for the Kyubi to tell him the seals, but then realized that since he knew the Kage Bunshin, he wouldn't need them. Naruto concentrated on the water and on his form and sent chakra into the water. Slowly, a perfect Mizu Bunshin rose out of the water and walked on top of it toward Naruto. Good. Now work to increase the speed and vary the image you give the clone. Since this is not the shadow clone which you have to pull out of your chakra, a Mizu Bunshin can be made having any shape you desire. If I want to confuse the enemy by making a Mizu Bunshin of one of my teammates, or a non-existent teammate, I could do that. Yes, the same chakra signature, but two different people, and it's not Jinjutsu. Most shinobi, even from the mist, do not know about this little feature. Naruto trained like that way into the night. He did not even feel hungry until he woke up the next morning on the shore. But he had mastered it, the Mizu Bunshin was done. He could now make a dozen or so water clones simultaneously, each with a different image. He didn't bother going back to Tezuna's house and used his newfound powers to catch a fish. Sadly, Naruto was limited to only pre-existing water jutsu, since he did not have Suiton supremacy yet and could not manipulate water in any way he saw fit. Next, the Kyuubi had him do the hidden mist no jutsu that Zabuza had used in battle. Naruto had to draw out the water from the ocean and combine it with the already existing water in the air. While it doesn't sound too hard, it was definitely the step up from just making things out of water. Again, though, this was very much like what he had to do when training with Doton, so his previous knowledge helped greatly. Good. Now that you've got pretty good control of these two stages, we are going to be moving on into the third one. So far you have only been manipulating the water in calm ways. Naruto nodded in agreement and understanding. Now, we are going to move on the violent manipulations. First, I want you to spin the water around you, then make it rise up while spinning. Initially in a column, then make it more into a sphere. A shield of sorts, deduced Naruto. Quite so, the water sphere barrier, this is probably the most efficient barrier. While there is a simpler one that just creates a wall of water in front of you, it is not very practical. The water sphere barrier does use a bit more chakra, but it can be using to counterattack during or after the enemy's attack. I found that in serious battles you don't have time to make the hand seals, concentrate, and regather water for an attack. It took Naruto only 4 to 5 hours to make the water sphere barrier and move on to learning the counterattacks built into it. After which, Naruto was thrown into learning the more destructive Suiton attacks like water explosion no jutsu. Though almost all the things Naruto learned were attacks to use if the enemy was in the water. Most of the surface attacks, the Kyuubi instructed Naruto to wait until after obtaining supremacy, simply because surface techniques took a lot of chakra and very many hand seals. Manipulate the inner works of water, yes. Directing water, yes. But making water rise up in a certain shape and destroy things, that right was not given to humans. That is why the water dragon blast takes so many hand seals, because humans are not meant to manipulate water in such ways. I don't see why they don't use tsunami-like jutsus. Surface jutsus that don't take any intricate shape, but do about the same amount of damage. Yes, they cost a bit more chakra, but they require at least half as many hand seals and their formation is quicker. Naruto listened closely to the fox talk about the various jutsus and their respective efficiencies. That night Naruto did come back to Tezuna's house, just in time for dinner. "Naruto, where have you been?" shouted Sakura. "Training, of course," was the tired response. "But Sasuke-kun said that you weren't tree climbing anymore." "I finished that exercise and now I'm training on my own." "Naruto, building up your own strength is fine, but you have to consider that you are part of a team," reasoned Kakashi. "Damn. If only I wasn't injured, I would be able to track him and find out how he trains." Naruto was about to answer, but the food had just arrived and he dug in instantly. He ate quickly and asked for seconds before anyone had even gotten through half of his or her meal. He then proceeded to eat the second portion just as fast as the first and was done at the same time that everyone else had finished. "Excuse me, I need to go train," he said as he rose up from the table and headed to the door. "Naruto, at least take someone with you to train together," suggested Kakashi. "Sorry, sensei, but this is personal training," he paused. "And I don't think anyone could keep up with what I'm doing." He opened the door and walked out onto the dock. Sasuke ran up to him and grabbed him by the collar. "Damn it, Dobe. Stop being so stupid." "Let me go, you bastard," yelled Naruto. Sasuke complied and threw Naruto off the dock. By this time, everyone had already walked out of the house and were shocked to see that Naruto was crouched down on top of the water. "Naruto!" Sakura trailed off. Naruto looked up to see a bunch of shocked faces. What are they so surprised about? Oh shit! I instinctively landed on top of the water. How to explain this? Panicked Naruto. "Naruto, I did not know that you had mastered water walking already," said Kakashi happily. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. "Maybe you were right. Maybe we can't keep up with you," Sasuke scowled. He knew that comment was made for him. In all this time, he had only gotten halfway up the tree and Naruto was already water walking. Though something worries me, Naruto is not smart enough to figure out the direct connection between tree climbing and water walking. This does not add up. Some fact is still obscured. Contemplated Kakashi. Naruto smiled. Yup. I've already mastered water walking and I've got some other things I want to master. That is why I am going to train, he said joyfully. Hey, I'm actually not lying. Why do you guys bother to try so hard? No matter how hard you train, you're still no match for Gatu's men, cried Inari. No matter what glorious claims you make or hard you work when facing the strong, the weak will only end up getting killed. Whatever, kid. Just give up, I'm not going to listen to you, said Naruto. I'd hate to be like you. What do you know about me? He screamed. You're always clowning around and acting cheerful. You don't know how hard life can be. Naruto almost completely lost control at that point. Kakashi felt a rise in Naruto's chakra and flinched a little, but relaxed when it had calmed down. So, you think it's okay for you to pose as the star of a tragedy and cry all day? Just keep crying forever. You idiot. You little sissy. Complaining about a hard life. Naruto sneered. Naruto, you've said enough, reprimanded Sakura. Shut up. You don't know anything either, so stay out the conversation. He turned and walked away, disappearing in the forest. Once far away from Tezuna's house, Naruto finally released the hold over his chakra and vented his rage on the section of the forest, leaving it bare of any sort of vegetation. That fucking kid. Who the hell does he think he is? He looses a guy that has been his father for a year or two and thinks he can cry about his whole life, while he still has a mother and a grandfather that love him and care about him. Stupid, weak human, he said in disgust. Naruto was breathing hard now and felt half of his chakra supply gone, but he also felt very much at ease, much more so than he had in a long time. Kit, no more Suiton training tonight. I want you to run through the taijutsu exercises. Also add your current anger, but control it so that it adds to your power, not your insanity. I understand, Q. Naruto trained for the rest of the night, falling asleep early in the morning when the eastern sky was just turning from black to dark blue. He had only slept for a couple of hours when he felt someone he didn't know reaching for him. Naruto immediately jumped up and caught the person's hand before they could attempt anything. Naruto relaxed considerably when he saw that the person before him was a woman with long black hair. You'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this, she said kindly. Who are you? What are you doing out here? Asked Naruto. Suppressed chakra, but slightly familiar for some reason. I'm collecting medical herbs for my friend, she replied. This early in the morning? You two, what are you doing here so early? Was the questioning reply. She's hiding something, by avoiding my question and putting up her own instead. Naruto decided to play this game for a little while. I'm training. You are a ninja, aren't you? Yup. Why are you training? She asked slowly. Because I need to become stronger, explained Naruto. Damn it. She hides her chakra very well. If only she would flash a bit more of it, then I might be able to remember. Why is that? Because I'm going to become the best ninja and make everyone acknowledge my strength. Is that for someone else or for yourself? A little bit of both, slowly answered Naruto. Do you have someone that is important to you? She paused and bent her head down as the memories flooded her mind. Unknowingly, it also lessened her chakra suppression. That's all it took for Naruto to figure out who this was. Him, that masked hunter Nin. When a person has something important to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. Naruto smiled genuinely as an image flashed in his mind. Yeah, I understand very well. Then you will become strong, he said and got up to walk away. Let's meet again somewhere. Oh, and also, I'm a boy. I know, came the calculated answer. We'll meet again within several days. The boy looked over his shoulder with serious eyes and nodded before continuing on. Naruto fell back onto the ground and went back to sleep. Naruto was once again in front of the Kyuubi's prison, but this time the water was gone. He slowly walked up to the bars and peered in, seeing nothing but darkness. Q, he called. There was no response. Instead, he saw a small red light that kept getting bigger and bigger. The light was actually a person, a woman. She was wearing a long black dress. Victorian style, except that it was strapless and the sleeves were more kimono-like. 9 soft, fluffy orange tails swayed behind her, and she elegantly walked toward Naruto. She had her fire orange hair put up with 9 golden hairpins, and she wore brilliant diamond earrings. Her lips were a deep red color, and her animalistic red eyes were glowing. "Yes, Naruto-kun," she said sweetly. She had heard everything Naruto and the Hunter Nin had spoken of and had also seen the image that flashed in Naruto's mind. "I'm glad I'm that important to you." Chapter 4 Show Off. "Good thing we found him," said Kakashi. "He seems to have pushed his body to the limit and probably won't be able to move today." Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura set off for the bridge, leaving Naruto to rest in Tazuna's house. Kakashi had found Naruto about an hour earlier when he had been sneaking around the forest to see what kind of exercises Naruto was doing. The smile on Naruto's face, when Kakashi had found him, clearly indicated that he was having a very good dream. Naruto's eyes cracked open slowly, at first, then suddenly flew open when his sleepy mind realized that there was a ceiling above him, instead of sky. Naruto quickly figured that someone must have found him and brought him back to Tazuna's house, and judging from the rolled-up futons, his team had already left. Naruto got up and slid open the door. Looking around, he spotted Tazuna's daughter. "Hey, where's everyone?" "Oh, Naruto, you're already awake," she smiled. "Sensei said you should rest." "So I take it they left without me. Well, that's fine. Any chance I could get breakfast?" asked Naruto. "Sure. I'll make you some right now." Naruto thanked her and went back to his room to change, giving little thought to rest and much to training. Suddenly the house rumbled and Naruto distinctly picked out the sound of swords being unsheathed. Naruto peeked through a small hole in the door, thinking, 2 wannabe samurai that obviously don't know how to use a door. He sighed, why did he constantly have idiots to deal with? Oh hey, Inari actually didn't run away and stood up for his mom. Even if it took him a while, but at least they are out of the house now. Naruto jumped out the window and swam under the dock, until he was right below the samurai. He made a few hand seals. "Suitun, dual column no jutsu," he whispered. The water on either side of Naruto swirled, and as Naruto raised his arms, 2 columns of water rose up in an arc shape. When his arms were halfway up, Naruto quickly brought them together in a clap above his head. As expected, the samurai heard the clap and looked down. Meanwhile, the 2 water columns closed in on the samurai and Tazuna's daughter from both sides. The samurai, being distracted by Naruto's clap, didn't see the columns until it was too late. Naruto had prepared to jump through the dock to get Tazuna's daughter out of harm's way, but stopped himself when he saw Inari jump and tackle his mom so that the jutsu wouldn't hit her. The samurai weren't quite so lucky and got knocked out by the water. Naruto quickly tied up the 2 samurai and ran off to the bridge to help out his team. "No rest for me," he grumbled. "Sasuke is no match for that Hunter Nin. Sharingan or no Sharingan. Meaning I have to do everything again." "Oh, shut up, kid. Finally a strong opponent and you're complaining." The bridge. Tazuna, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the bridge to find almost all the workers knocked out. "What happened?" asked Tazuna. "A monster," whispered the only conscious worker, before passing out. The mist instantly started gathering around them. "Here they come," shouted Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura immediately drew their kunai and stood back to back with each other. "Long time no see, Kakashi," said a familiar voice in the mist. "I see you're still with those brats. One of them is shaking." "Poor guy," laughed Zabuza. 10 Zabuza suddenly appeared from the mist and surrounded the little group. "I'm shaking from excitement," corrected Sasuke and quickly destroyed all of Zabuza's water clones. "So, he saw through the water clones, the brat has grown. It looks like a rival has appeared. Ahaku?" "It does indeed," answered the same Hunter Nin that had rescued Zabuza the week before. He was now standing slightly behind his master. "That masked boy is obviously Zabuza's comrade," said Kakashi. "I'll fight him," declared Sasuke, "tricking us with that stupid act. I hate bastards like that the most." An impressive young man, commented Haku, even though Mizu Bunshins only have 1/10 the strength of the original. But we have the first advantage, replied Zabuza. Go! Haku attacked Sasuke with a spinning move that the Uchiha managed to block. Haku's needles and Sasuke's kunai clashed several times, Sasuke keeping up with Haku's speed each time. I don't want to have to kill you, but you won't stand down, will you? Asked Haku politely. Don't be foolish, was the reply. But you won't be able to keep up anymore, since I have already gained 2 advantages. 2? The first is the water on the ground, and the second is that one of your hands has been occupied, answered Haku and started doing one-handed seals, astonishing both Sasuke and Kakashi. Special jutsu, flying water needles, thought Haku was he stomped his foot. Water went flying everywhere and soon materialized into hundreds of needles all aimed at Sasuke. Sasuke concentrated on the training that they had been doing and transferred enough chakra to his legs to be able to jump out the striking zone. While in the air, Sasuke launched several shuriken down at Haku, which the Mist Nin dodged. Haku was surprised when Sasuke appeared behind him and slashed with his kunai. Haku ducked under it but was kicked right in the face. I can't have you underestimating my team by calling them brats, said Kakashi. Sasuke is Konoha's #1 rookie. Sakura is the brightest in the village, and the other is the show-off, hyperactive, #1 loudest ninja in the village. Haku, do you realize that at this rate we will be driven back? Asked Zabuza. Yeah, and we can't have that, he said as he put his hand into a strange seal. Special jutsu, demonic ice mirrors. Haku's ice mirrors quickly surrounded Sasuke. Once the jutsu was done, Haku stepped into one of the mirrors and instantly his image appeared in all of them. Damn it! Kakashi leaped off to help Sasuke, but Zabuza got in his way and he realized that he would have to fight with Zabuza or else Zabuza would just kill Sakura and Tazuna. Well, shall I begin and show you my real speed? Asked the Ice Nin, right before he threw several hundred needles at Sasuke, from all different directions. Tazuna-san, I'm sorry, but I need to leave you for a second, said Sakura as she ran slightly to the side and threw Sasuke her kunai. However, it never made it there, as Haku reached out of his mirror and blocked it. A shuriken appeared out of nowhere and knocked Haku out of the mirror. Who the hell? Naruto had been sitting on railing of the bridge, hidden in the mist, watching the proceedings. He decided he wouldn't interfere until Sasuke got himself into too deep a hole. Demonic ice mirrors, a bloodline technique, no doubt about it, thought Naruto gravely. He faintly heard Kyuubi murmur something about supremacy in a sad tone, but had ignored it. Naruto knew that the best way to defeat it would be to attack from the outside while Sasuke attacked from the inside, but that would be considered smart. Not only that, but he knew that Kakashi would soon be too distracted fighting Zabuza to pay attention to him, and then he might be able to try out one of Kyuubi's jutsus. Kyuubi had taught it to him a long time ago, saying that since it took quite a bit of time to start up, it would mostly be used as a show of power. While it could be considered both an offensive and a defensive technique, it was more offensive than it was defensive. Also, it wouldn't work quite as effectively from the outside of Haku's mirrors. So he would have to play the idiot, get inside the mirrors, hopefully Sasuke would pass out and then he would be free to do it. I'll probably have to hide the mirrors in the mist, but they will just assume Zabuza did that, so it is of no consequence. Naruto saw his chance and knocked Haku out of his mirror, using the confusion to sneak inside the mirrors right up to Sasuke. You total moron. If you are a shinobi, why don't you use your head? Why did you come inside the mirrors? Berated Sasuke. Realizing that Naruto wouldn't be much help, Sasuke decided to try and melt the mirrors with a fire technique. You can't melt this ice with that level of fire, said Haku. Fine then, yelled Naruto. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. But before any of Naruto could reach a mirror, they were all destroyed. He's not using Bunshin, because then either water or smoke would show when the copies in the mirrors disappeared, deduced Naruto. Meaning there is still only one of him. Naruto considered what Haku had said about speed and came to the conclusion that the masked boy must be moving between mirrors at an unfathomable speed. He went out of the mirrors to destroy the Kage Bunshin. Why? Because they do pose a threat of some sort. Naruto paused to contemplate, so while not being able to melt, the mirrors can be broken. In that case, my jutsu works perfectly. This jutsu uses the mirror's reflection to transport me. Haku confirmed Naruto's suspicions. From my point of view, you seem to be moving in slow motion. Haku then started talking about how it is difficult for him to become a true shinobi, but that for the sake of his dreams he would be able to destroy his heart and kill other people. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, don't lose to that guy, yelled Sakura. No, Sakura, don't egg them on, said Kakashi. They don't yet have the strength to destroy their hearts and kill another person. Of course, a real shinobi cannot come from a peaceful village like yours, taunted Zabuza, because you cannot gain the most important thing, the experience of killing. Kakashi scowled. Sorry, but... He reached up for his forehead protector. I'm going to end this instantly. Sharingan again? Is that the best you can do? Zabuza jumped forward and attempted to slash at Kakashi's left eye with a kunai. His efforts were stopped, but he did manage to cut Kakashi's hand, which the copycat used to block. Kakashi lifted by his forehead protector and revealed the Sharingan, but Zabuza just laughed. I have already seen through the trivial system of that eye. Ninpu, hidden mist no jutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were busy deflecting as many of the needles as they could. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw that Zabuza had finally gotten serious with Kakashi. Good, now the mist hides us. If only Sasuke were to be knocked out now, thought Naruto while blocking some more needles. The mist is too thick, so Zabuza shouldn't be able to see either, thought Kakashi. He suddenly felt several projectiles headed his way. He managed to block them all, and caught a glimpse of Zabuza, who had his eyes purposely closed. As I said before, I have already figured out that eye of yours. So to counter it, I make a mist which renders your eye useless, and if I keep my eyes closed, I remove the chance of being hypnotized, explained Zabuza after dissecting the theory behind Kakashi's Sharingan. But then you can't see anything either, reasoned Kakashi. Have you forgotten that I am a genius at silent killing? Asked Zabuza. Kakashi paled. He also quickly realized that Zabuza would go for Tazuna, now that Kakashi was handicapped. Thus, the copy ninja barely made it in time to shield Tazuna and Sakura with his own body. Zabuza disappeared again after taunting Kakashi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. As a former member of the ANBU, I'm not just all about copying. I'll show you my own jutsu. Naruto was starting to look like a porcupine. Damn it. I've taken too many needles. The good thing is that Sasuke is taking more than me. That last needle blitzkrieg seems to have taken a lot out of him, thought Naruto as he looked up at Sasuke. Geez, all you do is get in the way, Sasuke slowly said. That's when Naruto noticed that there were needles sticking out of his neck. You idiot. I could have easily taken the hit, shouted Naruto as he watched Sasuke fall on the ground and into fake death. He landed a blow on me and without flinching died to protect you. He is a shinobi that deserves respect, said Haku. Is this your first death of a friend? Haku gently slid back into a mirror. Naruto started chuckling lightly, that soon turned into a full-blown laugh. You really expect me to believe that he is dead? No, I understand perfectly that it is only temporary. Haku's eyes widened. The boy shouldn't be able to know this. However, you don't have to worry about him. Your life is the one at stake now. A surge of chakra erupted from Naruto. All needles that were stuck in him were pushed out and all the cuts healed. Naruto's claws grew out, the whisker marks deepened, and his smile exposed the fangs. Friend? Questioned Naruto is a rough voice with his head bowed. He is at most a teammate. Naruto raised his head to reveal the animalistic slitted red eyes. Haku drew back in shock and slight fear. Naruto snarled and made as if to jump at his opponent, resulting in Haku throwing the needles he had been holding. Naruto simply made a hand movement, as if to shoo away a fly, and the needles were deflected by chakra. Haku shivered lightly from the killer intent radiating from Blonde Boy, before transferring his image to all the mirrors and throwing several dozen needles at the same time. Naruto didn't even bother to block and let the needles hit him. He ran through 24 hand seals in what seemed like an instant. Demonic, nine-tailed whirlwind. The needles flew out of him as he released a massive amount of pure red chakra. The chakra looked like there were 9 tails stemming from Naruto's tailbone. These tails fiercely whirled around Naruto. The raw chakra was chipping away at the mirrors and the ground. Suddenly the tails lengthened and whirled outwards, lashing out at the mirrors. Any mirror that was struck by the tail instantly shattered, and considering that the tails were moving in a spiral trajectory, within 5 seconds all of Haku's mirrors were destroyed. Haku dropped down out of a fragment of the topmost mirror, attacking Naruto with as much speed as he could muster. Naruto jumped away very quickly and came back just as fast to grab Haku by the wrist. Naruto's grip kept tightening, even after his claws had drawn blood from the masked ninja. He felt bones break and heard Haku scream. Naruto then pulled back his right fist, transferring chakra to it, and punched Haku right in the face, never letting go of the Hunter Nin's wrist. Haku flew and tumbled then on the ground, leaving a splash of blood at every tumble, until he came to stop over 50 feet away. He shakily got up, even as his mask slid from his face and his vision blurred. Zabuza-sen, I cannot defeat this boy, he thought as he saw Naruto charge him. As Naruto got closer, he saw that the masked ninja had indeed been the one he had met in the forest. Naruto jumped at Haku and slashed at his face with a clawed hand. Haku's left cheek was bleeding from 2 long cuts. His left eye was closed with blood gushing out of it, and the left side of his forehead had another long cut across it. Haku wasn't even given enough time to scream before a rough punch was delivered to his abdomen, making him cough out blood. His nose was immediately broken by Naruto's knee. I told you we would meet again, Haku. Naruto licked the blood off his claws. And unlike you, it is very easy for me to be a real shinobi. He grasped onto Haku's throat with his clawed hand. Why did you not do so from the beginning? Said Haku in between coughs. Secrecy, simply stated Naruto. I don't want them to know just how strong their demon is. You understand what I mean. I can tell by your eyes you do. Haku looked down sadly as he remembered killing his father. If only we weren't hated and rejected, we would have actually done good for the people we must otherwise kill. Naruto laughed once more. Those idiots behind me can easily be manipulated to think that I'm stupid and weak. How will I explain killing you, you ask? That's also simple. Naruto grinned. All I have to do is say that I saw Sasuke dying, and then went berserk and don't remember much about anything else. Kakashi will attribute it to the Kyuubi. Sakura will be too hung up on Sasuke to even notice, and the arrogant bastard himself will just be brooding that I defeated an opponent that he could not. And your precious person? Asked Haku, already guessing the answer. Naruto patted his stomach. The same as you, a demon. Haku nodded in understanding. His eyes suddenly flickered up and looked behind Naruto and off into the mist. I know, you want to go help Zabuza, right? Haku nodded. Naruto thought a moment. He's still going to die, you know? Haku nodded once more, but his eyes held a strong determination. Naruto's grip loosened. Be thankful that I understand you and your feelings so well. Haku bowed his head to Naruto. I am very grateful. Haku disappeared in the blink of an eye to save Zabuza. Only one reason why I let him go, muttered Naruto under this breath. I wouldn't want to die with regret in my heart either. Naruto launched himself after Haku, knowing quite well that the boy was already dead. But there was still one more opponent on whose life he may feast on. Naruto arrived to find Haku impaled through the heart by Kakashi's hand, blood spraying out everywhere. Sakura looked like was about to throw up. Kakashi was horrified that his technique had actually hit the masked boy. Zabuza was stunned by what his student had done for him. There was a scroll lying several feet behind Kakashi that had several needles embedded into it, and the ground around Zabuza had been torn apart. A Doton Jutsu? Wondered Naruto. No, a summoning tracking jutsu, explained the fox. With dogs, she seethed. Naruto felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, and even more demonic chakra leaked into his system. The fanged boy snarled and launched himself at a weakened Zabuza, who was too preoccupied with Kakashi to notice. Just as Zabuza had swung his sword, Naruto latched a clawed hand around the missing Nin's throat and, sinking his claws in, ripped out all he could. Blood sprayed forward in a jet. Zabuza's eyes were forever frozen in shock and fear, and Naruto was holding some blood-covered object in his right hand. Sakura couldn't take it anymore and threw up instantly. Kakashi was staring at Naruto in awe and fear. Awe that Naruto could so easily take down Zabuza, and fear that the Kyuubi had taken over and that now they were all as good as dead. Zabuza's body fell to the ground with a solid thud. Naruto threw Zabuza's voice box down onto the corpse and almost instantly fell to one knee as the Kyuubi's chakra receded. The boy stayed crouched down like that, panting, for several minutes. Kyuubi's chakra always took a toll on his body. Kyuubi had said that when Naruto was fast and strong enough on his own, this stress would be nothing. However, it seemed that every time Naruto used her chakra, he still wasn't strong enough, wasn't fast enough. Naruto realized that he still had quite a ways to go before he could use the demonic chakra without straining all the nerves and muscles in his body. Not only that, but the demonic chakra, while it was able to mix in small amounts with his human chakra, did quite a number on his chakra pathways if released in large amounts. You also use the chakra for a more prolonged period, each time, reminded Kyuubi. When it truly comes down to it, human chakra pathways are not meant to conduct demonic chakra. Naruto vaguely registered that Gato had come with a huge army of men to kill all of them. He didn't even notice as Sakura ran past him to check up on Sasuke. He did smirk a bit when he heard her scream about Haku's torn-off arm lying next to Sasuke. He was slightly more aware when Inari brought an equally big army to fight against Gato. By the time the two armies were getting ready to attack, Naruto had more or less completely regained control of his body. Kakashi was still trying to figure out how to fight so many people while they all had so little chakra. Naruto decided to cut to the chase and do as the Kyuubi had suggested a while ago. Kill the roots. Or in this case, there was only one root. Naruto pulled together his remaining chakra, or at least as much as he could get a hold of, and pressed his palms into the ground. This will be the end of my chakra, but it'll solve the problem. Naruto lightly taped his Doton supremacy so he wouldn't need to do hand seals, since his mind was already swimming. Doton, explosion, he practically mouthed. The ground under Gato shook slightly, but he didn't understand, and thus didn't move. Within a second, the ground beneath Gato exploded, tearing the old man to pieces. Several of his limbs could be seen lying around on the bridge, while most had actually fallen into the waters below. Kakashi looked back in amazement, just in time to see Naruto fall to ground unconscious. Gato's army was bewildered. They had just lost their commander and had no idea what they should actually do. On the one hand, they could plow over the shinobi and villagers before them. But the heart of the matter was, what then? Their source of money was gone, so why should they risk getting hurt if there was no reward? They knew quite well how poor the wave country was. There would be nothing of value for them to steal. Using their hesitation, Kakashi decided to scare them a little. Bunshin no Jutsu, he whispered and made at least 50 copies of himself. The bandits instantly figured out the answer to their problem. Run. So they did, leaving the villagers to shout in victory. Kakashi made his way over to Naruto and made sure that he was still alive. His feelings must have resonated with the fox, and thus the seal weakened a little to let the chakra out, reasoned the Jounin. Since his fight with Haku hadn't ended, he rushed after the masked boy and killed the first person that got in his way. Sasuke and Sakura had also made their way over to the unconscious blonde. "Is he going to be all right?" asked Sakura. "Yes, this time he went over the limit," reassured Kakashi. "Did Naruto kill Haku?" suddenly asked Sasuke. "No, Kakashi-sensei killed Haku," replied Sakura. "But Naruto did kill Zabuza right after." She paled just remembering the sight. Sasuke stared at Naruto with his eyes wide open. Not only did he somehow break out of that jutsu, but also managed to kill Zabuza. "Damn it! Why am I still so weak?" Sasuke scowled. Kakashi looked over at the Uchiha with a worried face as he slid down his forehead protector. He must be berating himself for not being able to defeat Haku. The Jounin thought about saying something, but in the end decided to keep quiet. Kakashi looked back down at Naruto. How did he know that Doton Jutsu? Wondered Kakashi as he picked up the sleeping boy. There was no one else that could have done it, right? Sasuke? No, he was just getting up from a temporary death. I'll have to ask Naruto about this later. Sensei, is Naruto really going to be all right? Asked Sakura again. Of course he is. Well, it's just that you were looking at him with such a serious expression. No, don't worry, Naruto is going to be just fine, assured Kakashi. He should be up and running again in a day or two. However, it was not to be how Kakashi had predicted. Naruto slept through the next 2 days straight, only waking up on the morning of the third day, mumbling about his aching head. Naruto, you should not waste chakra as such, lightly scolded Sakura. At least I actually do some work, you fucking whore, was the first thought in Naruto's mind. At least we won, he said with a smile. How would you know we won? Dobe, you were already unconscious? Because we're all alive, replied Naruto calmly. No use getting angry at the bastard. It would only make my headache worse. Naruto ate his breakfast in bed and fell asleep for another 6 hours. When he woke up again, his headache was gone and he could easily get up and stroll around the house. He found out that Sasuke had gone out to train, with Sakura in tow, and that Kakashi was guarding Tazuna on the bridge. You should go train too. Oh come on, I just woke up from chakra exhaustion, whined Naruto. Exactly, if you had trained more before, then your body would have handled my chakra better and you wouldn't have suffered from chakra exhaustion. She reasoned in a tone that allowed for no argument. From now on, 90% of your training will be physically based and the rest will be to catch up your Suiton to your Doton. But I don't have supremacy in Suiton. Then you need to get supremacy in Suiton. Naruto grumbled and cursed, while the fox just smiled. Cursing at me won't make the training on you any easier, she taunted. Naruto grabbed a quick lunch and went out for a run. He didn't return until after nightfall, when they were all having dinner. Naruto, you know you shouldn't push yourself too much after just recovering, suggested Kakashi. I'm not, I just went for a light run, explained the blonde. Inari tells me that you left over 4 hours ago. Yeah, that sounds about right, confirmed Naruto. You went out a 4 hours run when you had just woke up after 2.5 days? Shouted Sakura. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm too weak, said Naruto harshly. That's what's wrong with me. But you managed to. Naruto cut her off. Managed to kill Zabuza? Yeah, but then Gatu's army would have killed me. I need to train, so that I can raise my limits and not pass out on a still active battlefield. Naruto finished his dinner and turned to leave. I'm turning in for the night. Don't want to over-exercise my body after all. They continued their dinner in silence after Naruto had left. What is wrong with him? Finally asked Sakura. Don't worry, he is just having a difficult time after his first kill, assumed Kakashi. It happens to everyone. Kakashi was pretty sure that Naruto realized that it wasn't he who had killed Zabuza, and that was probably why he was so frustrated. He feels weak because he could not hold the demon in, thought Kakashi. I still need to talk to him about that technique he did. Kakashi decided not to think about it anymore and instead focused on explaining the concept of water walking to Sasuke. The next day, Kakashi had sent Sasuke to guard Tazuna, while he trained Sakura to water walk. Once he had explained the basic concept and showed her how to do it, he went to talk with Naruto. Naruto, could I have a word with you? Kakashi had caught him right before he could leave for his morning exercises. He wants to ask about the bridge incident. That much is obvious, concluded Naruto. But is it better to talk to him here or in the forest? If they talked here, Kakashi couldn't say much about the Kyuubi. Naruto wondered if he would need to use that topic to steer away from the Jutsu conversation. Alright, sure. Care to join me on my run? Offered Naruto. Kakashi agreed and they set off. So, what did you want to talk about? Asked Naruto once Tazuna's house was out of sight. I'm interested in that jutsu that you used on Gatu. Kakashi got straight to the point. Oh that, Naruto laughed. I found a scroll for that thing while carrying out a prank on the Hokage. At the time I just thought it'd be funny if I took that too. Naruto answered as light-heartedly as he could. And the Hokage never asked you about the scroll? Questioned Kakashi. Nope, quickly answered Naruto. Maybe it wasn't his. And is that what you had been practicing last week when you kept going off alone? Thank you, Sensei, for that wonderful excuse, Naruto smiled. Yeah, it paid off, huh? Why didn't you tell anyone else about it? Wondered Kakashi. You could have taught it to Sasuke and Sakura too. And have that bastard Sasuke steal it from me? Yelled Naruto. No thanks. You're a team, you're supposed to share, reasoned Kakashi. Oh, then teach me that fire jutsu that Sasuke does, he countered. Ah, sure. After this mission is over, negotiated Kakashi. There was a more important topic he had to discuss. Naruto, I also wanted to talk about the Kyuubi. This made Naruto stop in mid-step. What is it? The boy asked cautiously. I just want you to know that it's not your fault that Zabuza died, said Kakashi. How do you figure that? I killed him, shouted Naruto. I felt the chakra that surrounded you when you did so, and it was the foxes, reasoned Kakashi. You don't have to feel guilty for Zabuza's death. Naruto looked down at the ground. Unlike you, I could see it happening through my own eyes, he said sadly. He suddenly looked up at Kakashi with very sad and at the same time angry eyes. Don't say it like it's some distant event that doesn't concern my life at all. Naruto ran off. Naruto, I didn't mean it like that, said Kakashi slowly, but didn't chase after the boy. Naruto continued to be a recluse for the next 5 days, using that fallout with Kakashi as an excuse to stay away from his team. He did, however, show up for Haku and Zabuza burial, if only to mutter a couple words and leave again. The bridge was completed a month later and Team 7 was free to return back to Konoha. Goodbyes were said and the 4 shinobi departed from the Wave Country. They arrived back in Konoha the next day. Kakashi disappeared instantly and Naruto also quickly walked away, not being able to tolerate Sakura anymore. For the next couple weeks, Team 7's missions returned to their normal D-ranked level. This of course pissed off both Naruto and Sasuke, but only one of them chose to express so vocally. Hey Kakashi-sensei, how come all our missions lately have been so boring? Asked Naruto. I want something better to put my skills to use. Kakashi just brushed him off. Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Of course, Naruto had started sending clones in his place as soon as he figured out that the Hokage wasn't going to give them any good missions again. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was building up his physical strength. The Kyuubi was now pushing the boy to his limits every day. She did have to give him a bit more extra chakra so that he could recover faster, but it was well worth it. Today was actually the only day of the week when Naruto would go and meet with his team. He figured that as long as he showed up once a week, his lazy teacher wouldn't bitch at him for not being present. Okay, that's it for today, announced Kakashi and jumped away. Naruto watched as Sakura was harshly rejected by the Uchiha, before he strolled away, hoping to have enough time to get a good workout. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the 2 people standing in front of him, until he bumped into one of them. Sorry about that, he mumbled and turned to walk off. That hurt, you damn brat, said the stranger, as he grabbed Naruto by the collar. Naruto looked up and saw a completely black-clothed man with purple face paint, some sort of wrapped-up package on his back, and a hidden sand forehead protector. Hey, you're a guest here, Naruto said coldly. Act like it. Why, you little insolent brat. Hey, don't do this, his companion spoke up. We'll get yelled at later. She's obviously the smarter of the 2, thought Naruto. Damn fatus. Let me go, Naruto said in a very calm but menacing tone. He sounds like Gaara, frowned Kankuro. Nah, must be my paranoia acting up. Let's play a little before the boss comes, said Kankuro as he threw Naruto into the nearby fence. However, while in the air, Naruto twisted around and landed with his feet sticking onto the fence. Naruto looked up the guy in front of him and smirked. He jumped off the fence with such speed that neither sand shinobi could follow him. Naruto reappeared right in front of Kankuro and punched him square in the face, sending the sand nin tumbling along the street. Kankuro quickly stood up and unbound the package on his back. You're going to use Karasu? Questioned his companion. Kankuro, stop it, commanded a voice from the nearest tree. You're an embarrassment to our village. Jijigara, stuttered Kankuro, faking a smile. Naruto calmly looked up into the tree to find a boy standing upside down with a very large gourd strapped to his back. What is it with sand nin and strapping things to their back? The girls' fan I can understand. Losing yourself in a fight, how pathetic. Why do you think we came to the Leaf Village? Interrogated Gaara. Listen, Gaara, he started it. He was cut off. Shut up. I'll kill you. Kankuro shook and started babbling out apologies. Very well-directed killer intent, praised Naruto. And he's completely serious. Very good for his age. Sorry to you, said Gaara. His eyes locked with Naruto for a moment, before he teleported using sand. Being able to move that fast and leaving Kankuro powerless. He's good, thought the sand shinobi. His eyes are like mine. Naruto grew serious. And he somehow feels weird. What's your name? Asked Naruto. The whole sand team turned around. Who, me? Asked the guy with the face paint. No, the one with the gourd. Gaara looked back and his eyes locked with Naruto's again. Gaara of the desert, he said without even blinking. I'm also interested in your name. It was more of a command than a question. Naruto didn't break eye contact. Uzumaki Naruto. They stared at each other for a moment. Gaara had already tried to scare Naruto away with his killer intent, but it didn't seem to affect the Leaf Shinobi at all. Gaara then turned around and motioned his team to leave. They are obviously here for the Chunin exam, concluded Naruto. I wonder if Kakashi will nominate us? The prospect of meeting and fighting Gaara in the exam was intriguing, to say the least. Hey brat, whose lingering killer intent is that? Asked the Kyuubi in a semi-angry tone. Lingering, you say? Naruto considered it and did in fact notice that there were minute traces of it in the surroundings. It was some boy, Gaara of the desert, he said his name was. The desert, you say? The Kyuubi started contemplating. What is it, Q? I'm sure you must have noticed that the boy's aura was slightly familiar, maybe? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Well, I'll need more proof to finalize my hypothesis, but I'm fairly sure that you just met the container of Shikaku, she explained. Naruto's eyes widened. That may be interesting and all, but I have more pressing issues right now, like why you aren't at the training grounds. She seethed. Naruto literally jumped and ran. The next morning, Team 7 was waiting on the bridge again. Naruto had been hoping all day that Kakashi would nominate them for the Chunin exam. Hence, he decided to come in person today. He did, of course, sleep in an extra hour so that the wait wasn't quite so agonizing. Morning, people, Kakashi announced his presence. Today, I got lost on the road of life. Naruto didn't even bother looking up. He was just plain out tired of his teacher's excuses. This may be sudden, but I've nominated you guys for the Chunin selection exam. Kakashi-sensei, what is the Chunin selection exam? Asked Sakura. Why does she not know anything important? Wondered Naruto. If I ask her about some irrelevant war, she would probably give me all the details. But who the hell cares about that stuff? Naruto waited patiently while Kakashi explained it. Naruto almost ripped the application when grabbing it from Jounin once he had finished explaining. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, he yelled. Though this is just a nomination, explained Kakashi. Whether to take the exam is up to each of you. Those who wish to take it should sign those papers and turn them in at room 301/4 in the afternoon tomorrow. With that, the copy ninja was gone. Even if he says that the Chunin exam must be taken as a team, so if one of us chooses not to go, then that would instantly disqualify the rest. Naruto knew that Sakura was having doubts. She better show up or I will make sure that she doesn't live to see the next Chunin exam. Chapter 5: Arrogant Failure. The day of the Chunin selection exam came too quickly for some and not quickly enough for others. Sakura barely got any sleep, trying to decide whether or not to participate in the exam. Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, couldn't wait to test their strength. Naruto approached the Ninja Academy and noticed that both his teammates were waiting for him. So Sakura decided to take the test. Naruto pouted somewhat. I was actually looking forward to killing her. Naruto said good morning to both, taking note of Sakura's lack of energy. She's scared. Team 7 proceeded inside to find a large group of genin blocking the second-floor staircase. Making their way through the crowd, Team 7 saw a boy in a green jumpsuit be pushed down to the floor by a couple of chunin that were masking themselves in genjutsu. Please let us through, said the boy's teammate. She was promptly smacked down as well. Pathetic, frowned Naruto. Can't these idiots count? We are on the second floor. He sighed and motioned for his team to continue up the stairs. You will let me pass through and also remove this genjutsu, said Sasuke. I'm going to the third floor. There were murmurings in the crowd. It seemed that no one had noticed the genjutsu except Team 7. So you noticed, said one of the guys blocking the door. Sakura, you must have noticed too, right? Asked Sasuke arrogantly. Your analytical ability and genjutsu know-how is the most improved on our team. Sasuke-kun complimented me, smiled Sakura. Thank you. Of course, I noticed a while ago, she answered proudly, since this is the second floor. Not bad, but all you did was see through it, said the Chunin in disguise and attacked Sasuke. However, the boy in the green jumpsuit stopped their kicks with his bare hands. He's fast, thought Naruto. He was able to see both kicks and slide in between them. What happened to the plan? Asked a white-eyed boy. You're the one who said we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves. So he and his team were faking before, deduced Naruto. Good strategy. I was hoping Sasuke would be smart enough to utilize it too. Well, the green-clad boy walked over to Sakura. Hi, my name is Rock Lee, and yours is Sakura, he said cheerfully. Let's go out together. I'll protect you until I die. Naruto barely managed to hold back an exasperated sigh. What an idiot! No way, said Sakura slowly. You're lame. Lee hung his head dejectedly. Hey you, what's your name? Asked the white-eyed boy. When you want to learn someone's name, you should give yours first, said Sasuke. The white-eyed boy frowned. You're a rookie, right? How old are you? I don't have to answer your questions. Sasuke turned around and started walking away. Man, there's a bunch of monsters here, he thought. Naruto, Sasuke-kun, let's go. Sakura quickly pulled her teammates away. Come on Lee, what are you doing? Asked the girl on his team. You guys go ahead, I need to test something out. Lee followed Team 7. Hey you, with the dark eyes, will you fight me right here? A fight? Right now? Asked Sasuke, confused. Yes. Lee jumped down from the balcony. My name is Rock Lee. When you want to know a person's name, you introduce yourself first, right? Uchiha Sasuke, was the calm response. So, what of it? I want to test my techniques against the offspring of the Genius clan. Plus, Lee looked over at Sakura and started blowing kisses her way. Naruto just leaned on a post and watched the idiocy unfold, wondering if all Leaf Shinobi were that stupid. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto knew that Lee had not used chakra when catching Sasuke's kick. Because of that, Naruto knew that Sasuke would not be able to beat Lee. Well, the Uchiha deserves a good beating anyway. Challenging me knowing the Uchiha name. Frankly, you are a fool, said Sasuke arrogantly. You're about to learn what this name means, thick brows. Sasuke charged straight at the green-clad genin. The Uchiha punched, but Lee evaded and went to kick Sasuke in the head. Sasuke ducked, but instantly saw another kick coming his way. He knew he couldn't dodge, so he opted to block. However, Lee quickly slipped through the Uchiha's defenses and kicked him in the face, sending him flying backwards. Sasuke instantly assumed that that move was either ninjutsu or genjutsu. Fine, this gives me a chance to practice it, said the Uchiha and activated his Sharingan. Sakura was amazed. She obviously didn't know what the Uchiha clan was famous for. Naruto kept watching the battle, already knowing the outcome, but still enjoying being able to perfectly distinguish Lee's moves. He's fast, but he's not that fast. Naruto watched as Sakura was getting giddy, thinking that Sasuke had absolutely no chance of losing now. Rock Lee was simply standing in his normal stance, his left arm behind his back and his right arm out in front of him, bent at a 90-degree angle as if beckoning his opponent to attack. As soon as Sasuke was within striking distance, Lee disappeared, causing the Uchiha to hesitate. Lee reappeared right below Sasuke and kicked him in the chin, sending him flying through the air. Naruto narrowed his eyes. These are high-level taijutsu techniques. I'd have to go all out with ninjutsu and genjutsu to be able to beat him. My techniques are neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu, announced Lee. Shadow Leaf Dance, Lee appeared right below Sasuke. My techniques are simply taijutsu, Sasuke-kun. Naruto nodded in understanding. They say that the Sharingan has the ability to reveal all types of nin, gen, and taijutsu. It is true that by reading ninjutsu and jinjutsu, which need chakra to be raised and seals to be performed, you get an advantage through the Sharingan. However, taijutsu is a little different. Even if you can read my movements with your eyes, your body is not fast enough to react to my taijutsu. Agreed Naruto. That and Sasuke doesn't have the full Sharingan. Naruto was suddenly aware of another presence on the far side of the room. He saw Lee start to unwrap his bandages, but before he could do anything with them, they were pinned to the wall with a pinwheel. "That's enough, Lee!" yelled a voice from the far side of the room. Naruto turned his head to find a turtle. A summoning. A jounin has joined us, thought Naruto. Lee was pinned to the wall, causing his technique to fail, and Sakura made it in time to catch Sasuke before he hit the floor. "So you were watching," said Lee guiltily. "That technique is forbidden," the turtle continued lecturing. "I'm sorry, but I wasn't planning on using the other one," said Lee, trying to alleviate some of the tension. "Where's the jounin?" Naruto kept trying to locale the jounin's chakra signature, while not giving away his own. He ignored the turtle as it continued lecturing the boy about showing off special techniques. "Are you prepared to pay?" asked the turtle. Lee nodded. "Then here comes Guy-sensei." A cloud of smoke erupted on top of the turtle, and another guy in a green jumpsuit appeared that looked exactly like Lee except older. "You guys are the epitome of adolescence," he yelled as his greeting. Naruto was at a loss for words, along with the rest of his team. Super thick and super faggy, being the only things that came to mind. The jounin then motioned Lee to come near him, and then promptly punched him in the far wall. He beats the crap out of his student. Then they both cry and hug like Naruto didn't really know what. All he knew was that they needed to leave while those two were distracted. "Guys, let's leave," offered Naruto. His teammates slowly nodded and started up the stairs. Guy took a break from lecturing Lee and noticed the other kids were Kakashi's team. "My eternal rival," thought Guy. "Hey you guys, how's Kakashi doing?" he asked. "Damn it, we were caught," cursed Naruto. "You know him?" asked Sakura politely. "Know him, Guy suddenly disappeared. Naruto's senses instantly went on overdrive and he jumped forward into a fighting stance at the same time that Guy appeared right behind them. "People refer to us as eternal rival," announced the weird jounin. He instantly noticed that Naruto had jumped away. "This boy, how did he know?" wondered Guy. Naruto cursed as he slowly walked back to join his team. He noticed the looks that everyone was giving him. He really hadn't meant to attract that much attention to himself. Guy made a note to ask Kakashi about it, but skipped forward to brag about how he was better than Kakashi. "He's faster, I'll give him that," thought Naruto. "But I wonder how a well-developed and trained Sharingan would do against him?" "You guys and Lee should head over to the classroom," ordered Guy and threw a kunai to knock out the pinwheel holding Lee's bandage. "Sasuke, I lied before," confessed Lee. "The strongest Leaf Genin is on my team, and I entered this to defeat him, but you are also one of my targets. Be prepared during the examination," cried Lee as he jumped up to the railing and walked away. Sasuke shook in anger. "Next time, I'll definitely beat him." "You saw his hand too, didn't you?" asked Naruto. "That thick-brows guy must have trained really hard. Every day, more than you. That's all it is." Sasuke smirked. "This is getting fun." "Yup," agreed Naruto and Sakura. The team made their way to room 301 and noticed that Kakashi was waiting for them in front of the door. "Oh, so Sakura came too. Now we can properly take the exam." "What do you mean?" asked Sakura. "The truth is that this test can only be taken by teams of 3, explained Kakashi. "Something you neglected to mention," said Naruto offhandedly. "I'm surprised you knew," said Kakashi. Naruto smirked. "It's amazing how much you can learn while sneaking around the ANBU headquarters to put laxatives in everyone's drinks." "You did that?" Kakashi practically yelled. "Do you know how many people want to kill you?" "I think it's easier to count how many people don't want to kill me," replied Naruto. Kakashi simply shook his head before continuing with the previous conversation. If I had told you the truth, then you or Sasuke would have pressured Sakura to take the exam, even if she didn't want to. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked in through the double doors to be greeted by several hundred genin sitting in the large lecture hall. Whoa! Naruto and Sakura said at the same time. What numbers? They are all taking the exam, thought Sakura. They all look so strong. Suddenly aloud, Sasuke-kun, pierced the silence as Ino leapt onto Sasuke's back saying how she missed him. Ino and Sakura instantly got into an argument about how Sasuke belonged to. So you guys are taking this stupid test too? Asked Shikamaru calmly. Yahoo, I found you, said a boy with a dog on his head. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Kiba, thought Naruto. The people that used to sneak out of Iruka's classes with me. Geez, you guys too, lazily said Shikamaru. Seems like all of this year's 9 rookies are taking the exam. Of course, most are from famous bloodlines. I'm sure that had something to do with it, thought Naruto. You seem confident, Kiba. We did a lot of training and won't lose to the likes of you, he said quickly. The blonde snorted in reply. Hey, you guys should be quieter, a voice said. Naruto turned to see an older leaf shinobi with gray hair and glasses. The boy walked over to them. You guys are rookies just out of the academy, right? He asked. Screaming like schoolgirls, geez. Naruto agreed with him but still didn't trust him. There was just something off about him. This isn't a picnic, you know? Who do you think you are? Asked Sasuke smugly. I'm Kabuto, replied the older boy. But instead of that look behind you, Sakura turned around and adopted a shocked look. Those guys are from the Hidden Rain, they have short tempers. Everyone is nervous about the exam. Calm down before you cause a scene. Naruto knew that Kabuto's words held truth in them, but the older shinobi was still frustrating him on some deep level. What the hell is going on? It's as if all my primal instincts are screaming, kill him. That's because they are, explained the Kyuubi. My instincts are screaming at you to kill him, because he smells like a snake, and I hate snakes. The demon snarled and growled. You know that I can't just maul him in front of everyone. For that? Yeah. But watch him carefully, suggested the Kyuubi. Maybe even find a way to use your enemy. Naruto nodded. He definitely wouldn't lower his guard around this Kabuto. He sensed the older boy using a chakra suppression technique. The weird part about this was that his chakra levels kept fluctuating. He's probably trying to allow some chakra through so that the examiners don't think it's strange, presumed Naruto. But the percentage that he's choosing to show is not stable enough, and so he can't maintain it properly. Naruto remembered his own lessons about chakra suppression. The Kyuubi has strictly instructed him that in the beginning he should either suppress everything or nothing, because suppressing percentages was several degrees harder. The problem lies in the fact that in order to suppress chakra properly, you have to maintain the suppression percentage the same. If you don't, a well-trained shinobi will notice the fluctuations. Then, you have to consider the use of chakra and the recalculation of percentages based on chakra consumed. But that was much more advanced stuff that wasn't really used in serious battles. When you suppress chakra, you alter its flow. You change how much flows and, most important, how spread out it is over the pathways. Normally chakra flows through a pathway like water through a tube, taking up the full volume of the tube. However, when chakra is suppressed, you often thin out the chakra line and make it stick to the innermost wall, so that to other people the chakra becomes distant and thus giving the illusion that the chakra reserve is smaller. Now the quantity flowing through the tube and the volume through which you are allowing the chakra to flow are proportional. This proportion is different for each person, but must be maintained if the chakra is to be suppressed successfully. If this proportion isn't preserved, the chakra starts to fluctuate. First, the amount going through increases or decreases, then the volume increases or decreases. This is a natural occurrence, and there is no simple way to deal with it. Hence, most shinobi just tend to avoid it altogether. Kabuto had obviously calculated how much chakra a genin of his age should have and adjusted his real chakra, without thinking of the consequences, and now he was paying for it. Naruto refocused on the much older genin, who was showing them Nin info cards. They are basically cards that have info burned onto them with chakra, he explained. I have 4 years' worth of info here on over 200 cards. He then showed them a chart with the number of people taking the exam and the breakdown of what country they are from. Do you have cards with information about individuals? Asked Sasuke. Of course, the info isn't perfect, but I do have it, replied Kabuto. Who would you like to see? Rock Lee from the Leaf, said Sasuke. Gaara from the Hidden Sand, requested Naruto. Everyone stared at Naruto, surprised that he knew a foreign shinobi. First, Rock Lee, he's a year older than you guys. Mission history, 20 D rank, and 12 C rank completed. His teacher is Guy, he excels in taijutsu, and the rest is nothing impressive. Read off Kabuto. His team did not attend the exam last year, so, like for you guys, this is his first time. Next is Gaara of the Desert. Mission history, 8 C rank and 1 B rank completed. He's a newcomer from a foreign country, so I don't have much info. However, it seems that he returned from all his missions without a scratch. The last fact startled everyone. Exactly how do you know this guy? Asked Sakura. I ran into him a few days ago, explained Naruto. If he is Shikaku's container, then that is not unlikely, commented the Kyuubi with only slight amusement. How will we know? Wondered Naruto. I will have to see him fight. There are many outstanding genin from the hidden villages here to take the exam, said Kabuto. Well, the Hidden Sound is a newly created village, so there isn't much info, but the rest of the hidden villages are filled with talented youngsters. So basically all the people here are... Sakura started. Yup, like Lee and Gaara, they are the top elite genin from the various countries, replied Kabuto. This is going to be fun, thought Naruto. His attention suddenly focused in on the uncertain aura of his female teammate. She's worried? Naruto paused. About me? Oh, I see. I'm acting too out of character. Not cheerful enough. What should I say? Hey Naruto, don't get so down. Just as Sakura reached to put her hand on his shoulder, Naruto shouted. Who's down? The blonde muttered before adding in a louder voice that he was more excited than anything else. Within the crowd, 3 shinobi were carefully observing the Leaf Nin. The Hidden Sound is a minor village? Eh? Said one of the Sound Nin. Let's play with them a little bit. Good idea. Let's help him add to his data that Hidden Sound shinobi can be quite vicious. The Sound Nin quickly moved through the crowd and attacked Kabuto. The Leaf Genin dodged the thrown kunai, but was instantly attacked by a guy whose head was completely covered in bandages, except for his left eye. Kabuto dodged the punch, but his glasses still shattered and he was on the ground throwing up. But he dodged it? Wondered Sasuke. It probably grazed his nose, offered Shikamaru. Lee, how about that attack? Asked Neji. No problem in seeing the speed. There must be some trick. That thing on his arm, thought Naruto. He made a hand seal before punching Kabuto, meaning that that thing must have emitted a form of chakra and broke the glasses. But that doesn't explain why he threw up. That device on his arm emits sound, informed the Kyuubi. What? From what I can gather, it was 2 different sound waves. The first one on a frequency to break the glasses and the second on a frequency to mess with his digestive tract. Kyuubi, I'm not a medic nin, slowly said Naruto. The fox demon sighed. I'll explain later. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke filled the room. Quiet down, you worthless bastards, yelled a rather angry voice. Out of the smoke emerged the Jounin examiner and his helpers. Thanks for waiting. I'm Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the Chunin selection exam's first test. Ibiki had several scars across his face and radiated enough killer intent to make almost everyone scared of him. The Hidden Sound guys, stop doing as you please before the exam or I'll fail you. I apologize, this is our first time and we got carried away. One of them responded. Shut up. There will be no fighting without the permission of the examiner. Even if permission is granted, killing your opponent will not be tolerated. Those pigs that disobey me will be failed immediately. Do I make myself clear? He yelled. Naruto noticed that even some of the Chunin examiners were unnerved by Ibiki's aura. Humph, regular human killer intent. We will now start the first test. Instead of your current seating arrangements, you will pick one of these tabs and sit in an assigned seat, explained the examiner. Once they were seated, Ibiki explained the rules of the test, making sure to say that there was no cheating allowed, yet if they were caught cheating, 2 points would be subtracted from their total of 10. If one person fails, then the entire team will fail. You have 1 hour, begin. All the genin quickly turned their papers over and began reading the questions. What the hell? Thought Naruto as he looked through the questions. I can't answer even half of these. Hey Q, could you help me out here? I could, but being able to ask your demonic entity is not the point of this examination. She laughed as Naruto frowned. Think about it, kiddo. Naruto grumbled, but decided to evaluate his current situation. He already had 10 points, but would lose 1 for every question he got wrong. That wasn't helping. He would also lose 2 points for cheating. Now that was weird, usually he would be automatically failed for cheating. Naruto activated his advanced hearing, hoping to hear at least someone writing down answers. He heard 3 people that were continuously writing and several that were on and off. He deactivated the ability quickly, since he could only hold it for about half a minute. Weird. You'd think that those 3 people would stop to think about the question longer. Naruto's eyes widened. Unless they already knew the answers. Naruto put his hands into the chakra channeling seal and closed his eyes in concentration. He also briefly activated his advanced hearing again. The ones with the strongest chakra signatures are also the ones who know all the answers. So they want us to cheat, realized Naruto. Good job, boy, and you didn't even need my help, congratulated the Kyuubi. For that, I'll teach you a demonic jutsu. Naruto smiled happily. Demonic Mind Steal no Jutsu. An invisible tendril of chakra makes its way to the enemy and penetrates him/her at the base of the skull. That person's thoughts are then transferred temporarily into your mind. Afterwards you do with them as you please. Put them back or simply make them dissipate. Naruto listened in awe. Demonic power was really not something humans could stand against. However, there is a drawback, emphasized the Kyuubi. Your mind will need to straighten itself out after you cancel the jutsu. So always plan to rest for at least 20 minutes after using this jutsu. Naruto considered it to be a fair exchange. 20 minutes for finding out all of the enemy's plans was a pretty sweet deal. Of course, this jutsu could only be used if there was someone to protect him during those 20 minutes, but still a good jutsu. Well, may as well do it so that I have enough time to nap before the end of the test. Naruto slowly did the hand seals that the Kyuubi flashed in his mind and locked on to the chakra signature of one the people that knew the answers. Demonic Mind Steal no Jutsu, he mumbled softly. Immediately half of his mind felt like it was floating. He figured this to be the tendril of chakra and directed it to the person he had locked onto. As soon as the chakra tendril hit the man's head, he instantly froze and Naruto was hit by an onslaught of images and mental pressure. I'll help you out the first time, she offered, and immediately the pressure alleviated and Naruto clearly saw all the answers. He was quick to jot them down and release the connection, knowing that the Kyuubi was suffering with the mental pressure instead of him. Done, he announced and released the jutsu. Immediately afterwards his head collapsed on the desk and he was fast asleep. What the hell happened to the dobe? Wondered Sasuke as he saw his teammate fall asleep in the middle of the exam. He seemed to have written down all the answers before falling asleep though, Sasuke scowled. What was that jutsu he used? Neji was thinking along the same lines. He had had his Byakugan activated when Naruto did the jutsu and literally saw the red, mind you, chakra leak out from Naruto and hit another guy's head. That was one of the guys who has all the answers. Neji figured that Naruto must now have all the answers and concentrated on copying them. 20 minutes went by like a breeze. Most of the genin had already figured out that they needed to cheat and were doing so. Some successfully and others not so, as Naruto saw when a kunai whizzed past him and into the test of the guy behind him. Pay attention to that sand brat, yelled the Kyuubi. What? Naruto immediately looked in Gaara's direction and saw something amazing. Gaara had just created an eye out of pure sand. He can actually see using his sand? Wondered Naruto. Kyuubi was laughing. I was right. That's definitely Shikaku. What you're seeing right now is known as Shikaku's eye. It is one of the ways Shikaku has twisted his Doton supremacy. So that boy also has Doton supremacy like me, thought Naruto, getting slightly unnerved. If he has awakened his second supremacy, I won't be able to beat him. Unlikely. Shikaku was always stupid when it came to sharing or even teaching others about his powers, she explained calmly. Most likely that boy uses his Doton supremacy passively, meaning as much as Shikaku lets him, which I would guess to be just the control over sand. That boy probably has no idea what a supremacy is, much less possess any ability to counter your own, if the need should arise. But why would Shikaku do such a thing? It only makes him weaker in the end? Yes, but there are probably complications that we don't know about yet. The fox paused. Have him meet you in the next test. What? Naruto yelled inside his mind. To what purpose? And how do you know that the next test is going to be open enough so that I could meet him in private? For the latter part, it's my instincts, growled Kyuubi. I want to talk to Shikaku. As you may have guessed, he and I are long-standing enemies, so it would do well to show him that I have made my container stronger than his. She chuckled darkly. First, seek to rile him up a little bit, maybe even make him scared of you. Then proceed to arrange the meeting. He'll be wary, but his curiosity will get the better of him and he will come. Okay, now we will begin the 10th question, announced Ibiki, ripping straight through Naruto and Kyuubi's conversation. But before we get to it, I'd like to go over the additional rules for this question. God damn it, this guy is so annoying with all his rules. Naruto scowled. These are the rules of desperation, Ibiki announced in a dark tone. Naruto sighed. He knew this was just another way to instill even more fear into the already worried genin. First, for the 10th question you must decide whether you will take it or not. Of course I'll take it. What kind of stupid question is that? Naruto scoffed. Choose? Questioned the blonde girl on the sand team. What if we choose not to? Then, your points will be reduced to 0 and you'll fail along with your teammates. The girl was promptly shut up by that answer, probably because of her fear of Gaara. And now, for the second rule. If you choose to take it and then answer incorrectly, that person will lose the right to ever take the Chunin selection exam ever again. What kind of stupid rule is that? Yelled Kiba. There are guys here who have taken the exam before. You guys were unlucky. This year it's my rules, he smirked. Naruto had had it with all of this. Bullshit, he yelled. You may be able to get the consent of the Hokage to do that to the Leaf Genin, but I doubt any other hidden village will allow you to keep its genin from ever advancing. Ibiki turned to look at the boy who had so bravely chose to defy him. He has a valid point, but I cannot allow this little one to keep me from weeding out the failures, thought Ibiki. Unfortunately, the other Kages have already consented to this little rule. I simply don't believe you, stated Naruto in a calmly voice. There is no way you'll get me to quit with such a stupid lie. Ibiki frowned ever so slightly. The boy was really messing up his plans. I will still give the more reasonable shinobi a way out. Those that aren't confident can choose not to take it and try again next year. The Jounin examiner glared at each of the genin with his killer intent activated. So, those that do not wish to take it, raise your hand. Once your number is confirmed, leave. Even though Naruto's argument made sense, some people decided to trust the Jounin examiner's words more and raised their hand. However, because of the boy's earlier comments, the number of people leaving was much smaller than Ibiki had anticipated. Damn it, that kid made too many stay. Oh well. Good decisions, he announced. Now to everyone still remaining. I congratulate you on passing the first test. What do you mean we already pass? Jumped Sakura. What about the 10th question? There never was such a thing, explained the special Jounin. Or you could say that that was the 10th question. So then the previous 9 questions were pointless? No, they had already served their purpose, to test your individual information gathering skills, explained Ibiki. Naruto tuned out the rest of the questions and answers. He had already figured out what this Jounin's game was. Very smart actually, eliminate the idiots and then eliminate the cowards. Naruto praised their Jounin examiner. Whoa! Naruto exclaimed when Ibiki showed them the top of his head. Burns, screw holes, scars, the after effects of torture. The Kyuubi snickered. Obviously, He has only been tortured by humans. If it were demons, those marks would be the least horrible and they would be spread out to cover more than just the top of his head. Naruto shuddered at some of the images that flashed through the Kyuubi's mind. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. In time I will teach you all about torture and interrogation. Just then the window right next to Ibiki broke and a large black sphere sailed into the room. The sphere opened up, with 2 kunai being lodged into the ceiling, thus spreading out a black banner with white writing. A woman with short purple hair, a white coat, a mesh shirt and pants, and ANBU garb. You guys, this is no time for celebrating, she yelled. I am the examiner for the second test, Mitarashi Anko. Now let's go. Follow me. Bad timing, Ibiki commented. Anko glanced around the room. 78? Ibiki, you left 26 teams? The test must have been way too easy this time. This time, there are a lot of outstanding ones, he said dryly. That's fine. I'll at least cut them in half in the second test, he said with a sly smirk. I'm getting excited. I'll explain everything once we've changed locations. Follow me. Cut us in half? Sakura was shocked. All the genin got up and slowly started exiting the classroom. Naruto inconspicuously made his way towards Gaara, until he was basically rubbing shoulders with the Sannin. Naruto momentarily leaned closer to Gaara's ears and whispered, Shikaku, and then traversed through the crowd to his own team. Gaara froze as soon as he heard that name. How did that blonde kid know about it? He wondered. Gaara narrowed his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, I hope to face you in the upcoming test. Temari and Kankuro seemed to notice Gaara's strange behavior, but didn't say anything while the said shinobi was within hearing distance. What's the deal between Gaara and that leaf Nin? Asked Kankuro. I don't know, replied Temari, but ever since we walked out of that room, Gaara's been eyeing him with great interest. I hope we meet that guy in the next exam. Kankuro rubbed his hands together. I still owe him a beating. Temari shook her head. That may not be a good idea. If Gaara is actually showing interest in the leaf Nin, then he must be strong. Strong enough to rival Gaara's power. Kankuro gulped. After walking through a quarter of the village, the genin finally arrived at their destination. Welcome to the stage for the second test, Practice Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Anko made sure to emphasize the location's nickname. Soon you'll find out why it's called the Forest of Death. Ha! You think that scares me? Laughed Naruto. The nickname is actually quite intriguing. Yeah, you're spirited, she said right before taking out her kunai and throwing it so that it would graze Naruto's cheek. But the blonde's reaction rate was just fast enough to lean his head out of the way and have the kunai miss him. However, Anko was already behind him. Kids like you are quickly killed, she said calmly. Anko quickly pulled out another kunai when she felt a presence behind her. Here's your kunai, said the person behind her and held it out on his extra long tongue. Thank you, but don't sneak up on me like that unless you want to die. No, it's just that you cut my precious hair. I couldn't help it, was the excuse. Looks like we have a lot of bloodthirsty ones in this test. It should be fun, she grinned. Now before we start the next test, you must sign these agreement forms, announced the examiner. There will be deaths in this one, and if I don't have you sign these, it will all be my responsibility. Deaths? Questioned Sakura with a horrified expression. Finally some real action, Naruto smirked darkly. The second test is a survival test. You will have to survive for 5 days inside the forest while trying to get a second scroll to complete your collection, Anko explained. Each team will be given either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll, and you will have to get the other one. Once you have both scrolls, just head to the tower in the middle of the forest. Now, I'll talk about what will disqualify you. First, those that don't make it to the tower with both scrolls within the time limit. Second, those who lose a teammate or those who have a teammate killed. Third, you must not look inside the scroll until you make it to the tower. What if we do? There will be a surprise for those that disobey the rules, was the simple answer. Now, go sign the forms and get your scroll. Your gate will be assigned to you. Go there and be ready to start. All the teams received their scrolls and were ready to head out towards the gates. Naruto again slipped his way towards the sand team and whispered into Gaara's ear, "Meet me in 1 hour, and come alone." With that, he ran to catch up with his team. "Gaara, what did that boy say to you?" asked Temari. "Nothing," was the monotone response. "It had to be something," said Kankuro. "It doesn't matter. Let's go to our gate." The gates opened almost as soon as the teams reached them, and the test had officially begun. Team 7 ran for about 10 minutes before stopping to come up with some sort of plan. "I'm getting nervous," said Sakura, when they heard a human scream. "This is nothing, Sakura," reassured Naruto. "I've got 20 minutes to meet up with Gaara." "I've got to take a piss," said Naruto and walked away. He quickly made a Kage Bunshin and leapt off to find the demon carrier. "Let's see, his gate number was pretty close to mine, that means he should be somewhere in this direction," mused Naruto. "I figure when I get close enough I'll feel him." Gaara's team had abruptly stopped when Gaara told them to halt. "What's going on, Gaara?" asked Kankuro in confusion. "You two will get another scroll and I'll meet up with you later," he announced and started walking away. "What the hell?" yelled Kankuro. "Where are you going?" asked Temari. "I need to do something," he said without turning around, and then jumped off into the trees. "It probably has something to do with the blonde leaf Nin," reasoned Temari. "You think we should follow him?" asked Kankuro. "No, Gaara can handle himself. Plus we need to get that scroll or he'll be angry." Kankuro shook at the thought of Gaara being angry. Gaara was drawn to a strong chakra signature that seemed to anger Shikaku, thus making his head hurt. He soon came to a small clearing, on the opposite side of which a blonde leaf Nin was leaning up against a tree. "I see you made it," Naruto commented. "Right on time too. Who are you?" "You know who I am." "How do you know about the Shikaku?" asked Gaara slowly. "Kyuubi told me," Naruto said calmly. Gaara's eyes widened and he clutched his head in pain. "So it is true then. Shikaku and Kyuubi really do hate each other." Gaara's sand started to slowly gather around his arm, while another portion of the sand made its way toward the leaf Nin. "You? The Kyuubi? Are you just like me?" Gaara struggled against his demon. "Yes, I am a container for a demon just like you," replied Naruto. "However, your demon is a lot weaker than mine." Naruto felt sand start to wrap around his legs, but he pretended not to notice. In truth, he didn't care. He would just activate his Doton supremacy and Gaara's attack would be rendered useless. "Mother asks for your blood." Gaara trailed off. And here I was thinking that Shikaku was male." The Kyuubi was rolling in laughter. "The sand rat is so weak, he must manipulate his container by pretending to be his mother," the Kyuubi managed to say through her laughter. Naruto couldn't help but snicker as well. Gaara raised his hand up as his sand had already covered Naruto up to chest. "What is so funny?" asked Gaara. "You are going to die." Naruto erupted into full-blown laughter at this point. Gaara's head only hurt more and more. The look on his face would make just about any human run away screaming. "It's over, desert coffin," said Gaara. However, he noticed that no matter how much he wished it, the sand didn't move to wrap itself completely around Naruto. "It doesn't matter," he mumbled. "Desert graveyard," he said coldly as he closed his fist. Once again the sand did not move, instead it actually started to fall off of Naruto. "That's impossible," muttered Gaara. "Oh, it is very possible," corrected Naruto. "You see, Kyuubi and Shikaku have one thing in common. They both have a Doton supremacy, meaning that both you and I have complete control over that element. In effect, we cancel each other out in that aspect." Gaara was staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. Naruto was playing with his sand and Gaara could do naught to control it. How? What is this supremacy?" Naruto sighed and dropped the sand. "Obviously Shikaku has not taught you anything, and if you don't know what a supremacy is then you clearly don't possess it," responded Naruto. Gaara stared at the leaf shinobi. His demon had taught him? He wondered. You see, to have supremacy over an element means that you control every single aspect of it. You can manipulate it as you see fit and no one, apart from another entity that has the same supremacy, can override your manipulations. From what the QB tells me, you're only using Shikaku's passive automated defenses, but other than that the demon has given you nothing. While that does make you a strong shinobi, you are not in control. So in the long run, you will meet someone that is faster and are stronger than you, and you will lose. Now, of course, Naruto hadn't told Gaara the whole truth about the supremacies. After all, who would reveal the weaknesses of their technique to complete strangers and likely enemies? The blonde had carefully forgot to mention that even supremacies had their limitations. Even if he hadn't run into them, Naruto trusted Kyuubi's word on this, and the fact that chakra still had to be applied to jutsu you wish to use. Having a certain supremacy didn't mean you could just do whatever to that element without any effort whatsoever. But such technicalities aren't worth mentioning when trying to scare your enemy. Now, I'm gonna go back to my team, and I suggest you do the same, announced Naruto. Oh, and one last thing. Don't cross my path in this test again, warned Naruto, or I'll kill you and your team. Naruto was leaping through the trees, trying to find his team once more, with a very annoyed expression on his face. Why the hell did my clone get eaten by a snake? Wondered Naruto. Out of everything that could happen, it had to be eaten by a snake. Naruto told the clone to Kage Bunshin himself until he tore the snake apart. Suddenly a chill went down his spine. In that instant, he clearly heard someone telling him to get another scroll. Kyuubi? He wondered. But that didn't sound like her. Maybe it's my own instincts, but instincts aren't supposed to talk. Naruto then remembered the Kyuubi also lecturing on following his instincts. Trust your gut feeling, huh? Naruto quickly switched directions and doubled back to the Stone Nin team he has passed earlier. In the distance, a figure dressed in all white disintegrated into white mist particles and was blown away by the wind. Naruto landed deftly on the ground behind a tree on the edge of a clearing where the Stone Nin were resting. He did a few quick hand seals, activated his Doton supremacy, and placed his palms on the ground. He instantly felt all the ground beneath and around him. He also knew exactly where his prey was. Naruto made the ground under each of the stone shinobi to give way, and the stone shinobi, caught unawares, fell into a pit Naruto had prepared for them. The pit was lined with spikes made out of different rocks and minerals. As soon as the shinobi was mostly submerged in the pit, the spikes lengthened and struck the shinobi. Two loud screams were heard as the stone shinobi died helplessly. However, the third managed a kawarimi and found out Naruto's position. He tried to do a Doton explosion right under Naruto, but found that nothing happened. Well, so you're the smart one in the group, commented Naruto. I'll admit it was rather boring killing those two like that. I hope you'll be more of an entertainment. Naruto attacked the Stone Nin with taijutsu only. His opponent managed to hold his own, but didn't realize that Naruto was just playing with him. When the two broke apart, the stone ninja was panting heavily, while Naruto hadn't even broken a sweat. The Stone Nin started to panic. With a shaky hand, he reached into his pouch and pulled out a scroll. Here, take it, he begged. Just let me live. Not even spirited enough to avenge your teammates, frowned Naruto. Pathetic. Naruto jumped at his enemy at roughly twice his previous speed. The Stone Nin couldn't react in time and was punched hard in the stomach, then instantly kneed in the face and finally was kicked in the throat. Naruto calmly took out a kunai and stabbed the man in the heart. The Stone Nin's body writhed for a few seconds, then all life left him. Stone Nin, Naruto laughed. No challenge whatsoever once you cancel out their ninjutsu abilities. He shook his head and headed out in the direction of Team 7. My clone was destroyed by that guy with the long tongue. Sasuke probably gave up our scroll. Naruto was quite happy that he had taken that detour and got another scroll. What an idiot that Uchiha is, giving away the scroll without even really fighting. Meanwhile, Sasuke was trying his best to defeat his opponent with everything he had, but it still wasn't good enough. Sasuke managed to wrap wire around and send a stream of fire through the wire. However, all that seemed to do was just melt the man's face off. The man laughed. To be able to use the Sharingan so well at this age, you truly are a man that carried the Uchiha blood. You really are brothers, though I sense power in your eyes that surpasses Itachi. Who the hell are you? Yelled Sasuke. His brother's name had always triggered a violent reaction. My name is Orochimaru. The man introduced himself. If you want to see me again, then survive and pass this exam. Orochimaru then did a special hand seal and his neck lengthened very quickly. Before the genin even realized it, Orochimaru bit Sasuke's neck. Sasuke-kun will seek me to seek power. Sasuke fell over in pain. What the hell did you do to Sasuke-kun? Screamed Sakura. I gave him a going-away present, said Orochimaru as he melted into the ground. Sasuke just kept screaming due to the horrible pain that the cursed seal was inflicting on his body. He soon couldn't handle it and passed out. Sakura had assumed Naruto to be dead, and so just took Sasuke to the safest place she could find. She set up traps all around them, just in case, and waited for Sasuke to wake up. Sakura barely made it through the night without falling asleep. At daybreak, the sound team confronted her. Wake up, Sasuke, we want to fight him, requested the leader of the group. What are you talking about? Questioned Sakura. I know that someone named Orochimaru is pulling the strings from the shadows. What is his purpose? The sound team was clearly shocked. They had simply been ordered to kill Uchiha Sasuke, but did not know that Orochimaru would interfere and get to the Uchiha before them. That doesn't matter, said black-haired boy. I'll kill the girl and also kill the Sasuke guy. Wait, Zaku, said the bandaged-up sound nin. Why should I, Dosu? Asked Zaku. You're not very good, he told Sakura. A recently overturned stone, different color dirt, and grass doesn't grow here. A booby trap is pointless unless it goes unnoticed. Sakura scowled. The sound team attacked, but a giant log suddenly appeared in their way when Sakura cut a string right behind her. However, the bandaged-up sound nin activated the device on his right hand and the log shattered. The three sound shinobi continued towards Sakura. That is until someone yelled, "Leaf-spinning wind!" and the three attackers were thrown back. Rock Lee appeared in front of Sakura and challenged the sound trio. That thick brow guy has some advanced taijutsu. This should be fun, thought the bandaged sound nin and ran right at Lee. Lee suddenly stuck his hand in the ground and pulled out one of the tree roots, using it as a shield against his attacker. There's some trick to your attacks, right? I've seen them before, so I'm not simply going to dodge, said Lee. But at 3 against 1, I'm gonna have to risk it. Time to protect a precious person. Lee undid the bandages around his arms and disappeared from right in front of the sound nin. He reappeared and kicked the sound nin in the chin, sending him flying, just like he had to Sasuke the day before. Lee jumped after Dosu and wrapped the bandages around him, keeping him from getting away. He then changed directions and plummeted with the sound nin straight down into the ground, while spinning at a large speed. Initial Lotus! Cried Lee, and smashed into the ground. However, the other sound nin, Zaku, managed to save his teammate by creating a sort of wind cushion in the place of impact. What a terrifying technique, he said. But now it's my turn. Lee was horrified. His body had not had enough time to recover, since that technique was supposed to incapacitate his opponent. The sound nin attacked, but was thrown back by a swift kick to the stomach. He was sent tumbling back and was caught by his teammate. Who the hell? The sound nin looked up and saw a blond boy crouched down on the ground facing away from them. Naruto, exclaimed Sakura. You're alive. Of course I'm alive, muttered Naruto. What happened to Sasuke? Sakura was suddenly reminded of the event of the previous day. Where the hell were you? She asked. We were attacked by that snake guy and you weren't even there. I got sidetracked getting us a scroll, replied Naruto calmly. Hey kid, don't get in our way unless you want to die, yelled Zaku. Idiot, said Naruto without even turning around. He quickly did several hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Shit, a Doton Jutsu, thought Dosu as he quickly jumped up and away from the ground right before it exploded. However, his teammates weren't so lucky and were damaged in the attack. Naruto suddenly fell over. His face twisted in pain as he clutched his upper left arm. Shit! God damn it! Why now? Cursed Naruto. The blonde had been feeling this pain shortly after his fight with the stone nin. Apparently his Suiton supremacy had activated, but the problem was that it was growing at an insane rate and Naruto's chakra pathways simply couldn't adapt to such changes. Thus, I'm restricted to such low-level jutsus, because I simply can't control even medium amounts of chakra. Naruto, what's wrong? Exclaimed Sakura as she moved to examine Naruto's shoulder. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he pulled himself out of the girl's reach. "Don't touch me," he said coldly. "Plus, we have more important things to worry about." Dosu moved to attack Naruto with that device on his right arm, but Lee got in the way. Even though he blocked, his ears bled. "This arm multiplies small sounds to their ultimate level," explained the sound nin. "You could say it's a speaker, but the sound doesn't follow the direction of the arm. I use my chakra to make sure it always attacks my prey." Lee had been beaten to the ground and Dosu moved in for the kill, but Sakura stopped him by throwing 3 kunai, causing Dosu to stop his attack and make the sound waves block the projectiles. Sakura didn't stop there and 3 shuriken. This time Zaku got in the way and blasted the shuriken away with compressed air from the weird holes in his palms. Sakura put up her hands to block the air, and by doing so missed the female sound nin's movements to get behind her. The female grabbed Sakura by her long hair and held her at bay, while telling Zaku to kill Sasuke in front of Sakura's eyes. Naruto was sure that it was all up to him now, since Sakura wasn't getting out of her predicament and Lee was on the ground in a helpless heap. Just as the blonde was going to stand up, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sakura cut her own hair, thus setting herself free. Kill her," ordered Zaku. Just as the female sound nin drew 4 needle, Sakura made the hand seals for Kawarimi, and Kin hit nothing but a log. Sakura then appeared to the right of Zaku and threw several kunai at him, but he just blocked them with an air blast, to which Sakura once again preformed Kawarimi. Zaku was getting annoyed. Is this all the girl knows? The sound nin knew that Sakura would appear from above and so threw several shuriken up at her. However, as soon as he did that, he took his eyes off of her, trying to find where she would come from next. Sakura actually got him by the shuriken, but continued down on her path to Zaku. Her opponent realized this too late and was stabbed in the arm with Sakura's kunai when he went to block her. "Hey, she actually did something," thought Naruto in mild amusement. "But why the hell is she biting him? I would understand if she had fangs, but she doesn't. Her best bet would have been to take out another kunai and start stabbing the guy to death. She's gonna get herself killed this way," thought Naruto, as he watched Zaku punch Sakura in the head, repeatedly. At this time Naruto sensed the presence of 3 people in the bushes next to Sakura. "Is my chakra structure that screwed up that I don't even feel 3 genin no more than 20 yards away?" Naruto cursed whatever was happening to him, swearing he would get answers from the Kyuubi when he next slept. The 3 people seemed to be Shikamaru's team. "I just hope they are here to help," Naruto managed to deduce after closing his eyes and concentrating completely on just the 3 chakra signatures. Just as Zaku was going to slice Sakura up with his air technique, the said team jumped out of the bushes and into his way. "Sakura, I won't lose to you," declared Ino. "I won't let you look good in front of Sasuke-kun." "Looks like more leaf insects have scurried into the open," taunted Dosu. "Well, it seems they are all distracted," thought Naruto in relief. Naruto sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. "I need to get this chaotic chakra under control." He started his normal meditation procedures only to find that every so often Kyuubi's chakra would be pulled out, without his consent, and it would burn through all his chakra pathways before being soothed by his natural chakra. "What the hell is going on here?" pondered Naruto. "Also, why does my chakra system feel a bit off?" After several minutes Naruto figured that his shoulder hurt every time Kyuubi's chakra was released. The only logical explanation is that my Suetun supremacy activated, but that still doesn't explain the horrible pain. Naruto realized that with his current lack of information, the best he could do was to meditate and try to keep the Kyuubi's chakra contained. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, Ino, and Chuji's plan had failed and they were now just trying to survive. That is when the rest of Lee's team appeared. The arrogant boy with white eyes taunted the sound nin, but was genuinely pissed off for what they did to Lee. Neji surveyed all the present shinobi with his Byakugan activated. "What the hell is with that blonde's chakra? It seems to be out of control. But not only that, there are weird pathways that shouldn't even exist on the human body. Does he have some sort of advanced bloodline?" wondered the Hyuga genius. "The Uchiha also has an abnormal chakra coming out of him." "Heh, stop acting so cool and come down here," said Dosu. "No, it seems that won't be necessary." Neji closed his eyes. A sudden whirlwind of chakra rose about the fallen Uchiha. Naruto was instantly snapped out of his meditation. Sakura instinctively turned around and happily said, "You're awake, Sasuke-kun," before she noticed the dark purple chakra and the black marks all around Sasuke's body. "Who did that to you, Sakura?" he asked. "Sasuke-kun," she said uncertainly. "Who is it?" the Uchiha demanded. "We did it," Zaku fearlessly proclaimed, only to be chastised by Dosu. "Sasuke-kun, your body?" Sakura was scared out of her wits. "Don't worry," he said in an amused tone. "Not only that, but I feel power overflowing from within me. I feel great." "What the hell happened while I wasn't there?" Naruto narrowed his eyes. "His chakra is very strong. To an amateur it might even look demonic, though I'll admit it borders on it. So what the hell is it?" Dosu had seen the cursed seal before and knew exactly how dangerous it was. But before he could warn his team, Zaku had already prepared to attack. "Zaku, no," he cried. "Don't worry about this half-dead freak. I'll take out all three of them at the same time," said Zaku proudly. "Ultimate Zankuha." He shot out a wind attack that decimated everything in its path. "See, I blew him away." "Blew who away?" asked a voice right behind him, and before Zaku could even turn he was knocked sideways by Sasuke's hand. "That was fast," marveled Zaku. "And he managed to carry those two at the same time." "Katan, mythical fire flower no jutsu," said Sasuke and shot half a dozen small fireballs at Zaku. The Sannin thought he could blast them away, but was shocked to find that shuriken were hidden inside the flames. Suddenly Sasuke appeared right below him and slid until he was behind him. The Uchiha then grabbed both of Zaku's arms, while putting his foot on Zaku's back and pulled until they both arms snapped. Sasuke then turned his sights on Dosu. "You're the only one left," he declared. "I hope you let me have more fun." Naruto couldn't help but smirk at all of this. Finally, these sheltered genin will see some death. However, this expectation was sorely ruined when Sakura jumped up and held Sasuke back from killing his opponent. "Damn it, doesn't she understand that opponents need to be killed so that they don't come back and kill you, because the second time around they know all your moves?" Naruto shook his head disappointedly. You'd think that after the time with Zabuza she would learn this. Then again, she didn't actually do any of the work, so she doesn't know what it's like to have your enemy be able to predict you. "You are strong, Sasuke-kun," said Dosu. "We cannot defeat you at this time." He held out a scroll as a sort of truce sign. "Here is a gift for you. Please let us leave." Naruto made to get up and kill the weakened Sannin, but was almost completely stopped by the terrible pain in his left shoulder. "Wait!" yelled Sakura. "Who is Orochimaru and what did he do to Sasuke-kun?" demanded the pink-haired shinobi. "I don't know," answered Dosu. "We were merely ordered to kill Sasuke-kun." Once the Sannin had left, Shikamaru's team as well as Lee's team came over to help Team 7. The girl on Lee's team, Tenten, violently shook the green-clothed shinobi awake and demanded answers from him. Ino instantly went over to Sakura and offered to straighten out her hair. Shikamaru and Chuji came over to Naruto to try and figure out what had happened to him. "Hey Naruto, you don't look so good," stated Shikamaru. "I don't feel so good," growled out Naruto. "What happened to you?" inquired Chuji. "I got into a fight," said Naruto calmly. "Yeah, it seems we all did, but we're not as bad off as you, so either you're just stupid or your opponents were a lot harder." "Hey Naruto, where the hell were you?" demanded Sasuke. "I took a little detour," explained Naruto. "By the way, which scroll did they give us?" Sasuke took out the scroll. "Earth," he said calmly. "Why?" Naruto chuckled. "Then we are in luck." He took out another scroll from his pouch. "Heaven." He let his teammates get a clear view of it before putting it back. Sasuke's eyes widened. "When did you get that?" "When I went on my little detour," explained Naruto. "Exactly why did you go on the detour?" yelled Sakura. "Because I got eaten by a giant snake and it slithered away somewhere before I had a chance to break free." Naruto twisted the truth. Everyone's face contorted in disgust. "A giant snake ate you?" asked Chuji, momentarily taking a break from his chips. "Yes, that snake man must have summoned it and it ate me," said Naruto exasperatedly. That still does not explain how you got the scroll, Sasuke pointed out. That doesn't matter, Naruto seethed. Let's just get to the tower so that we can rest. Naruto is definitely hiding something, but he does have a good point, thought Sasuke. We could all use some extra rest. Sasuke, you seem to be fine, said Naruto. Sakura, you seem to be fine too. So let's just make our way to the tower, so that we don't have to fight anyone else. Yes, but are you fine? Questioned Sasuke. He seems be in a lot of pain, seeing as how he still hasn't gotten up to his feet. Of course I'm fine, yelled Naruto and stood up quickly. Oh God, I shouldn't have done that, thought Naruto as he bit into his tongue to alleviate the pain. Looks like I'm gonna have to channel chakra across my body to be able to stand up and run. It will be all worth it once we get to the tower. I'm sure they will have a place to rest. Sasuke was still suspicious of his blonde teammate, but decided that getting to the tower was the best option. He's right, Sakura. As soon as you're done with Ino, we're leaving, he announced. All right, Sasuke-kun, she yelled. Within half an hour, Team 7 left the company of the other Leaf Genin and made their way to the tower. Sasuke noticed that Naruto was constantly lagging behind. Had it been any other occasion, the Uchiha would have made fun the dobe, but this time he realized that Naruto was really suffering. Plus, Sasuke already had a lot to think about. His newly gained power, Orochimaru, and how all this was getting him closer to killing his brother. At the same time that Naruto killed the Stone Team, and Sasuke and Sakura battled with Orochimaru, Gaara found his way back to him team. He caught them fighting with hidden rain shinobi. Gaara calmly walked out into the battlefield and turned to face the Rain Nin. Humph, another sand brat has come to fight, said the shinobi in front. Gaara, said Kankuro shakily. We could have handled these guys. You'll die, proclaimed the Rain Nin arrogantly. Gaara clutched his head and grumbled in pain. Behind him Kankuro and Temari both took a step back. That damn blonde kid riled up Shikaka way too much, thought Gaara. Enough talk. Let's do it, old man from the hidden rain. Gaara, it's best to get some information first, suggested Kankuro. That doesn't matter, Gaara said coldly. I need to kill them. Kankuro's eyes widened in horror. He needs to kill them, that could only mean the monster is angry. Kankuro stepped back further and decided not to get in his brother's way anymore. Fine then, let's do it, yelled the Rain Nin and threw his umbrella up in the air. After a few hand seals he cried, Ninpu, raining needles no jutsu. Thousands of needles headed towards Gaara, who just stood calmly with his arm crossed. Too easy, thought the Rain Nin as the needles hit their target. However, when the dust settled, he could see that all the needles were blocked by Gaara's sand. Is that it? Mocked the boy. The Rain Nin became angry and frightened and sent several more needles at the opening in the sand shield, only to have them blocked once more. A rain of needles, eh? Asked Gaara. Then, I guess I'll make it rain blood. A wall of sand? Wondered the Rain Nin. Yes, answered Kankuro. A sand-based total defense. The sand is packed into the gourd with chakra, and it protects his body and the surrounding area. A jutsu specific to Gaara, and the best part is that it happens automatically regardless of Gaara's will. You cannot defeat our Gaara. Shut up! The Rain Nin ran towards Gaara, but the demon container had already formed the necessary hand seal. Gaara then stretched out his arm and said, Desert Coffin. Gaara's sand wrapped around the Rain Nin completely and started raising him into the air. Gaara picked up the Rain Nin's fallen umbrella and opened it before activating his final jutsu. Desert Graveyard, he said coldly and violently closed his fist. The sand around the Rain Nin tightened and blood flew everywhere. It literally rained blood, like Gaara said it would. No suffering, because I killed him so quickly he didn't even have time to experience it, explained Gaara. You can have out scroll, just please let us go. The remaining rain shinobi were on their knees begging. Gaara just stretched out his hands again. The sand covered the remaining two enemies and held them while Gaara contemplated what to do. Uzumaki, Naruto, mumbled Gaara and clutched his head. You too will suffer, he said to his prey. Gaara closed his fist, but only squashed the Rain Nin's legs, then his arms, and finally his torso and head. He repeated the procedure with the last Rain Shinobi. Once it was all over, Kankuro walked over to what was left of the corpses and picked out a heaven scroll. "What luck! Now we can head straight for the tower," he said happily. "Shut up," said Gaara. "I haven't had enough yet." "Let's stop, Gaara." Kankuro tried reasoning with his brother. "Are you afraid, coward?" taunted Gaara. "This is too dangerous for us, plus we only need one scroll." "Don't tell me what to do, you piece of shit." Kankuro's eyes narrowed. "Sometimes maybe you should listen to your older brother. I've never thought of you as my siblings, so don't get in my way, or I'll kill you," threatened Gaara. "Gaara, let's stop this, all right?" asked Temari. "Don't say such cold thing. Please listen to your sister, okay?" Gaara stretched out his hand as if to perform the desert coffin, scaring his siblings shitless, but he simply brought the cork for his gourd up into his hand. "Fine," said the demon carrier and plugged up his gourd. Temari and Kankuro sighed in relief. Meanwhile, in the tower, Anko had already been surprised that the sand team was able to finish the whole test in 1 hour and 37 minutes. Not only that, but the redhead with the gourd managed to get through it without even a scratch. It was simply impressive, albeit a bit intimidating. She was informed a couple hours later that a Leaf team had made it to the tower. Anko met with the Hokage later that night and informed his that Orochimaru had entered into the exam and had set his sights on the last of the Uchiha. The Hokage decided to continue on with the exam, fearing that Orochimaru would make true on his threat to destroy Konoha if the exam was stopped. Halfway thought the second day of the exam, Anko was informed that another Leaf team made it to the tower, the team that had the last remaining Uchiha on it. She had watched from the shadows as the team opened their scrolls, and confirmed that the cursed seal was indeed on the Uchiha. "So Orochimaru plans to use the Uchiha in some way," contemplated the Hokage. "Yes," said Anko. "Hokage-sama, with all due respect, I think we should stop the exam." "No, Orochimaru is dangerous enough as it is," explained the Hokage. "We do not want to anger him more by canceling the exam." Anko did not agree with the Hokage's opinion, but could not do anything about it. "We will keep strict watch over Uchiha Sasuke, as well as Orochimaru's movements." Anko nodded in agreement to that. Just as Naruto had predicted, they had been given separate rooms and told to just wait until the time limit was up. Naruto fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Inside his mind, he made his way to the Kyuubi's cage to demand some answers. An amazing sight unfolded before him as he made his way through the deep recesses of his mind. The walls seemed to take on a more and more bluish shade as he came closer and closer to the Kyuubi's cage. He was completely shocked when he came into the chamber with the giant gate. The wall's color changed from regular blue to ice blue, and every single bar of Kyuubi's cage had an ice helix going up it. Naruto reached out to touch the gates only to have ice develop on his hands before he even came within a foot. "Kyuubi, what the hell is going on here?" "Your Suetun seal is evolving as we speak," she said. "I figured that, but what is all this?" questioned Naruto. "And why does my shoulder hurt so much?" "Your Suetun supremacy activated." Naruto grinned in satisfaction. "The problem is that it is trying to catch up to your Doton supremacy in a matter of days." "What? Why?" "I would have to guess that it was because of your encounter with another demon container that has Doton supremacy," reasoned the fox. "I told you before that the seal has a mind of its own." Naruto nodded. "Well, it obviously feels threatened and thus is trying to defend itself by powering you up. As for the pain, you see, unlike your Doton supremacy, which took a calm year to develop and the tattoo to lengthen to where it is now, your Suetun supremacy is trying to develop and grow to the same length in a matter of days." Naruto was shocked. So his tattoo had been growing ever since he met up with Gaara. That would most certainly explain why his chakra system felt weird. It was changing. "Yes, Kit, your chakra system is changing," confirmed the Kyuubi. "And it is changing more drastically than you think." Naruto wanted to question the fox, but she interrupted. "The seal is lengthening, thus your chakra pathways have to change to adapt to it. The fastest way to do this is to burn away your old pathways and create new ones. So that's why your chakra keeps flaring up at timed intervals." Yes, that is why I am going to keep your body asleep for the next 3 days, said the fox. It will help accelerate the process and not take as much of a toll on your body. Thanks, Q-chan, was the gentle response. Don't you Q-chan me. I'm doing this so that I don't have a splitting headache from having the Sui-tun seal pull on my chakra every minute. The fox growled dangerously. QB? Naruto asked tentatively. What is it, brat? I just wanted to ask. What's up with the ice? Naruto said shyly. I'll explain that and the basics of the Sui-tun supremacy while you're stuck here for the next 3 days. However, that is not the first item on the list, so you will just have to wait to find out. Naruto slept peacefully for the next 3 days. Sakura was too busy worrying about Sasuke to even notice that Naruto wasn't there. Sasuke just didn't care, and even though Irika did come to visit his favorite student, he just let the boy sleep and regain his energy. In 3 days' time, all the genin teams that managed to pass the exam lined up in a large room within the tower. This room is like an arena, thought Naruto. Is the third test going to be conducted right now? First off, for the second test, said Anko. Congratulations on passing. Out of 78 participants, 21 remain, she thought. I said I'd cut them in half, but I was expecting single digits. Naruto looked around to see which other teams passed. He scowled when he saw the team from the sound. I knew we should have killed them. He also noticed the team from the sand. Well, I had no doubts about Gaara's team passing. Naruto looked around some more, but could only find Kabuto's team and the rest were rookies. Hokage-sama will now explain the third test. Listen carefully. Yes, but before I explain the third test, there is something I would like you to know, stated the old man. He went on to explain how the exam is replacement for war among the allied countries. What is this crap? Thought Naruto. Everyone knows that wars are fought by mostly Jounin-level shinobi. The level of genin shinobi might give an idea of how strong the village is, but in the overall picture they don't really say that much. If war were to break out the next day, then it would be a while before the genin were forced to fight in the war, so in reality this serves as more of a distraction than a measure of strength. Of course, there is the political and economical angle. Stupid bureaucrats and money-hungry businessmen can easily be swayed to believe that the Chunin selection exam really is a show of power. Thus, there are more investments made in the village, and because of that power increases and the chance of attacks decreases, theoretically. And a shinobi's true strength is born through life-risking battles, the Hokage concluded. Well, I agree with the last statement, nodded Naruto. But I don't believe most of people here have or are ready to kill their opponents. I'd like to explain the third test, but the Hokage was interrupted by new voice. Actually, a shinobi appeared before the Hokage. I apologize, Hokage-sama. From here on, as the referee, will you please allow me, Geku Heiate? By all means, said the old man. Hello, everyone. I'm Heiate, said the sickly shinobi, before coughing. Before the third test, there is something I would like you to do. Shouldn't he be at home fighting his sickness? Wondered half of the genin. There is going to be a preliminary for the third test to decide who gets to participate in the main event, announced the sickly jounin. Preliminary? Yelled Shikamaru. What do you mean? Because the first and second test were too easy this year, we have too many people remaining, explained Heiate. So we have to reduce the number of participants for the third test. Anyone who is not feeling well and feel like quitting, please raise your hand, since we will be starting the preliminaries now. What? Right now? Yelled Kiba. Now is not a good time, though Naruto. Although the pain had subsided over the 3 days of sleep, Naruto still didn't have very good control over his newly altered chakra system. If I'm matched up against Gaara right now, I'll die. I'm going to quit, announced Kabuto. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Spy. He has more than enough chakra to participate. Naruto noticed that Sakura tried to get Sasuke to quit also. It has something to do with that mark the snake man gave him. This isn't just a test to me, said Sasuke. I just want to answer a certain question. Am I strong? I just want to fight the strong guys here. I won't forgive ever you if you take that away from me. The last statement seemed to shut Sakura up pretty well. Humph, still the boy-chasing fangirl she always was, thought Naruto. Naruto, said the Uchiha. I want to fight you too. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Hokage-sama, we should remove him from the exam, suggested Anko. No, let's let him continue and watch over the situation, said the Hokage. If the curse begins opening, then jump in and stop him. The jounin around the Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. Since we have 20 participants, we will conduct 10 matches and the winners will advance to the third test, explained Hayate. There are basically no rules. The fight continues until one of you dies or is knocked or admits defeat. If I decided that winner has already been established, then since we don't want to pointlessly increase the number of corpses, I will jump in and stop the battle. The electronic scoreboard will show the matchups for each battle. This may be sudden, but let's announce the first two names. Everyone looked up at the scoreboard to see who would be up first. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi, it said. All right, the first two participants come forward. The rest please make your way up to the balconies and wait until your name is called, ordered Hayate. Chapter 6, Ascension. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi. Sakura sadly looked upon her crush. All I can do is watch. Naruto saw Sasuke wince and tilt his body to the left a little. That mark on Sasuke's neck sure seems to have him in pain, thought Naruto. I wonder what it is and whether it's anything like my tattoos? The stronger of the genin were all excited that they would be able to watch the Uchiha genius abilities. The examiner waited until everyone had cleared the stage. Now we will start the first match, he announced. Kakashi walked by Sasuke and quietly told him not to use the Sharingan, which did not go unnoticed by Naruto. However, the blonde pretended not to notice his teacher. If that curse seal activates, you might lose your life, he said. But if that happens, I'll jump in and stop the match. Got that? Sasuke frowned. He'll stop it? No, I can't lose here or else I'll never defeat him. A curse seal, mused Naruto. So that's what it's called. It's a branding of sorts, said the fox. Branding? Wondered Naruto. But who would do that? A snake, or more specifically a serpent, explained Kyubi. It is in their nature to brand any living objects they own, or maybe plan to own in the future. In the case of fighters, the branding usually entails with it a bit of corrupted power. Power, huh? Well, that's one thing that Sasuke would never turn down. Exactly, and he's from the kind of bloodline that anyone would like to have in their servitude. It seems this cursed seal reacts to my chakra, analyzed Sasuke. If I try to release my chakra, it steals my mind and begins pulling out all my body's chakra. So in this match, I won't be able to use any of my jutsus. Now, please begin. Yoroi pulled out 3 shuriken and threw them at Sasuke, who expertly made them rebound back to his opponent. Yoroi dodged the shuriken, and the next thing Sasuke knew, Yoroi was attacking him from the side. Sasuke managed to pull off some fancy acrobatics and pin Yoroi down on the ground. However, Yoroi's ability to suck out chakra came in very handy in this moment. Sasuke felt his strength drain out of him and was forced to release Yoroi. Yoroi instantly kicked Sasuke away, but didn't give him any breathing time and instantly had his hand on Sasuke's forehead and was sucking out his chakra. The Uchiha managed to kick his opponent away, but was heavily drained. He will probably try to make this a close contact fight, thought Sasuke. What do I do? Uchiha Sasuke, said Gaara coldly. This is it. Sasuke heard the murmuring of disbelief about his abilities. Damn it, but what can I do? That's when he saw Yoroi rush him. I know. Right before Yoroi reached him, Sasuke disappeared and then proceeded to kick Yoroi right under the chin. That's thought Lee in shock. From here I'm going original, said Sasuke. So, he did manage to copy Lee's move, thought Naruto. But he doesn't know the finishing sequence. Well, he's got a good head. He'll think something up. Sasuke wanted to start off his combo, but just then the curse seal activated again and he paused. Shit, I can't let this thing control me. The Uchiha forced the seal to stop spreading and retreat. Here it comes. He recommenced his attack. He forced the cursed seal to recede. Enko was astonished. Sasuke tricked Yoroi into blocking several of his beginning hits, but then literally kicked his opponent into the ground. Lion Rindan, he yelled. Yoroi was knocked out cold, and Sasuke was announced the winner. Kakashi quickly picked him up and disappeared to somewhere more appropriate to seal away the curse seal. Next match. Zaku Abumi vs. Aburame Shino. Hey Sakura, did you see a weird mark on Sasuke's neck during the fight? Asked Naruto. I'm sure she knows about it, since she was there when he received it from Orochimaru. Sakura's eyes downcast for a minute. Sasuke specifically told me not to tell Naruto about the mark, she contemplated. I better not, since then Naruto will worry also. I don't know either, she lied. Oh, said Naruto. She knows, but doesn't want to tell me for some reason. I wonder why. In the meantime, the second match had already started. Shino managed to sneak his bugs around Zaku and threatened to have the bugs suck out all of Zaku's chakra. Zaku did not buy in to Shino's threats and gritted his teeth. Damn, he's forcing me to use my trump card, thought Zaku. Zaku obviously hasn't noticed that some of the bugs have made it onto his body already. Naruto thought. It has already been decided. Zaku suddenly unbent his right arm, which had previously been in a cast. You should always have a trump card, right? He yelled and prepared to blast both Shino and his bugs at the same time. That's when Zaku's arms were blown off. From the holes in his palm, bugs were seen crawling out. When I told you to give up earlier, explained Shino, I ordered the bugs to close up those dangerous wind holes with their bodies. Zaku fell over and Shino was declared the winner. What is he? Wondered Lee. Niji. Niji activated the Byakugan. I can understand summoning bugs, but, he said shocked. Bugs are living throughout his entire body. What? He must be a member of the bug-using clan of the leaf, said Niji. I've heard of them, a clan whose members, at the time of birth, give their body to insects to use as a nest. The clan can freely control the insects and use them as a primary fighting technique. By feeding the insects their chakra, they have established a contract with the bugs. So that's how it works, thought Naruto. They are basically born with the bugs and grow up together. Kind of like me and you, Kyuubi. If you let me out to fight, then yes. That's a little impossible, Naruto chuckled nervously. What? That Shino guy is that strong? Damn it, said Naruto when he noticed Sakura looking at him. I always thought he was creepy, but she trailed off. I wonder if I'll be able to beat my opponent. Kakashi appeared behind them with a simple, hey. What do you mean, hey? Questioned Sakura. Where is Sasuke-kun? Is he all right? Don't worry, he's fine. He's sleeping in a hospital bed, said Kakashi, with ANBU protection. Phew, I'm glad, she said softly. Naruto turned back to the scoreboard. Tsurugi Misumi versus Kankuro. It said. Both combatants jumped down from the second floor and stood facing each other. Kankuro from the sand and Misumi from the leaf. It's the doll playing Sannin, thought Naruto. Don't underestimate puppeteers, said the Kyuubi. It is comparable to having a Kage Bunshin or two, except they can't use chakra. Unlike Yoroi, even against little punks, I show no mercy, declared the leaf Nin. I'll say it now, if I put my techniques on you, it is over. Give up immediately. I'll end this quickly, said Kankuro and detached the puppet from his back. Naruto watched as the leaf Nin was tricked into thinking that he killed Kankuro only to have the dead Sannin turn out to be a puppet. The puppet's arms wrapped completely around the leaf Nin and squeezed until his opponent stopped screaming. Well, that did indeed end quickly, thought Naruto. But all the matches, so far, have been pretty quick. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Both girls gasped. Naruto tried to hold back a groan, but failed in the end. Sakura, I never thought I'd be fighting you, said Ino. Those two, said Shikamaru lazily. This could get annoying. Naruto nodded. He had been thinking the same. The boys' suspicions were confirmed when the first thing the girls started talking about was their love for Sasuke. I can understand that Sakura wants to fight her rival all out, but why not show this by attacking instead of standing there exchanging glares? Her basic chakra control is perfect for a rookie, explained Kakashi, though Naruto thought he was just trying to make it look like he was actually a good teacher. She has greatly improved. Improved? Thought Naruto. Improved in what? Oh yeah, she can gather chakra to her feet to increase her speed and stick to a tree. Her speed with chakra is about half my speed without chakra. The fight continued, with each side only using basic taijutsu and ending up even each time. This is boring, thought Naruto. They've been going at it for over 10 minutes. I should take a nap. Naruto half closed his eyes and started slipping into the meditation realm, when suddenly he noticed that Ino had cut out her ponytail and trapped Sakura. That idiot used chakra to break out of the hold. Ino's not feeding any more chakra, so just counter it by pouring slightly more in to break the hold. Naruto knew that he could not give that advice out loud. He also realized that Sakura simply didn't have the chakra reserve to do so. Oh well, match over. Naruto closed his eyes and started some light meditation. He only came to when Sakura's body was leaned up against the wall behind him. Huh? Both Ino and Sakura, so it was a tie. Naruto wondered. Tenten versus Temari was a quick battle, since the leaf weapon user could do nothing against the sand wind user. The wind attacks would simply blow away all the weapons. Long range versus mid-range, thought Naruto. The mid-range could have won, if she had only been better trained in taijutsu. A weapon user that can't use taijutsu seems very wrong. Temari threw Tenten aside, who was caught by Lee. The green-clad genin then proceeded to try and attack her, but she blocked with her fan. Lee, stop, ordered Guy. Temari, get up here, ordered Gaara coldly. You've been declared winner. Stop wasting time with that pathetic guardian guy. Lee glared at Gaara, but the demon carrier didn't give a damn. Picking a fight with the sand guys, said Kiba nervously. I wouldn't want any part of them. He remembered what his team had seen Gaara do in the second exam, and shuddered. Don't lose to those guys, Naruto, yelled Sakura. You want me to fight Shikaku when I can't activate the supremacy? No thank you, exclaimed Naruto in his mind. This was one of the side effects the Kyuubi had told him about. While the Suiton tattoo was growing, Naruto would not be able to activate the Doton supremacy. This was also true vice versa. Anyone but Gaara, decided Naruto. Well, I wouldn't want to fight Lee either. All right, come on, hurry. My turn, yelled Lee. He really did want to get it over with. Nara Shikamaru versus Kin Tsuchi. Shikamaru made quick work of the Sound Nin by using her own string's shadow to attach his shadow to hers. He then made her smash her head into the wall behind her. Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. I'm fighting against Kiba, thought Naruto. Lucky, yelled Kiba. We can definitely defeat him, Akamaru. Begin match, said the examiner and backed away. I feel bad for you, so I'll end it with one punch, bragged Kiba. Naruto stayed silent and waited for Kiba to attack. Giju Ninpu, Shikyaku no Jutsu, said Kiba. Beast mimicry. 4 legs. Kiba attacked Naruto from an animalistic stance at a fast speed. Naruto had not expected such speed, and even though he blocked, Naruto was still thrown back. I guess I'll have to show off some, thought Naruto grimly. He won't be opening his eyes for a while, referee, said Kiba confidently. I let you hit me, replied Naruto as he quickly got up on his feet. I wanted to see if you had some bite in you, and not just all bark. You'll regret that, Kiba scowled. Let's go, Akamaru. Smoke ball? Wondered Naruto as he saw Kiba pull a small sphere out of his pouch and threw it in front of Naruto. Shit, I can't see, thought Naruto. He ran out of the cloud only to be instantly pushed back in by Akamaru. Humph. A dog is easy to apprehend. Naruto quickly overpowered Akamaru and tied him up. Let's see. That idiot dog boy will be expecting Akamaru to have beaten me, deduced Naruto. So I'll just make it look like that, and leave him a little surprise. He reached into his pouch. When the smoke cleared, Kiba saw Akamaru sitting next to a knocked-out Naruto. Yes, great job, you did it, Akamaru, yelled Kiba as Akamaru ran towards him. However, at the last moment Akamaru bit Kiba's arm. The said dog transformed into Naruto. You fell for it, mocked Naruto. You with Henge no Jutsu, said Kiba in shock. Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. Idiot, said Naruto. That's when Kiba noticed an explosive note on Naruto's back, but he didn't have enough time to get away and it blew up. Kiba was tossed across the arena and was on his knees and breathing hard. He tricked me and managed to get an explosive note right next to me, thought Kiba. But wait, doesn't that mean he blew himself up? No way, said Shikamaru amazed. He combined Kage Bunshin, Henge, and attached an explosive note to his clone. He has good timing with his jutsu, said Temari. Uzumaki Naruto, thought Gaara. He's not showing his real power. Why? What are you going to do now? Mocked Naruto. Your, oh so valuable, tool has been disabled. Kiba snarled. I'll show you. Kiba launched himself at Naruto, wanting to knock him down like last time, but Naruto skillfully dodged. Kiba quickly moved towards Akamaru and slipped something inside his mouth before Naruto kicked him in the side, promptly sending him into the near wall. However, Naruto turned to the side to find his rope torn and a now red Akamaru tearing through his Kage Bunshin. Red fur? Asked Naruto. That's why he's named Akamaru, said Kiba while chewing on the same thing. I see, so you gave him a soldier's pill, said Naruto. That's fine, but you seem to need all the help you can get, the taunting continued. Giju Ninpu Jujin Bunshin, yelled Kiba. Half-beast clone. Akamaru changed into an exact duplicate of Kiba, and they both attacked him using the Shikyaku no Jutsu. Naruto swiftly dodged and stuck to a wall. His opponents didn't care where he was and attacked him regardless. Naruto waited for Kiba and Akamaru to get really close before finally jumping away and leaving an explosive note attached to the wall. However, this time Kiba saw through it and managed to push Akamaru out of the way before it exploded. Is that all you can do? Dodge and leave behind explosive notes? Yelled Kiba. Not waiting for a reply, Kiba attacked again. Gutsuga! He yelled, as he and Akamaru spun around like drills. Double Fong Destroyer. Oh crap! Was the only thing Naruto could think before he got hit with the attack. The blonde flipped in the air and landed on his stomach on the other side of the arena. That's the difference between our abilities, mocked Kiba. You're weaker than me. Naruto snarled quite loudly and got up to his knees. I don't care how much my shoulder will hurt. I will kill him. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration. Feel for it. Feel for it. Got it, he smirked. Suiton Supremacy Activation. Hidden Mist no Jutsu, thought Naruto and watched as the air around him condensed into fog. What the hell? Said Kiba. I don't know what you did, but this won't work on me. After all, I can track you by your smell. Kakashi's eye widened in shock. How the hell does he know that jutsu? Guy was also shocked and looked over at Kakashi. Did he copy it and teach his students? But I didn't see any hand seals. Once the mist was thick enough to hide Naruto's movements, the blonde shinobi started his hand seals. Doton, vibration tracker, he whispered and directed the remaining chakra into his feet. Now Naruto could feel all the vibrations in the floor, thus knowing his opponent's exact position. That seemed a little pointless, once Naruto heard Kiba yell out, Getsuga, and he felt the mist ripple. Naruto did several hand seals and put his palms on the ground. Doton, Dorikugeishi, he said. Earth wall land flip. Naruto didn't wait to see Kiba and Akamaru slam into and then drill through the wall. He instead jumped away, but not too far. He was hoping that Kiba and Akamaru would stop spinning so that he could take them out with taijutsu, but it was not to be. Kiba and Akamaru turned around while still spinning and attacked Naruto in his new position. I can't keep dodging, thought Naruto. I need to find a way to stop them. I know. Naruto quickly did a hand seals and transformed into Kiba via Henge. As soon as Kiba saw that he was going to hit himself, he was forced to stop and evaluate the situation. So that's your plan, said one of the three Kibas. I'll warn you, I wasn't focusing and didn't notice last time, but Henge won't work against me, continued the same Kiba. It doesn't matter. I already know which one's which, rejoiced Naruto. So when the real Kiba went to punch Naruto, the blonde had disappeared from in front of Kiba. Naruto reappeared in front of Akamaru and stabbed him in the abdomen with a kunai, which he twisted right before pulling it out. Blood poured out of the open wound and the Jujin Bunshin was released. Akamaru lay there in a small puddle of blood. "Akamaru!" yelled Kiba and instantly kneeled down beside his companion. "Akamaru, are you all right?" Akamaru whined a little before passing out. Everyone on the top floor was shocked. Was this really Naruto? It seemed the Naruto they knew wouldn't even hurt a fly. Yet here he was standing over Akamaru with a bloody kunai, a small smirk showing on his face. Naruto wasn't trying to be openly malicious in front of such a big crowd, but instead wanted to put himself into a sort of high so that he could ignore the pain. Kiba looked up at a smirking Naruto. "I'll make you pay for that," he growled. "How did you even distinguish?" "That was the simple part," was the calm answer. "Dogs can't talk." Kiba narrowed his eyes. By talking with Naruto, he had given away his own identity. "You should forfeit," advised the blonde. "I'm not sure if Akamaru can survive long if you don't get him to a hospital." Kiba growled out a battle cry and blindly launched himself at Naruto. Kiba was trying his hardest to rip apart the other leaf genin with his claws, but Naruto kept dodging. "Stop dodging, you son of a bitch," Kiba yelled. "Fine." Naruto, and instead of dodging he blocked and counterattacked Kiba by uppercutting him. Since Naruto transferred chakra to his fist beforehand, Kiba flew high up into the air. Naruto quickly jumped up above his opponent and kicked him as hard as he could in the face. Kiba slammed hard into the ground, and before he could even think about getting up, Naruto was on top of him with a kunai pressed to his neck. "Do you surrender?" he said harshly. Kiba tried to struggle, but Naruto just pushed the blade even closer to Kiba's neck. "I ask again, do you surrender?" When Kiba refused to say anything the second time, Naruto said, "Fine," and pierced Kiba's skin. Though before Naruto could cut in even half a centimeter, the examiner had already grabbed the blonde's arm. "The match is over," he announced. "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto got up off of Kiba and proceeded to dust himself off and walk up the stairs to the second floor. He kept his head down so that no one would see the absolute joy radiating from his eyes. "That felt good," thought Naruto, containing his grin in a small smirk. Naruto walked by Kiba's teammates without even glancing up. He could feel Kiba's teacher glaring at him for what he did to her student, but he didn't care. Naruto reached his team and reassumed his position next to Sakura. "Naruto, did you really have to go that far?" asked Sakura cautiously. Calm down, play the innocent. Or at least try to." The blonde frowned. "I didn't really mean to go that far." Naruto put on an innocent look. "I was completely out of it back there. I didn't care who was watching. I was going to kill him, and I was going to be happy with that." Sakura didn't look too convinced, but decided not to press the issue. "I wonder what happened in the Forest of Death?" wondered both Sakura and Kakashi, but for different reasons. Kakashi thought that maybe the encounter with Orochimaru had somehow altered the boy. Kakashi wanted to console Naruto, but didn't know how to approach him. Sakura wondered exactly where Naruto had gone during the first day. He came back with a scroll after all, she thought. That would mean that he had to fight for it. But Naruto couldn't have defeated an entire team by himself. Naruto, meanwhile, was thinking about the people that were still left. Hinata, Chuji, Niji, Lee, Dosu, and Gaara, he counted. "I want to see Gaara's fight." Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Niji. "Having to fight someone from your family," said Sakura sadly. "That must be hard." "They are members of the Leaf's oldest and greatest bloodline," explained Kakashi. "But they are not siblings." "Then what are they?" asked Sakura. "Cousins?" "They are members of the Hyuga clan's main house and branch house," said the Jounin. "Main house and branch house?" asked Naruto. "Yes, Hinata is part of the main house, while Niji carries the Hyuga blood, but is part of a lower house," clarified Lee. "They are cousins then," reasoned Sakura. "That makes fighting each other difficult." "Yes, but many things have happened between those houses, and right now they do not get along very well." "Why?" "I don't know everything," said Lee, "but many rules have been put into place to protect the blood and house of the original Hyuga family. Hence the main house is put into an advantageous situation. Because of this, the branch house feels slighted." "So they hate each other," concluded Naruto. "Then, The fight is not so difficult. Begin the match, said the examiner. Before we begin the fight, I'd like to say something, Hinata-sama. Niji went into complete lecture mode. Niji kept talking for more than 10 minutes about how Hinata doesn't even measure up to a genin and how she should just quit. Naruto was beyond pissed. He had calculated 3 fights, meaning he would be free to go in about 20 to 30 minutes. Any longer and his last painkiller would wear off before he was far from inquisitive minds. Then comes along this jackass and starts talking instead of fighting. How much time was he hoping to waste? Are ever going to actually fight? Yelled Naruto. Or are you so afraid of the main house that you have to try and wear them down with your stupid insults beforehand? Hinata, you should kick this dumb bastard's ass. Niji frowned. He's so annoying. The Hyuga genius turned back towards Hinata and saw that her eyes now held a look of confidence. Well, I see you're not going to quit. Let's begin the fight then. Well, finally, how long do you expect me to wait on you idiots to see a demon container fight? Hinata and Niji exchanged many quick blows, but Niji came out on top because he had been closing off Hinata's opening points since the very beginning of the match. Naruto watched, but only because he was interested in the Hyuga's taijutsu style, which he had heard was the strongest in the leaf. Closing off chakra opening points and disrupting the flow of chakra is the premise of the whole style. Naruto contemplated on this for a little bit. Could the Hyuga close off his chakra? The regular one, of course they could. But what about Kyuubi's? Nope. Demonic chakra opening points can't be closed off by human chakra. Wait, demonic chakra opening points? As opposed to human chakra opening points? Which ones do I have? Questioned Naruto. You have both, said the fox. Most of your chakra system is human. The supremacies are of course demonic. However, there are some demonic chakra opening points throughout your body because of your extensive use of my chakra. So those can't be closed unless the closing is done with demonic chakra, right? Or angelic chakra, and since the supremacy seals have direct access to my chakra supply, you will always be able to use chakra. Naruto smirked. He definitely liked all the advantages he had over the Hyuga fighting style. Wait, you said angelic chakra? Yes, just like there are demons on Ninjenkai, there are also angels, replied the fox. Or so I have heard from other demons. I have never actually met one here. Naruto nodded and went back to watching the fight just as Hinata was knocked down and couldn't get back up. Human bodies are really so frail. Hinata was carried away on a stretcher, while Guy was attempting to chew out Niji, who was ignoring everything. We will begin the next match, said the examiner. Gaara versus Rock Lee. Gaara teleported down to the arena using his sand and Lee simply jumped down. To be able to face you this early, said Lee joyfully. I couldn't be happier. Well, this will be an interesting battle, commented the fox, who was now completely awake and alert. Gaara will squash him, I think. Don't be so hasty to judge, she said. After all, the reason Shikaka hates me is that he cannot keep up with my speed. Depending on how fast that freak really is, this may be the worst matchup for Shikaku. Naruto and Kyuubi watched as Lee tried to hit Gaara, but the sand kept blocking all of his attempts. Naruto was shocked that someone only a year older than him was this fast. Gaara tried to go on the offensive, but Lee dodged the sand and leapt up onto the statue on the side of the room. Lee, take them off, yelled Guy. After questioning his teacher a little bit, Lee finally complied and took off enough weight to make 2 very large dust clouds rise up when he dropped them. Afterwards, Lee moved at an incredible pace that Naruto had trouble following. Gaara's sand could no longer keep up with Lee, and the Leaf Nin finally landed a blow, which he quickly followed up with a punch to the face. That's when everyone saw it. Gaara's armor of sand was crumpling and Gaara had a completely deranged look on his face. An absolute defense? Wondered Naruto. Not quite. The shield of sand can be gotten around with speed and the armor of sand can be broken, explained the Kyuubi. So really, it is not absolute at all. Naruto watched Lee unwrap his bandages and get ready to do that one attack. Well, that's just stupid. The Lotus impact will be absorbed by the sand. The Lotus. The attack that Lee uses, that's its name. Lee used a series of kicks to send Gaara flying because of the extra weight of the sand, But when he did that, the pain increased and Gaara had time to switch with his sand and avoid the attack completely. Gaara then started to attack Lee with all of his sand, throwing him about like a rag doll. "Why won't Lee San dodge?" asked Sakura. "That lotus technique is a double-edged sword," explained Guy. "Right now, he is feeling so much pain that he can barely move." However, after being thrashed around some more, Lee finally got his muscles back under control and could continue the fight again. "Another problem with Shikaku is that he always plays with his opponents," growled QB. "He's screwed up assignments before because of it too, yet he never learns." The demon cursed Shikaku for several more minutes before switching her attention back to the fight. "The lotus of the leaf blooms twice," said Kakashi slowly. "But that would mean—" "It's exactly what you think," said Guy. "Then that Genin kid can open the 8 celestial inner body gates." "Guy, how many can he open?" inquired Kakashi. 5. Lee opened the 4th gate before starting his attack. He moved so fast that Gaara's sand couldn't keep up at all. Even the Jounin had trouble following Lee's movements. Finally, Lee opened the 5th gate and started the extreme lotus, hoping to finish the fight. However, Gaara's gourd turned into sand and protected him when he was slammed into the ground. As soon as they were on the ground, Gaara sent out his sand to capture Lee. He wrapped it around Lee's left arm and leg and closed his fist. "Desert coffin," he said, and broke the bones in Lee's left arm and leg. The rest of the sand then moved around to surround Lee completely and then crush him whole, but Guy broke off the attack, saving Lee. "Winner, Gaara," announced the examiner. Naruto looked down at Gaara, his eyes conveying his thoughts. "You should have been good enough to kill him." The blonde then turned away and watched the medic Nin carry him off, but not before they told Guy that Lee would not be able to live as a shinobi again. Chuji and Dosu's fight was over within a minute. All the sound Nin had to do was use the amplifier on his arm and Chuji was knocked unconscious. Naruto shook his head at how sad that match had been. "Well, with this the preliminary trials for the 3rd test have been completed," said Hayate. "To all who won the right to compete in the 3rd exam, congratulations." The Hokage explained the 3rd exam in unnecessary detail, which Naruto was sure most of the people ignored. They then drew numbers for the matchups in the finals. Naruto was assigned to fight Neji. The Hokage clarified that just because it was a tournament style, that didn't mean that the winner would be the only one to become a Chunin. The examiners would be looking at each person's overall skills, and that you didn't even have to win to become a Chunin. As soon Naruto heard that the Hokage had dismissed them, he had run out. "Kakashi will probably expect me to come to him asking to get trained," thought Naruto. "And then of course he'll reject me saying that Sasuke is so much more important." Naruto decided to not even bother looking for Kakashi and headed straight for his house to sleep off the final pain of the Suetun supremacy activation. The next day Naruto went to the hot springs in order to work on his chakra control. The water here may be 60 degrees, but at least it's calm, thought Naruto. No current to worry about. Naruto channeled the chakra into his feet and stepped out onto the water. That's what he wanted anyway, instead he was completely submerged. "This is going to be harder than I thought." He frowned at Kyuubi's laughter. It didn't take Naruto too long of a time before he was once again easily walking around on water. "This new chakra system isn't all that hard to get used to," smiled Naruto. "That's all nice and simple, now start jumping and channeling chakra for other techniques," instructed the demon. "Slacker." "Hey, that's not very nice," complained the blonde. "Who ever told you I was nice?" "Well, there was that time when you helped me out with the—" "Shut up and get to work," bellowed the Kyuubi, "or I'll show just how nice I really am." Naruto gulped and promptly shut up. His first jump submerged his up to his chest, but with some practice Naruto could land on the surface once more. That's when Naruto noticed him. A man in a red vest with long white hair was peeking into the woman's bath. "Pervert," was the only thought going through Naruto's head. Naruto suddenly grinned darkly. This would be a very nice, not to mention funny, way to train his Suetun techniques. He did several seals and said, "Suetun, water explosion no jutsu." Naruto had expected the man to be blown away by the attack, or if he was a shinobi to dodge. He certainly did not expect the man to turn around and summon a toad that easily blocked the attack. Naruto raised his eyebrows in awe. "Hey, what's with the toad summoning? Who are you?" questioned Naruto. "All right, thanks for asking," yelled the old man. "MT Myobokugama's Holy Master Sannin, also known as Toad Sannin. Remember it." Naruto's sweat dropped. "This man is a complete and utter moron." "He is very much like your mask," said the fox. Her tone suddenly went grave. "That's summoning. I recognize it. The Yondaime used the same one when he sealed me." "That little thing against you?" wondered Naruto. "No, you idiot. The Yondaime used the boss of the toads," snarled Kyuubi. "I meant they are the same species." "You're a perverted Sannin. That's what you are," said Naruto. "Why the hell were you peeking into that bath?" "It is necessary for my work." "Work?" asked Naruto. "I'm a writer," explained the Sannin. "I'm working on a novel." He took out an Ika Paradise book from his pocket. Naruto put a hand on his forehead. "So you're the author of those books," he said slowly. "Just my luck. First a perverted teacher obsessed with that book and now the author of that book." "Oh, so you've heard of this book?" said the Sannin happily. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Yes, there are plenty of perverts in Konoha, some that read it every minute of the day." Naruto referred to Kakashi. "That reminds me, I don't have a teacher to get ready for the finals." "Force this guy to teach you," she ordered. "What? Why?" "Because he can teach you something I can't. How to summon." "Hey, I'll let you off the hook and not tell anyone about your peeping if you train me," said Naruto matter-of-factly. "What?" asked the Sannin. "You mean the water walking?" "You know about it, then you must know a lot other things," assumed Naruto. "So I expect you to train me." "I hate disrespectful and rude brats," screamed the old man. "And I don't like men." Naruto decided to try and suck up to the pervert. Ika Paradise is a really cool book." "Liar, this book is for adults only." The old man started walking away. "Compliments will get you nowhere with me." "In that case, let's see what he says a beautiful girl." Naruto grinned and made on hand seal. "Sexy no jutsu," he said and transformed into a completely naked girl. The perverted Sennin's attitude took a complete 180. "Oh, I like you," he proclaimed. "Wow, exactly my type of girl." "Done deal," happily thought Naruto. "Then you help with my training?" asked Naruto innocently. "Sometimes I wonder how he knows these things," thought Kyuubi. "Yes, I'll train you, but on one condition." "What is it?" The old man thought for a little while. "You must remain in that form whenever I'm around." Naruto immediately canceled the jutsu. "Goddamn stupid perverts," he yelled. "No," declared the Sannin. "I am not a stupid pervert." "Yeah, right?" Naruto waved him off. "I am a super pervert," he announced, and Naruto face-faulted. "Well, that was a joke. I'll look over your training. Kid, continue with what you were doing before." "All right," agreed Naruto and ran over to the hot spring he was at. He stepped onto the water and walked about on the surface for a little while. He then dropped into a stance and began to go through his taijutsu practice, while on top of the water. "Well, it seems that you have good chakra control," complimented the Sannin. "And you know that simply standing the water doesn't work out all the flaws. I'm pretty impressed with your skills so far, kiddo." Naruto smiled lightly. "He's actually complimenting me. No one's ever done that before." The Kyuubi cleared her throat menacingly. "Except you, Kyuchan." "Sorry, I was just talking about humans." "Get over here. Kid, I'm going to teach you a special technique." Naruto quickly walked over to the Toad Sannin and sat down across from him. "First, there is something I need you to understand. You have two types of chakra." Naruto was put onto instant alert. He knows about the Kyuubi and that I can use her chakra. His eyes narrowed and he stared suspiciously at the Sannin. "How do you know about that?" he said in a calm but calculating tone. The Toad Sannin blinked. The boy in front of him had just turned completely serious at the mention of the Kyuubi's chakra. Might he be hiding something? wondered the Sannin. The whisker marks give you away pretty quickly, he replied. After noticing the very mistrusting look, he added, I think this technique will be perfect for you, if you can pull out the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto's suspicion died down a little, but he was still nervous that the old man knew he was a demon container and yet spoke about so calmly. I think I'll be able to, said Naruto. What is this jutsu you want to teach me? Actually, it's getting late. Let's save the fun for tomorrow, announced the Toad Sannin. Meet me here tomorrow. Is this a ploy? Asked Naruto seriously. If this is just some sort of joke, then tell me right now and I won't bother you again. The Toad Sannin looked at his new student in wonder. I am completely serious about this. I will trust your word for now, replied Naruto and walked away. The next day, after meeting at the hot springs, Naruto and Jiraiya made their way over to a waterfall, and Jiraiya was instantly glued to the sight of the girls playing nearby. Hey, Rasengan, could you at least look at me when you're talking, and not at the girls? Requested Naruto. He got no response from Jiraiya. Then I guess you're not serious about that and are just wasting my time. I'm going now, bye. Naruto turned to leave, but Jiraiya was blocked his path. Before I teach you, do you remember the talk we had about the Kyuubi's chakra? It wasn't really a talk, more like you asked me about it, and I said that I could pull it out, corrected Naruto in an annoyed tone. Well, yes, anyway, try to release that red chakra, instructed Jiraiya. Release it already? Questioned Naruto. Could the Hokage have sent him to check up on me? If they find out I can freely use the Kyuubi's chakra, what will happen? Stop it with the paranoia fit, yelled the Kyuubi. Just release a small amount and say that you lost it right after. Naruto did as the Kyuubi instructed. I see, responded the Sannin. The problem is that the technique I'm going to teach requires much more than your normal amount of chakra. So you will need to be able to pull out and use your other chakra. All right, I get it, said Naruto. However, there is one thing that I would like to make perfectly clear, so that it stops bothering me. Jiraiya motioned for the boy to continue. It is not my other chakra, it is the Kyuubi's chakra. Jiraiya's eyes widened. He had not expected the boy to know that the chakra was indeed the Kyuubi's. That is why I ask you to please refer to it as such. Fine, agreed the Sannin. Since you have access to the Kyuubi's chakra, you should train to release the highest amount of chakra possible, and then use that to its capacity. Why? Then you will be able to use tons of jutsus, explained the Sannin. Like the one I'm about to teach you, Kuchios no Jutsu. You're going to teach me that already? Great, smiled Naruto. Yes. First off, you'll need to sign a contract with the toads, said Jiraiya and summoned a toad that was carrying a scroll in his mouth. It handed the scroll to Naruto, and the boy unrolled it. Now, write your name in blood and under that press your fingerprints in blood, instructed Jiraiya. Naruto did as instructed and rolled the scroll back up. So that's it, right? He asked. Yup, give it a try. When you want to call to them, draw out blood, produce chakra, and place down the hand you signed the contract with. The hand seals are boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep. Let's try this with my regular chakra first, thought Naruto as he did the necessary hand seals and put his right hand on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, he said. A small cloud of smoke appeared and out of it popped a small head. Hey, did you call me out to play? Asked the baby toad. You idiot, yelled Jiraiya. I told you to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Shut up, old man, I just didn't pour in enough chakra, replied the blonde. Naruto did the hand seals again and this time poured in a quarter of his chakra. This time the cloud of smoke was a whole lot bigger. When it cleared, Naruto was sitting on a large toad that was slightly taller than Jiraiya. There, see that old pervert, and I didn't even have to use the special chakra. Ah well, that's really good for a beginner, praised Jiraiya. Well, just practice summoning toads of all sizes on your own, and meet me back here in 2 weeks. Just don't use up all of your chakra to summon one toad. Alright? Why not? Asked Naruto. I'll talk to you about that in 2 weeks, replied the pervert without taking his eyes off the cute girls. Fine, I'll see you in 2 weeks. For the next 2 weeks, Naruto trained on his own the way he had always done. He would only summon toads at the end of the day when a good portion of his stamina and chakra had been spent. Most of the toads would grumble at being called out without a purpose. Hence, when he went to talk to Jiraiya 2 weeks later, he had already seen many of the toads at his disposal. The toad Sannin was quite surprised when Naruto kicked him in the ass for not responding. "I guess 2 weeks have already passed, huh?" said Jiraiya nonchalantly. "What did you call me here for?" Naruto got right down to business. "Yes, I want you to use Kyuubi's chakra to summon the boss toad, Gamabunta," simply said Jiraiya. From Naruto's point of view, it looked like Jiraiya was about to run away. Naruto could feel the Kyuubi growl lightly at the mention of the boss toad. "Kyuchan. He's the one that the Yondaime used to fight against you, right?" "Yes, he is," she replied. "He should have a nice scar over his eye, courtesy of yours truly." Naruto nodded in agreement to Jiraiya's request and drew on the Kyuubi's chakra before doing the hand seals. Halfway through, Naruto noticed that Arrow Sennin had disappeared, but didn't let it bother him too much. "Kuchios no Jutsu," he called out as he placed his palm on the ground. A giant cloud of smoke appeared below Naruto, and the genin suddenly found himself sitting on Giant Toad that had a sword strapped to his side. "So this is what the boss summoning looks like," he said in awe. "Hey, you little punk," bellowed the toad. "What do you think you're doing on my head?" Naruto was slightly taken aback by that question. No other toad had questioned his authority. "I summoned you, hence I'm on your head and you have to do as I say," replied Naruto. "You shouldn't lie. There is no way in hell a little shrimp like you could summon me," laughed Gamabunta. Naruto scowled. "I summoned you, you piece of shit frog." Naruto started getting angry and allowed some of his killer intent to seep through. Gamabunta was shocked, such a little brat, yet he was emitting killer intent and seemed to still have a lot of chakra even after summoning him. "Hey kid, how did you summon me?" Naruto smirked darkly. "I used the chakra of the one who gave you that scar over your eye." And to reaffirm his position, Naruto let some of the Kyuubi's chakra leak out through the supremacy pores. Gamabunta's pipe, unceremonially, fell out of his mouth. "Why, you are that kid that the Yondaime had with him that night." The boss toad instantly realized that the boy must be having some sort of contact with the fox demon. Otherwise, he would never have gotten the chakra to summon him. He could only hope that the boy had tamed the demon. "All right, I acknowledge that you summoned me here, but don't expect me to always cooperate with such a little kid as yourself." "I know all about gaining trust," said Naruto. "I understand completely." "Good. Then I'll be going if you have nothing for me to do," said the boss toad and vanished. The rest of the month Naruto spent training his physical strength on order of the Kyuubi. She kept saying that he was too slow and too weak. Sure, he wasn't as fast as Lee with those 5 gates open, but he was still pretty fast. However, Naruto never came out the victor in their arguments. She had her ways to convince him, and they were many. The entire day before the finals, Kyuubi had insisted Naruto rest, to which Naruto did not object. The day of the finals, Naruto walked quickly through the streets of Konoha heading towards the arena where the tournament would be held. He arrived with ample time to spare, but took note that all the participants were already there, except Sasuke. Did he pick up Kakashi's bad habit? Wondered Naruto. During this time, the Kazekage appeared and was seated next to the Hokage. The examiner then announced that the main tournament matches would now be starting, but that some of the matches had changed since the Sannin Dosu was not coming. "My name is Ganma. I will be the examiner for the main matches," announced the Jounin. "The rules are the same here as they were in the prelims. There are no rules. You fight until one of you dies or acknowledges defeat. But if I determine the fight is over, then I will step in and stop it. Got that?" "The first fight is Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji," he announced. "Those two stay here, while the rest of you go up to the waiting room." Up in the stands, several Chunin were talking about how Naruto had no chance of winning against the Hyuga clan. However, the two people sitting next to them, Hinata and Kiba, knew that underestimating Naruto was a foolish thing to do. Kiba especially knew this, since Akamaru had only recently healed. Naruto looked straight into his opponent's eyes without flinching and not only exhibited absolute self-confidence, but also leaked out some killer intent. "I'll need it this time." Chapter 7: Vilification. Naruto and Neji stood across from each other. Neji already had his Byakugan activated and was analyzing Naruto's stance. Those are the eyes of a person who totally believes in himself, thought Neji. That's what makes it worthwhile. It'll be fun to watch him fall. Neji slipped into the Juken stance. Naruto made several Kage Bunshin, who all drew a kunai and charged at Neji. Let's test him out a little. But, in the end there's only one, said Neji calmly. Naruto scoffed and ordered his clones to attack. With some fancy acrobatics from Neji, all the clones were destroyed and Naruto was once again standing alone opposite the Hyuga. No matter which angle I attacked him from, he was able to block and counterattack, analyzed Naruto. It seems the opening points aren't the only thing the Byakugan can see. Alright, test number 2. Naruto was about to make more clones, but Neji started talking again. It is impossible for you to win, he announced. I can figure it out with these eyes. Talent is decided at birth. You could say that everything is decided when a person is born. Where the hell do you dig up such bullshit? Asked Naruto. Then are you saying that anyone can become Hokage through hard work? Asked the Hyuga. Only a handful of shinobi are chosen as Hokage. Look closer at reality. Those that become Hokage are born into that destiny. You don't become it by trying. It is decided by destiny, stated Neji. People must live within their own unchangeable flow. There is only one destiny that everyone shares: death. No, disagreed Naruto. Death is not really shared, since the time and place for each person are different. So if your conclusion is false, then your argument must also be wrong. But enough with the goddamn chit-chat. Fight already. This isn't a political negotiation. Naruto made twice as many clones and had them attack Neji. This guy is annoying the hell out of me. I'm not stupid, said Neji. I already see through your attack pattern. Really? You could have fooled me, mocked Naruto. Not possible to know my attack pattern, since I'm going to be using a different one this time. Neji scowled, but didn't say anything. When Naruto's clones attacked Neji this time around, they mostly tried to attack him from behind. Neji was able to block each attempt and kept his eyes focused on the outside of the crowd. Neji's eyes narrowed slightly as he caught sight of a Naruto that wasn't attacking, and he quickly made his way towards him. I told you I'm not stupid, thought Neji confidently. I've already found the true body. Neji rushed towards Naruto and slammed 2 fingers into Naruto's arm. Ha! Fearing having your opening points closed, declared the young Hyuga. All the other Narutos around Neji burst into smoke, and the Hyuga instantly claimed that this Naruto was the real one. Naruto mentally sighed. This guy is quite predictable. The Naruto that Neji had hit suddenly burst into smoke. Naruto and his last clone rose out of the ground behind Neji and jumped to attack him. Up in the stands, everyone was surprised. Naruto managed to trick the Hyuga genius, and then there was also the jutsu he used to hide himself and his clone. That was a Doton-type jutsu, said Asuma. I didn't hear about Kakashi teaching him anything like that. Do you also feel that? Asked Kurenai. Yeah. Asuma paused. He's leaking killer intent. This isn't the Naruto that Kakashi talks about, and from what I've heard, Kakashi wasn't the one to teach Naruto during the last month. Then, he must have picked it up from whoever he was with, decided Asuma and dropped the matter. Whoa, since when can Naruto rise out of the ground like that? Wondered Sakura. What do you mean? Asked Ino. I've never seen him do anything like that before, said the pink-haired Kunoichi. Am I ever going to catch up to those two? She wondered sadly. Anticipating what I was thinking and making a clone stand out purposely, thought Neji. The Hyuga quickly turned to confront Naruto, only to find out that there had been another one sent around to get behind him, and that now he was in a pincher attack. Oh well, looks like I'm gonna have to use it. Naruto was shocked to find that his fist had come into contact with Chakra, but he didn't have enough time to think about it as he was tossed back. Neji spun around, releasing Chakra from all his opening points, thus repelling everything. Did you really think you had one? Taunted Neji. Naruto jumped up on his feet and prepared to attack again. It's over, you are within my field of hack, said Neji. I don't know about that weird extension on his chakra system, but since I have not seen any chakra flow through them throughout the whole match, I will close off the regular ones and the effect should be the same. Jukin, 64 hands of hack! Yelled Neji as he quickly changed his stance and attacked Naruto before he could even react. Neji's attack was over within seconds and Naruto was thrown back with some blood coming out of his mouth. So that's the Tenketsu sealing jutsu, thought Naruto. I have hit 64 points on your body, announced Neji. You can no longer stand. Naruto shifted his position until he was on his hands and knees and spit out some blood. Is that all the self-proclaimed Hyuga genius can do? Mocked Naruto and he laughed and got up on his feet. What? Neji was flabbergasted. That's impossible. Oh, anything is possible, Neji-kun, taunted Naruto. Is this really it? You can only close off this many opening points. Quit already, continuing won't change anything. Neji tried to intimidate the blonde. Especially now that you cannot channel chakra. I have no grudge against you. Well, I do. What do you mean? Neji was confused. If you're really so strong, then why must you always try to mentally attack your opponents? Asked Naruto. Do you need to wear them down? Because you wouldn't be able to handle them otherwise? I just try to make people realize that they have no chance to win, so that they don't waste their time, explained Neji. So now suddenly you're actually looking out for people. Make up your mind, yelled Naruto. So you were looking out for Hinata's well-being while beating the crap out of her? Is that it? All right, if you're gonna go that far, then I'll tell you, said Neji coldly, about Hyuga's destiny of hatred. Naruto arched an eyebrow. Is this your version of reality again? The Hyuga main family has a special ninjutsu that's been passed down. It's a curse seal jutsu, said Neji. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the mention of a curse seal. The curse of the mark represents a bird in a cage. It is the symbol of being tied down to an inescapable destiny. Neji removed his forehead protector to show Naruto the backward swastika with a small line on either side. Neji went on to explain exactly when the seal was burned into his forehead. So melodramatic, thought Naruto. Why is that even necessary? Naruto tried to get to the simple truth that Neji obviously didn't want to face. Neji said that the curse seal is used by the main family as a means of abuse of the branch family and that it will only disappear after death, sealing up the Byakugan ability. Well, that makes a little more sense, contemplated Naruto. They are just stingy nobles that don't want to lose their advantage in battle. Naruto got really angry when Neji started talking about how the main family supposedly killed his father. He's just like that stuck-up bastard Sasuke, scowled Naruto. Lost his family and has been brooding all this time. I didn't even have family and you don't see me brooding. No, I look ahead to the future, plan, and do everything I can to turn the unfortunate events of my life into strengths. You done talking, idiot? Asked Naruto coldly. Boo-hoo, your daddy was killed. Get over it, you pitiful piece of shit. Neji was instantly enraged. You could never understand what it's like to be burdened with a symbol that you can't get rid of, yelled Neji. Naruto merely laughed at him. Yeah, I do. And so what about it? Neji simply stared in shock. The blonde shinobi decided to end it now and channeled Kyuubi's chakra. Neji felt chakra radiating from Naruto and turned on his Byakugan to find that chakra was freely flowing through Tenketsu that he had sealed only several minutes ago. That's impossible. What's the matter? Mocked Naruto. Did you think it was impossible for me to use chakra? Naruto laughed at the absolute horror on Neji's face as he felt Kyuubi form her face with chakra, for Neji's viewing pleasure. You're just a scared little boy that is afraid to confront the truths of the world, so you blame everything on destiny. All the adults were on instant alert at the feel of the chakra. Gaara stared wide-eyed at the amount of demonic chakra Naruto was letting loose. 9 red chakra tails were visible behind Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side while forming the Kage Bunshin seal and sending 3 clones to surround Neji. The blonde took out 3 shuriken and threw them at Neji. The Hyuga genius was going to catch them until he heard Naruto say, Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, and saw several dozen shuriken coming at him from all directions. Kaiten, he said and spun around, deflecting all the shuriken. As soon as he came out of the spin, he caught several of Naruto's shuriken and threw them at the Naruto that was sitting on the wall. The shuriken hit him, but he turned into smoke. Shit, Kagebunshin. But then where is the real one? His answer came when he felt the ground rumble beneath him and looked down to see the head of a dragon coming up. Kaiten, thought Niji and expelled chakra from his body. However, Niji quickly found out that he could not spin. He looked down to see his feet behind held by a pair of arms coming out of the ground. Meanwhile, the earth dragon had already risen up to Niji's height and was closing in on Niji with its mouth open. Niji instinctively held out his right hand in an attempt to defend himself. While Niji had managed to prevent his own death, he did sacrifice heavily for it. The dragon reached out and closed its mouth on whatever was in front of it, which happened to be the Hyuga's arm. Blood shot out of Niji's shoulder, like water from a fountain. Niji screamed and collapsed onto the ground. The severed limb was lying, in a puddle of blood, next to the writhing Hyuga. Paramedics were rushing onto the battlefield, hoping to get there before the boy died. However, what shocked the spectators even more was the absolutely calm face Naruto possessed, as he rose out of the ground and went over to look at his handiwork. "What was all that shit about destiny?" asked Naruto with a sneer. "Were you destined to lose your arm and be beaten by the dead last? Stupid idiot." With that, Naruto calmly walked off and let the medic Nin pick up Niji and disappear with him, probably to the hospital. Before going up to the waiting room, Naruto paused to take a look at the crowd. The sight wasn't too surprising for Naruto. Adults were whispering and glaring down at him, while trying to hide their fear. The Hokage seemed to be in deep thought, but was regarding Naruto with a pitiful look. The younger generation was either shocked or horrified. A bunch of wimps, most of which haven't seen any more blood than a small kunai cut. Naruto noticed Sakura looking down at him with the most horrified look of all. "Oh, come on, little girl. You saw me kill Zabuza and you're still so afraid of me?" "That's why she's afraid of you," clarified the Kyuubi. "She's scared that you were able to do it again, and without the slightest hesitation." "Of course, what's there to hesitate about?" wondered Naruto. The Kyuubi laughed at her container. "More importantly, are you sure you didn't show off too much? I mean, it's not every day that a rookie genin is able to take an arm off of a member of the most powerful bloodline in Konoha." Naruto frowned. He had indeed shown off more than he had been planning to. However, he really saw no other way to win the match. Not unless he was going to rush straight at the Kaiten, pumping in most of his chakra and then beating the crap of a barely standing Niji. But that idea was just plain stupidity. When Naruto got up to the waiting room, everyone regarded him with caution. "Did you really have to make such a mess of things?" asked Shikamaru, while muttering troublesome under his breath. Naruto simply shrugged, inwardly happy that Shikamaru didn't interrogate him. Shino didn't say anything, but Naruto could feel that he was incredibly anxious. "Well, it doesn't matter," said Shikamaru. "I wonder what Sasuke is doing, and if he is even planning on coming." Confucius said, "The wise do not approach the dangerous. Perhaps this is a wise decision," suggested Shino. Naruto looked over at Shino for a moment before shaking his head in the negative. "No, Sasuke is too arrogant to recognize the dangerous." Naruto looked sideways at Gaara, who looked back at him. He better kill that Avenger, thought Naruto, or at least savagely beat him into the ground. "Ladies and gentlemen, the contestant for the next match hasn't arrived yet," announced Gunma. "Therefore, we will push this match back and begin the next one." "What? They are just going to forgive that bastard for not showing up?" said Naruto. "Now the next match is Aburame Shino versus Kankuro. Please come down," said the examiner. Kankuro spared a glance at his sister before announcing that his withdrawal from the fight. "What the hell is going on here?" wondered Naruto. In the prelims, that guy was aching to fight almost as much as Lee. Tamari instantly opened up her fan and floated down to the floor of the arena, anxiously waiting for her opponent. "Shikamaru, get down here," yelled Gunma. Shikamaru was seriously thinking about quitting, when suddenly Naruto pushed him down, wishing him good luck. "Man, so troublesome," said Shikamaru as he landed ungracefully on the ground. "Get up, kid," yelled Tamari. "How long are you going to lie there? Since nobody cares about this fight, Then there is no reason to do it, thought Shikamaru, wishing that he could just continue lying there and watching the clouds. If you won't come, then I will, said the Sannin and ran forward while opening her fan. Ah man, it's another girl, whined Shikamaru as he took out 2 kunai from his pouch and threw up at the wall. Tamari blasted him with her wind attack, but Shikamaru had jumped up and landed on the 2 kunai he had thrown. You know, I don't really want to fight and I don't care if I become Chunin or not. He paused. But I'm not going to lose to a girl. That guy has serious female issues, commented the Kyuubi. I wonder if he's gay. What? Naruto was so amazed that he even spoke out loud. Does it really matter what gender your opponent is? He covered quickly. You don't really mean that, do you? Laughter was the only response. Down below, Tamari frowned at Shikamaru's reasoning and launched another wind attack at him. The Leaf Nin was able to run to safety before the attack hit. Man, why do I always end up fighting women? Thought the lazy genin. He looked up at the sky with a longing look. Those clouds are so lucky, so free. More to the point, I don't feel like doing all this to begin with. What the hell is he doing? Thought Tamari. Ninpu, Kamaitashi. She yelled and sent a powerful wind blast at Shikamaru's hiding place. Out of the smoke, Tamari saw a shadow heading her way and quickly leapt back. However, soon the shadow began to shrink and then receded. Looks like there is a limit to how much you can stretch, shrink, and change the shape of your shadow, right? Analyzed the blonde kunoichi. Shikamaru sighed and put the tips of his fingers together into a hand position he uses when in deep thought. Tamari waited for her opponent to finish whatever he was doing before attacking with the same wind attack. Shikamaru, meanwhile, hid behind a tree and took off his jacket. Shikamaru then used the parachute he made to lengthen his shadow and effectively get Tamari over to where he really wanted her. Just as Tamari hid behind her fan, Shikamaru caught her in the Kagemain no Jutsu by using the hole that Naruto had dug with his Doton Jutsu. That's smart, praised Naruto. Since I was so intent on getting below Niji, I didn't bother to fill in the hole I made when traveling underground. Well, a ninja should always be aware and use their surrounding to the fullest. Shikamaru walked forward, thus making the sand kunoichi walk forward too. Then he raised his hand and simply forfeited. Naruto's face dropped as he stared at the lazy genin in disbelief. He forfeited? Just like that? Naruto only relaxed when Shikamaru explained that he was heavily drained from using the Kagemain no Jutsu continuously. Well, that makes sense, he said calmly. Shikamaru's not a reckless fighter, he knows his limits quite well. Winner, Tamari, declared the examiner. Shikamaru slowly made his way up to the stands, since he had lost the match and didn't need to stay with the rest of the fighters. At the same time, Kakashi and Sasuke finally appeared in a swirl of leaves. Picking up Kakashi's bad habit? Eh? Commented Naruto. Next he'll be reading porn in public. You're lucky, said Genma. The Hokage pushed this fight to the end, and the Uchiha has not been disqualified. That's good, said Kakashi while rubbing the back of his head. Gaara, get down here, yelled the examiner. Gaara had a completely insane look on his face as he started down the stairs. He walked out and stood in front of the Uchiha waiting as calmly as he could for the examiner to give the go-ahead. Begin, yelled Genma and jumped away from the combatants. Gaara's sand immediately flowed out of his gourd and rested on the ground next to the Sannin. Gaara clutched his head in pain once again. Don't get so angry, he said painfully. Mother. Up in the waiting room, Naruto sighed after hearing the Kyuubi scoff. I fed you some nasty blood earlier. I'm sorry, but this time it will be delicious. Gaara continued his monologue. What's he talking about? Wondered Sasuke. Finally, conversation has begun, said Kankuro. This is bad. I've never seen Gaara like this before a fight, commented Tamari. Is he really that much of an opponent? Naruto spared a glance at the two siblings, wondering if he should join the conversation, but decided against it when he remembered about Shino. Suddenly Gaara's pain stopped and he said one word, come. Sasuke threw 2 shuriken at Gaara only to have them be caught by Gaara's sand bunshin. Half of the clone burst forward in an attack on the Uchiha, who responded by jumping above the sand. However, before he could attack again, he was forced to counter the shuriken Gaara's clone threw at him. Sasuke then quickly battled with Gaara's clone, before attacking the real Gaara, and using Lee's taijutsu style and speed actually managed to punch Gaara in the face. Gaara's armor of sand was chipped, but before he could rebuild it, the Uchiha was already in front of him and had kicked him in the face. Sasuke managed to kick Gaara a few more times before he had to pause to catch his breath. Up in the stands, both Guy and Lee were shocked that Sasuke was able to master Lee's taijutsu style in only a month, and to top it off, he was as fast as Lee without weights. However, Sasuke did not have the stamina required to keep up that speed for a long time. After all, physical properties have to be gained. They cannot be copied. Gaara decided to go all out at that point and gathered all of his sand into a protective, impenetrable sphere around himself. Sasuke tried attacking the sphere, but spikes would shoot out and hit Sasuke if he got close. Out of the little bits of sand floating around, Gaara opened the third eye to keep track of what was happening outside. What the hell is he doing? Wondered Naruto. If I had to guess, I would say that he's going to weaken his seal and let Shikaku take control. What? It's probably a long and complicated process for which he needs absolute concentration, explained the fox. So he hides in that sphere until he's done. However, what comes out is not human. Shikaku, of course, gravely thought Naruto. Well, if that happens, then there is no way Sasuke will be able to win. Sasuke jumped backwards and landed on the far wall. I don't know what he's up to, contemplated the Uchiha genius. But it's fine, since mine also takes some time. With that, Sasuke did several hand seals and grabbed his left hand, as if to stabilize it. In a few seconds, an extremely loud noise was heard as the lightning-like jutsu activated. No way, is that? Asked Guy. The reason I trained Sasuke, explained Kakashi, is because he is the same type as me. What the hell is that technique? Questioned Naruto. Damn it. I can tell that Kakashi is talking about it up in the stands, but I can't activate my heightened hearing with all this noise. I believe it is called the Chidori, said the Kyuubi. Huh? How do you know this? Asked Naruto. Well, thinking back to that night, I remember some little kid trying to come at me with something that sounded like the same horrible screeching noise we are hearing now. She lightly growled. I deflected him with one of my tails and sent him flying. He cut off some of my fur. She pouted. So I swung the same tail over the area I saw him land. Must have killed several dozen shinobi. Too bad I didn't get the perpetrator. Naruto's sweat dropped at the last half of the explanation. Sasuke raced up to Gaara's sphere and stabbed it as hard as he could. The most shocking thing being that he actually cut through the sand. No way, said Kankuro in amazement. Gaara's absolute defense has been. He trailed off, not being able to believe it. Absolute, my ass, yelled the demonic fox. I've penetrated that defense countless times. After all, it's just sand. Now, that one shield he has, she trailed off. Shield? Asked Naruto. Yes, a shield made out of the toughest elements in the earth, she explained. He calls it the shield of Shikaku or something like that. The retard has a tendency to name everything after himself. What is this warm stuff? Wondered Gaara. Blood. My blood, he screamed. Don't make such a big deal out of it, thought Naruto. Shikaku would do the same thing, so like demon, like container, I guess. Sasuke tried to pull his hand out, but found that it was stuck. After several tries, he finally added some chakra into the Chidori and thus was able to pull it out again. However, the thing that was grabbing his arm in the first place was some sort of clawed hand made out of sand that retreated back into the sphere when Sasuke was far enough away. It's his arm, stuttered Kankuro. Naruto could have sworn the Sannin would wet his pants soon. The sphere cracked and Gaara came out holding onto his left shoulder, which was bleeding. I see, said the fox seriously. So that's how it works. How what works? Inquired Naruto. Quiet, whelp, she ordered. I wonder if I would be able to do the same thing. Then again, our seals are different, and I don't have an element I actively use like Shikaku. She paused in her contemplating to explain to her container exactly what was happening. You saw that hand that came out of the sphere, right? Naruto nodded. Well, Shikaku uses sand to project his own demonic image onto Gaara's body, meaning that while on the outside it looks like Shikaku, it is really nothing more than an object made out of sand to look like Shikaku. On the inside is the container's body who, I'm guessing, gives up control to Shikaku. Therefore the one in control of the sand-made Shikaku is Shikaku himself. That's pretty good, said Naruto, slowly absorbing the information. Yes, I might need to give him more credit in the brain department, she sneered. It's times like these that I wish I had made one of my supremacies active. She paused and contemplated the issue further. Actually, I take back the credit. The boy loses more and more of his mind to Shikaku when he has to sleep. So eventually there will be no more human container, just Shikaku. Therefore, if he were to keep his container asleep long enough, he would be able to walk around freely. Albeit in a human body, but one that he could change into his own. Well, he always did have a problem with putting two and two together. Naruto watched as white feathers suddenly started falling in front of his eyes. What the hell is going on here? He thought. Kyuubi was instantly jerked out of her thoughts. Genjutsu. Cancel it now. Naruto did as he was told, but watched as most of the people in the stadium fell asleep. Suddenly the place where the Hokage and the Kazekage were sitting filled with smoke. For people burst out of the smoke and onto the rooftop. It looked like the Kazekage was holding the Hokage hostage, and the other two people split apart into four and stood on the corners of the rooftop. Before the ANBU could even jump to help the Hokage, the four lackeys erected a dark purple chakra barrier. The sand team jumped down to the arena floor to stand beside Gaara. Gaara, the plan, said their Jounin sensei. Gaara just groaned in pain. Fool, trying to transform into your complete form before the signal. He's experiencing the side effect, said Temari as she crouched down and examined him. It's impossible to proceed now. Then what are we supposed to do? Yelled Kankuro. Their teacher hesitated. Abort the mission. The Sand Genin were shocked. You guys take Gaara and retreat. What about you? I'll join the battle, he announced. Go! Temari and Kankuro leapt off, taking Gaara with them. Naruto watched as the Jounin examiner sent Sasuke after the Sand Trio. They think they can escape that easily, do they? Thought Naruto sadistically. He climbed over the wall and followed the Uchiha. After a little while Sasuke caught up with the Sand Trio and was about to deal with Kankuro when Shino interfered and had Sasuke chase after Temari and Gaara, while he stayed to fight Kankuro. Naruto briefly observed the interaction, from his hiding point high above them, before following Gaara. It wasn't a long journey before Gaara had Temari stop. He roughly pushed aside the female and glared at the pursuing Sasuke. You, that is strong, started Gaara. You, that has companions. The right side of his face started cracking and expanding. You, that is like me. Once I kill you, I will be the one to have destroyed all of that. Only then can I survive. Only then can I feel alive. Gaara fell down to his knees as the right side his face and upper body transformed into that of Shikaku. Gaara quickly jumped forward and obliterated the tree branch that Sasuke had been standing on. Are you afraid of me? Asked Gaara in a crazy voice. Is he a monster? Wondered Sasuke. What's the matter, are you afraid of me, of my existence? Continued Gaara in a taunting voice. Has your fear overtaken the hatred, the killing urge? Is your reason for existence as puny as that? Naruto watched the fight commence, waiting for the right moment, namely when Sasuke was beaten, to interfere. He hasn't changed one bit, commented the fox. I haven't seen him in 100 years, and he still arrogantly taunts his opponents, trying to scare them with words, much like your previous opponent. Except this one's a demon. Demon, human. Essentially, it is the same thing. A battle, said Kyuubi nonchalantly. The only difference is the level at which you fight. You have a big advantage in this battle, you know? I do? Asked Naruto. I know I have both supremacies, but if Shikaku is in control, then that doesn't necessarily give me an advantage. No, you see, there is a conflict of interests between the demon and the container, she explained. The container, Gaara, does not want to transform. Therefore, Shikaku is constantly fighting with his container's consciousness for control. That weakens him. Even if the Shikaku is in control, he is still sitting inside the human's body. meaning that any supremacy signal he must forcefully send out through a human chakra system. Oh, that's right, since he doesn't have the supremacy tattoos, his chakra system has not changed, considered Naruto. So suddenly pushing demonic chakra through it, especially without the supremacy activation code, would rip and burn it. Precisely, concluded the demon fox. Once the chakra system is burned beyond use, the transformation ends and Gaara regains control. Since Shikaku does not have nearly as good of a healing factor as I do, the container's chakra system won't be fixed for at least 3 days. Still, after 13 years, this human's mind should be easy taking, examined the QB. So if he had just started changing the human chakra system into a demonic one 13 years ago, Shikaku would have been walking around in a human form by now. Well, I'm not going to be telling him this, since I have no such chance. Best that he live with his own folly. Sasuke charged up the Chidori once more and sliced Gaara's arm in half, but after a short cry of pain, the demon container began to laugh. The sand quickly reformed into the bestial arm, as if nothing happened. Not only that, but he also grew a tail. Gaara charged at Sasuke once more, but with the Sharingan, Sasuke was able to read the Sannin's movements and dodge. The Uchiha survivor tried to use a Katan Jutsu against Gaara, but it was easily blocked since it was not high-level enough to turn the sand into glass. Naruto noticed that Sasuke was quickly approaching his limit and got ready to jump in. Sasuke activated a third Chidori, but it failed halfway through. That is before his curse seal started to spread and he managed to almost completely sever Gaara's transformed arm. However, he was down on the ground in pain right after. Gaara made a rush at the downed Sasuke and hit the branch the Uchiha was laying on, sending Sasuke falling down to the ground. However, Sasuke was quickly caught by Sakura, who had arrived only a few moments earlier. "What the hell is she doing here?" growled Naruto, because now he could not go all out with Gaara. "I could kill them and say Gaara did it before I got there." He contemplated but decided it would be a lot more troublesome that way. Sakura instantly started looking over Sasuke's wounds, before finally looking over at Sasuke's opponent and screaming. Gaara laughed and launched himself at the couple, only to be roughly pushed back by a kick to the head. "Uzumaki, Naruto," he said slowly as he got up. "Looks like your automated sand shield doesn't work when Shikaku starts coming out," stated Naruto. "Is he having too much trouble pushing back your consciousness?" mocked the blonde genin. Gaara's eyes narrowed. This boy knew too much about what was going on inside his head. "Sakura, what the hell do you think you're doing here?" demanded Naruto. "We came to help Sasuke," she answered fearfully. "Help? We?" questioned Naruto sarcastically. "Who, you and that little doggy?" "Hey, don't call me little," said the dog. Naruto didn't pay attention. "Do you really think you even stand a chance against Gaara? Tell me, how are you going to fight him?" "Huh." Naruto started raising his voice in frustration. "Are you as fast as Lee? Do you know as much ninjutsu as Kakashi? Or are you going to try and trap a demonic mind inside a human-made genjutsu?" Sakura didn't know what to say. Of course she could not stand up to Gaara. If Sasuke-kun couldn't beat him, then how could she? She knew the truth. She knew that she would be killed. "What about you?" she yelled. "Can you take him on?" Even Sasuke was defeated. "Shut up," snarled Naruto. "You are nothing but a liability right now. Stay with your oh-so-precious Sasuke-kun and don't try any heroics. If you die because of your own stupidity, don't expect me to mourn you." Shock and disappointment was written all over Sakura's face. She dejectedly lowered her gaze and tried to hold back the tears that were threatening to come out. Naruto, the kindest person she knew, had just told her off. She never thought it would hurt so much, but here she was, trying to overcome the painful truth that she was too weak to even try and help out Naruto while he battled with a monster. Just as Naruto was about to turn back and face Gaara, he felt the said monster passing right by him and heading straight towards Sakura and Sasuke. "Oh great," thought Naruto. "And Sakura isn't even getting up to run." Naruto watched as Gaara pinned Sakura to a tree. "I thought I said no heroics, Sakura. Now look at what kind of mess you got yourself into." Gaara transformed further, only leaving his feet in their normal state. "She won't be released until you defeat me," declared the half-monster. Gaara crossed his arms and shot out Sand Shuriken at Naruto. "Suetun, Suijin Hiki, said Naruto after doing a couple hand seals. Water barrier. Naruto pulled out the water from his body and shot it out of his mouth. A wall of water surrounded Naruto and blocked the shuriken. What's wrong, afraid of me? Insulted Gaara. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he decided to release his chakra mask. Temari and the dog's eyes widened. This is what that blonde kid was concealing? Wondered the sand kunoichi. No wonder Gaara took an interest in him. Within a moment Naruto's chakra changed and took a much more haunting feel. What is this feeling? He feels sort of like Gaara. Naruto raised his left hand and up to eye level and showed off his claws to Gaara. He then raised his head and looked into Shikaku's eyes with the Kyuubi's red irises blazing. You remember these eyes, don't you? He smirked darkly and disappeared from his position. If Shikaku had any doubts as to who he was facing, they were erased when he looked into those eyes. He remembered all right. He remembered being thrown about as a rag doll by that nine-tailed bitch. He had been a high lord in the Tanuki clan, but was captured during a raid on the Fox clan. The head of the Fox clan, Kyuubi, had forced him into servitude. Him, a lord, had been forced to his knees and had to bow down to his sworn enemies. He had tried to honorably take his own life many times, but the Foxes had some of the best medics in all of Makai. They would not let him off the hook so easily. His liberation came only 800 years prior, when he was thrown onto the human plane. While being disappointed about where he ended up, he was overjoyed that he wouldn't have to deal with foxes anymore. However, only 700 years had passed before he was once again forced to face off against a fox. The Kyuubi, who had just been dropped out of Makai. He was sure victory was his since he had more experience in the human plane, especially with the supremacies. But the Kyuubi didn't even bother going through his defenses and simply went around them to nearly maul him completely, using only her speed and agility. To say that he was pissed was an understatement, and the fact that she just left him to die without finishing him made it even worse. Now he would be able to destroy her. He would finally have his revenge. He knew the Kyuubi could not manifest through the Doton like he could, so her container would be crushed when he transformed into his true form. Oh yes, he would have fun torturing that bitch to death. He increased the strain on his container's mind, needing to get free faster. Naruto appeared right behind Gaara and kicked him in the head at the same time that he made 2 Kage Bunshin. The clone on his right pulled him down while the clone on his left continued pounding Gaara. Naruto, meanwhile, had taken out a kunai and tied an explosive note to it. He stuck the kunai right next to Gaara's tail and jumped away. Just like Kyuubi had said, the attack slowed down the monster, because that was one of the most painful weak points on a Tanuki's body. Thank you, Q, said Naruto and jumped at Gaara once again, using the smoke created by the explosion as cover. In midair, Naruto activated his Suitun supremacy and did 3 hand seals. Suitun, Suryuden no Jutsu, he whispered, Water Dragon. Gaara tried to block the dragon by hitting it as hard as he could, in hopes of destroying it. However, the dragon just twisted its body and went around Gaara's defense to slam right into him. The attack was not meant to break Gaara, but rather to soak him in water, making him slower, so that when Naruto and several dozen clones attacked him with taijutsu, Gaara could not respond fast enough and was knocked around by the leaf nin before finally being sent into the ground at an incredible pace. Gaara instantly got angry. His mind aligned with Shikaku's and quickly transformed into the demon's true form, which was as big as Gamabunta. The demon tried to squash Naruto with his giant paw, but Naruto jumped away while biting his thumb. Several seconds later, a cloud the size of Shikaku appeared and out of it emerged Naruto on the head of a giant toad. Hey, you again? Asked Gamabunta. What do you want? You to fight, of course, answered Naruto as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Gamabunta looked ahead of him at the Tanuki. If I remember correctly, that is Shikaku of the Sands. This is going to be a troublesome battle. He decided to have some fun with his summoner. You know, we haven't sealed our agreement over sake yet. That's your own fault for leaving so early last time, countered Naruto. Now, getting back to the matter at hand, we need to handicap him. How about you use that sword and cut off an arm or a leg from the monster? You want me to charge in and cut him up? Asked the toad incredulously. I summoned you, hence I am your master, said Naruto, and as an afterthought flashed his demonic chakra. Or would you like to have a matching scar on your right eye? Gamabunta twitched slightly. This kid actually had the guts to threaten him? Then again he had the guts to stand up to the nine-tailed demon inside of him, or so the toad assumed. Either way, the boy had experience standing up to creatures that were many times more powerful than him. "All right, hold on tight," yelled the boss toad as he charged the tanuki. Gamabunta only managed one sword swing before his sword was knocked away, and he was sent flying back. But he did manage to cut off Gaara's right arm. Gaara rose out of Shikaku's shell to appear on the tanuki's head. "Thank you for keeping me entertained so far," he said with his hands in a seal. "Now you'll see the true powers of the sand demon. Be advised, he's going to force himself to sleep and thus let out Shikaku." "And you say that so calmly?" commented Naruto. "So that's the medium," said Gamabunta. "That medium shows signs of insomnia. Those that become possessed by the Shikaku can't even get a decent night's sleep." "It is because of the terror," said Naruto calmly. "If they sleep, their mind is eaten away by the Shikaku." "How do you know all this?" questioned the boss toad. "Kyuubi told me," was the simple yet frightening answer. "Spell of fake sleep," announced Gaara and hung limp. "I'm finally out," yelled Shikaku. "And there's someone I want to kill right off." Without hesitating, Shikaku activated his Futon supremacy and hit himself in the stomach once. "Rinku Dan!" An air bullet shot out of Shikaku's mouth, but Gamabunta was prepared and had already jumped over it. "Suetun, Teppodama," said the toad and shot 2 water bullets down at Shikaku. However, the demon countered with 3 air bullets. The last one was obscured from view by the explosion created out of the collision of the water and air bullets. "This is bad. There is still one left," cried Naruto. Sensing that the toad could do nothing about it, Naruto activated his Suetun supremacy and made a large horizontal plate of water right under Gamabunta. The air bullet hit the plate and exploded, but did not hit the boss toad. "How did you do that?" inquired Gamabunta. "It doesn't matter," replied the Leaf Nin. "We don't have time for idle talk." "Right," he said somewhat uncertainly. "We need to rough up that medium kid, so that the spell breaks." "You mean you want me to get onto Shikaku and beat the crap out of Gaara?" asked Naruto, already knowing the answer. "Yes, but I am a toad. I don't have fangs or claws to stop him. So I'll need you to use the Henge no Jutsu to transform me into something that does." Naruto prepared the necessary amount of chakra. "All right, tell me when." Gamabunta ran up closer to Shikaku and gave Naruto the signal. Immediately Naruto channeled a large amount of chakra and transformed himself and the boss toad into the Kyuubi. Shikaku was startled. He had been absolutely positive that the Kyuubi could not manifest itself, and here he was looking straight at his arch-nemesis. Before Shikaku had a chance to move, the fox grabbed him with its paws and teeth and kept him in place. As quickly as the Kyuubi had appeared, it also disappeared when Naruto jumped off of Gamabunta to punch Gaara. The Shikaku had only now figured out what had really happened and was very angry at being tricked by the Kyuubi. Again. But he could not do anything, as at that exact moment his container woke up and he was forced back into the seal. Gaara's eyes snapped open and he instinctively tried to hold Naruto by wrapping sand around his feet. But Naruto was quick to react and activate his supremacy. The blonde shinobi dodged the sand this way and that as he made his way towards Gaara once again. On the home stretch, Naruto pumped chakra into his feet and using a very fast crisscross pattern ended up right next to Gaara. Naruto's claws ripped through Gaara's clothes and into his flesh. The sand nin gasped and fell down holding the right side of his chest, which was bleeding profusely. Shikaku's sand shell crumpled immediately and the 2 genin were left to fall onto the tops of the trees below. Gamabunta left as soon as Shikaku had crumpled. "We are the same, you and I," said Gaara, breathing heavily. The 2 demon containers had landed on treetops and were eyeing each other cautiously. They both jumped at each other knowing that this was the final attack of the battle. Naruto skillfully blocked Gaara's punch and smashed his fist into the sand nin's face. Gaara landed heavily on the ground below, while Naruto landed a little ways away from him in a crouch. Although he may not have looked it, Naruto was very tired. He had never used the Kyuubi's chakra that much. Since he had completely drained his own when summoning Gamabunta, Naruto was forced to rely on his other chakra for the rest of the battle. The blonde shinobi knew that he would pass out if he didn't have chakra circulating right now, so he kept one of his supremacies activated, thus limiting the demonic chakra to demonic pathways. Naruto stood up and slowly made his way over to Gaara. "My existence won't be put out," screamed the Sannin. "It won't be put out." "Stop being so melodramatic," calmly said Naruto. "Don't come closer," he ordered. "Why not?" asked Naruto. "I just want to chat with you a little." Gaara stared at him blankly. "We don't have a lot of time, you and I. Those teammates of mine will come here soon, and so will yours." Naruto sat down next to the Sand Shinobi and dropped his emotional mask, revealing his sad eyes to Gaara. "You see, I know what you have to go through better than anyone else." "Then, how come you are stronger?" asked Gaara. "How come you don't kill them all?" "Because getting revenge now is not as glorifying," explained Naruto. "Would you agree that being backstabbed is a lot more painful?" "Oh yes, of course you would. You and I know exactly what that feels like. So if you really want them to suffer pain close to yours, you must be in their trust, and only after that can you destroy them." "Then why did you not let me kill the Uchiha?" "The time has not yet come, and he is my kill, not yours," sharply replied Naruto. "And to answer your first question about my strength, well, you have to fight for someone. You have to fight in order to protect someone close to you. For you, it is a lot easier than for me." Seeing Gaara's questioning look, he elaborated. "Your brother and sister, Gaara, they care for you. Your brother might want to piss his pants every time he thinks about Shikaku, but they were always there for you, were they not? Think about that, and don't always listen to your demon. I hear from my own that Shikaku can be quite the idiot." "I will think about it, as you said," replied the Sannin slowly. "Good. And then maybe you will have enough psychological and emotional strength to force the sand rat to teach you something." Gaara's eyes widened. He had never even entertained the thought of learning something from his burden. After all, he needs you to let him out. If he refuses, you can always put a no-sleep seal on yourself, and then he wouldn't be able to do anything. "Those actually exist?" asked Gaara in amazement. "Of course, they are sometimes used in torture," explained Naruto. "Ask the Sand's torture and interrogation specialist when you get back." Naruto looked to the side for a second before talking again. "Seems our chatting time is over," concluded Naruto, and fell silent as Sasuke walked up to him. Sasuke had gotten up when Naruto summoned the boss Toad, and had watched the battle in absolute awe because of what his supposedly dead last teammate could do. "That's enough, Naruto," he said. "Sakura is all right now, and this guy has run out of chakra." A moment later, Temari and Kankuro landed next to Gaara, ready to fight if need be. "That's enough, stop it," ordered Gaara. "I understand," said Kankuro and picked up his brother. "This is the first time I have seen him completely exhausted." Gaara and Naruto exchanged one last look before the former was carried away by his family. "Well, I can rest now," thought Naruto, and released Kyuubi's chakra. He passed out instantly, leaving Sasuke with the tedious task of carrying him and Sakura to the hospital. "Temari, Kankuro," said Gaara slowly. "I'm sorry." The older siblings looked at each other, then at Gaara in shock and amazement. It's nothing," reassured Kankuro. Chapter 8: Obscure Legends. 2 days after the battle, everyone in the shinobi ranks was paying their respects to the fallen Sandaime Hokage. Beside Naruto, Iruka was comforting a crying little boy. Although Naruto didn't particularly care for the old man, and rather despised him at times, he was still saddened and disappointed that the old man had died. "Worried the next Hokage won't let you get away with as much shit?" asked the fox. "Partly," replied Naruto. "I guess now that I'm looking at his life overall, at least the last part when I knew him, he's not all that bad. I mean, he may not have controlled the villagers much, but it's not like he let them kill me, you know?" "I understand," she softly replied. "I still think you're letting the gloomy atmosphere affect you too much. This ceremony is taking too long, and we are doing nothing but standing here," complained Naruto. He suddenly noticed the crowd start to disperse. "Wait, we could have left whenever we wanted? Why don't people tell me these things?" The Kyuubi chuckled. "But you still wouldn't have left first. It would have drawn too much attention." "True, but still," thought Naruto as he walked away, heading back to his apartment. On the way there, he decided to stop by the ramen place and get a bowl or 10. If you get the right flavor and get it cooked well, it's actually not so bad. Naruto had only gotten through half a bowl when Jiraiya sat down right next to him. "Ero Sennin," said Naruto and chuckled mentally at Jiraiya's frown. "Hey, listen, Naruto, how would you like to go on a business trip with me?" asked the Toad Sannin as soon as the genin finished eating. "A business trip, you say?" restated Naruto. "Why should I go on a business trip with a perverted Sannin?" "Because it is a paid-for trip, and we're supposed to find a girl." Jiraiya tried to bribe the boy. "It is also a special trip. We'll stop by the red light district in Hima. You'll learn a lot more than what Kakashi has taught you." "Stupid pervert. Thinking he can bribe me with beautiful girls," thought Naruto. "That kind of stuff won't work on me. And also this woman, she's hot," continued Jiraiya. "And she wants to meet you." "Unlikely," thought Naruto out loud. "But I will still go with you." Jiraiya had thought he would have to resort to the boy's rivalry with the Uchiha, but was pleasantly surprised when the boy accepted the invitation on his own. "All right, go pack and meet me at the main gate in an hour." Naruto nodded and ran off to his apartment. An hour later, the two were already traveling down a dirt road in absolute silence, with the exception of their footsteps. "This trip will be a complete waste of time if I don't bug this guy for jutsus," thought Naruto and prepared to use his mask. "Wait a second, do I even need to use it? I mean, I could just show him my calm and collected side, and since we are out the village, there will no one to compare the old me and the new me." "Hey, Ero Sennin, could you teach me a jutsu?" asked Naruto. "Ero Sennin," Jiraiya frowned. "Don't you know what kind of amazing person I am?" Jiraiya went off on a long spiel about himself, in hopes of having Naruto not call him by such an embarrassing name anymore. "That's nice," said Naruto. "In that case, I'm sure you know more jutsus than most anyone in Konoha, so you could at least teach me one of them." Jiraiya grumbled and told Naruto to wait at least until the next town, claiming he needed to think about what to teach him. From a high branch of a nearby tree watched a solitary figure. It blended in with its surrounding like a chameleon and masked its presence completely. "Soon I will meet you," the figure said in a male voice. "Knowing Jiraiya, he will leave you alone for extended periods of time." He then jumped up to the top of the tree to look at the two Akatsuki members in the distance. Noted. He disappeared, leaving no trace he was ever there. Naruto and Jiraiya soon reached a small town and picked out an inn to stay the night. As soon as Jiraiya finished paying, a beautiful woman caught his eye and he literally threw Naruto the keys, told the genin to refine his chakra control, and ran after her. Naruto also found her pretty cute, but not even close to the Kyuubi. "Glad you think that way," said the Kyuubi sweetly. "You know, I never have time to give you your 13th birthday present." Naruto's face took on a reddish tint because of the fox's tone. "This is really not conducive for my meditation," said Naruto. "Think of this as training to clear your mind of everything," she said. "You make these things so much more difficult with that adult stuff." "Adult?" asked Kyuubi innocently. "You can get married at 16, so someone 3 years younger shouldn't be completely clueless about it." Naruto grumbled, knowing that he would not be able to meditate calmly. Just then he heard a knock on the door. "What, he's already been rejected?" laughed Naruto. He opened the door and looked up to find a man in a black cloak with red clouds staring down at him with his Sharingan eyes. "Who the hell?" wondered Naruto. The whole Uchiha clan was destroyed by... Oh, he realized who it was as soon as he noticed the slashed leaf forehead protector. "Could this child really be the Kyuubi?" asked another voice. This man was taller. His blue shark-like face was even complete with what looked like gills, and the huge wrapped sword strapped to his back did not bode well for the blonde. Naruto's eyes widened at the mention of the Nine Tails. "Uchiha Itachi, am I correct?" asked Naruto. Itachi was surprised that the boy knew him, but nodded in confirmation. "Naruto-kun, we would like you to come with us," he stated. "To where exactly?" "Come out of the room," ordered the Sharingan user. "What the hell?" wondered the blonde. "There is no way I can take these guys on. They even feel too strong." Naruto slowly came out of the room, while his brain was racing for escape plans. Itachi-san, it's time we got started, said the shark man and reached for his sword. We don't need him running off, so we should cut off a leg. Naruto narrowed his eyes and mentally awoke Kyuubi. Q, some help here please? How the hell did you end up on the opposite side of S-Class Shinobi? She yelled. S-Class. They just came for me, he replied. Well, they obviously came for me, and to them you are in the way, she explained. I hate to say this, but you'll have to rely on that pervert. I won't be able to fight two S-Class Shinobi through your body and win. Great, and he ran off with a girl, cursed Naruto. It's strange, but I have a feeling that nothing bad will happen. Naruto suddenly felt another presence behind Itachi, and apparently so did Itachi. It has been a while, Sasuke, he said calmly. Uchiha Itachi, said Sasuke. Indeed, today is a special day, said the shark man, turning sideways. This is the second time I've seen another Sharingan. I will kill you, declared Sasuke. You seem to be familiar with Itachi, said Kisame. Who is this guy? He is my younger brother, said Itachi and turned to face Sasuke. I heard the entire Uchiha clan was wiped out by you, said Kisame. Damn, they look alike, thought Naruto. But Sasuke is lacking the third pinwheel in his Sharingan. His arrogance will get him beat, if not killed, this battle. I've lived hating you and I have lived only to kill you, said Sasuke before yelling a battle cry and charging up his Chidori. Sasuke charged straight at Itachi, thinking that since it was a hallway Itachi had nowhere to run. However, a split second before the Chidori was to pierce the elder Uchiha. Itachi grabbed Sasuke's hand by the wrist, neutralizing the attack. In the process, blowing up the wall next to them. Itachi didn't hesitate to break Sasuke's wrist, making sure the Chidori would not be used again. In an alleyway on the other side of town, a tall man dressed in all white leaned up against the wall looking into what seemed to be a mirror. About time I give the idiot a clue, he mumbled, looking into a shop on the opposite side of the street. He narrowed an eye at the black-haired vixen that was with Jiraiya. The effects were immediate. Jiraiya instantly canceled the genjutsu that had been placed over her and ran with her back to the inn. The stranger smirked and the mirror in his hand fell through his fingers as it turned into sand. With both missing Nins back to him, Naruto decided he might as well try to retaliate against them. He started gathering a load of Kyuubi's chakra to activate his Doton supremacy and use a rapid succession of earth-based offenses and defenses in order to provide himself a means of escape. However, right after he activated the supremacy, he lost all of the chakra he had been gathering. What the hell just happened? He cried. Naruto looked up and noticed Kisame's sword was vibrating. My Samahata eats up chakra, explained that shark man. Now that your jutsu is gone, you shouldn't be much trouble. Now, should I cut off a leg or should I cut off an arm? Kisame raised his sword and was going to bring it down on Naruto. The boy started to panic. Stop! Stop it now! Ordered the Kyuubi. Now look, you still have your own chakra, so just do a simple Doton barrier and get the hell out of here. Naruto refocused and gathered chakra much faster than last time. He slammed his hands down on the ground at the same time that a toad appeared in front of him. The toad ended up blocking the blow while the wall came up right after to stand between Naruto and the toad. Jiraiya appeared behind Naruto and said something about getting girls being his specialty, which no one there really believed, and went off on a spiel about how great he was. Again, Jiraiya and Kisame chatted for a bit about the Akatsuki duo's plan to distract Jiraiya with the woman, but that they weren't really expecting it to work. What really caught Naruto's attention was when Jiraiya confirmed that Itachi and Kisame were indeed after Naruto. No wonder Kakashi knew about this, said Itachi. You were his source of information. Jiraiya grimaced. So they had a run-in with the copycat in Konoha. They mobilized faster than I had expected. To abduct Naruto, those were the orders given to us by the higher echelons of our organization, Akatsuki, stated Itachi. Dawn, thought Naruto. Dawn of what? Dawn of the New World Order. What else could power-hungry humans be after? You won't get Naruto, declared Jiraiya right as his summoning disappeared. And why not? Because right now, right here, you two will die by my hand. This guy is mine. seethed Sasuke as he unsteadily got up. I have absolutely no interest in you right now, said the elder Uchiha. Naruto, I told you, don't, screamed Sasuke. I'm not going to get into your family affairs, thought Naruto. This fight is mine, seethed Sasuke, the anger and hate absolutely blinking him. Come at me. Itachi effortlessly kicked his brother into the wall at the end of the hall, and with lightning speed was in front of the younger Uchiha and had punched him in the stomach. Just as Sasuke was going to fall, Itachi kneed him in the face and grabbed the genin by the throat. No mercy at all, commented Kisame. Itachi momentarily closed his eyes before reopening them against with the Manjikyu blazing. Sasuke screamed from having to watch his parents get killed all over again. Itachi, I would advise you not to use your eyes so many times in a single day, warned Kisame. Naruto simply looked on wondering exactly what it was that Itachi was doing to Sasuke. As far as he knew, the Sharingan did not have the ability to inflict this kind of pain. He might be using some sort of advanced form of genjutsu, contemplated Naruto. It's called the Manjikyu Sharingan, explained Kyubi. I believe the technique he's using right now is called Tsukiyomi. She went on to explain the technique in detail to Naruto. Jiraiya quickly performed a list of seals and slammed his palms into the floor. Ninpu, Gamma Gucci Shibari, he said, toad mouth bind. Too bad, Itachi and Kisame. You were already inside my stomach. The two Akatsuki members found themselves being enveloped in Jiraiya jutsu. They stated running away while the walls were closing in on them. Itachi closed his eyes and performed a blackfire jutsu to burn their way out. Naruto slowly approached the black flames to get a better look. What the hell is this black flame? He wondered. Idiot! Don't get closer to it! Yelled Jiraiya. The Sannin quickly unrolled a scroll and scribbled on it until he had a sealing scroll ready. Fujin. Seal fire highest rank, he yelled. Jiraiya quickly rolled up the scroll and tied it tightly. All right. Everyone okay after that? Sasuke, said Naruto and walked over to his beaten-up teammate. The Uchiha was slumped down against the wall with a completely blank stare. Just then, Guy flew in and kicked Jiraiya right in the head. He apologized, of course, saying it was an accident, but the Sannin still looked somewhat pissed. Naruto soon found out from their conversation that Kakashi had also suffered from this same jutsu, and he also received some more information about the person that he and Jiraiya were supposed to find. One of the three Nins like him, huh? So basically we're searching for a 50-some-year-old hag. Jiraiya bade Guy to take Sasuke back to the village, while he and Naruto went off to find Sununade. Guy also tried to give Naruto the same green jumpsuit that he and Lee wear, but the blonde politely refused the god-awful thing. As they were walking down the road to the next town, Jiraiya noticed Naruto in deep thought. What is it? He asked, concerned. Ero Sennin, those Akatsuki guys are after me because of the Kyubi, aren't they? The Ninetales is a monster that has been appearing age after age, explained Jiraiya, a monstrous demon hellbent of destruction. He could have put it in more elegant terms, pouted the fox. As for why those guys would want the Kyubi, I really don't know. The Sannin lowered his head. But since you have the Kyubi sealed within you, I guess they are trying to find a way to harness and control its powers. Control me? Bah! Sneered Kyubi. I am my own mistress. Those guys will keep trying to get you. It is a destiny you'll have to face up to, said the old man. But when that happens, I'll be there to protect you, so don't worry. That's why I have to stronger, exclaimed Naruto. And why you have to teach me a really powerful jutsu. This kid bounces back really fast, thought Jiraiya, then noticed the questioning look on Naruto's face. What? This lady we are searching for is the Tsunade the guy was talking about, stated Naruto, and Jiraiya nodded, slightly surprised by his insightfulness. If she is one of the people like you, then she must be over 50 years old. That's right. We are searching for an old hag, confirmed Naruto dejectedly. Hey, what is this old hag Tsunade like? Well, she's kind of annoying, said Jiraiya. That's the first thing he thinks of when describing her? She is a compulsive gambler, and well known in a lot of countries, Jiraiya explained further. Then she'll be pretty easy to find if she's famous. Oh yeah, she's famous all right, said Jiraiya. She's known as the legendary sucker. Naruto face-faulted. Legendary sucker, you say? So she must lose a whole lot. Jiraiya then explained how Tsunade often hides her appearance behind a special genjutsu, and that even though she's 50, she could look like a 20-year-old. She changes her appearance to get away from gambling debts. Naruto sighed. That's not very good at all. Tsunade, as a kid, loved to gamble more than anything else. Unfortunately, she sucked at it in both luck and skill. So how are we going to find her? Interrupted Naruto before Jiraiya went off on a rant. Since we are on foot, there are all these ways. So basically, you don't know how long this is going to take, said Naruto dryly. We don't have too much time to spare, since we'll be spending most of our time on the journey on you, said Jiraiya. At the Genin's questioning look, Jiraiya elaborated. We're going to power you up, kid. It's training time. Well then, what are you going to teach me? Don't get too fired up. We still need to gather information about Tsunade, said the Sannin. In this town, Jiraiya pointed to the town they were overlooking. There is a festival going on right now, so you can do whatever you want until it's over. If you're going to go to the red light district, go already. I don't care, said Naruto flatly. You have enough money? Asked Jiraiya. I brought a bit. Show me, asked the old man. No, was the calm reply. You don't trust your own teacher? It's my money. I don't trust anyone with it, but myself. Did you know that money is one of the 3 sins that shinobi are forbidden to do? Asked the Sannin matter-of-factly. Naruto just stared at the old man. The 3 sins: money, alcohol, and women. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And exactly what do you do in the red light district? Don't change the subject, yelled Jiraiya. He quickly handed Naruto his bag in case the boy got lost. Then the toads could track him. Jiraiya promised to collect information about Tsunade and ran off. Great, thought Naruto. I may as well enjoy myself. Naruto walked around the festival, playing some games, not really caring to win the prizes since they were on a mission. Finally, he bought some food and went off to find the perverted old man. I can hear the guy from half a block away. He really has absolutely no tact. Naruto looked in to where Jiraiya's voice had been coming from and saw the old man sitting on a large couch with a woman on each side. Yup, definitely breaking his own 3 sins law. Oh Naruto, how'd it go at the festival? Dandy, said Naruto in a low voice, while his upper lip quivered. I'll be safe to assume you didn't get the information, right? He asked in the same tone. Jiraiya could sense the anger rolling off of Naruto. And Naruto calmed down. This really isn't what it looks like. I'm sure, said Naruto and turned to leave, but bumped into some man in a trench coat. Look what you did, brat, yelled the man. You put a stain on a designed jacket. Naruto looked up at the man and said nothing. This is an expensive type of clothing. I expect you to give me 100,000 for it. Go fuck yourself, said Naruto coldly. That shit isn't even worth 1,000. Jiraiya got up and agreed with Naruto. What did you say, you bastard? The man continued yelling. I'm a legendary chunin from the Stone Village. I'll show you what real pain is. Naruto, pay close attention, said Jiraiya authoritatively. I'll show you a jutsu you'll be learning soon. Jiraiya held out his right hand and chakra started gathering on top of his palm into a blue sphere. Jiraiya then took the chakra ball. While it was still gathering, that shoved it into the chunin's stomach, forcing the man to fly out of the room and across the street. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and delight. I'm going to be learning that? He wondered. Cool, he said with a smile. Jiraiya bought some water balloons and had Naruto follow him to the outskirts of town. There he explained that Naruto was to blow up the water balloon by only using his chakra, but for the beginning stage Naruto would only have to make the water in the balloon spin. Making it spin, huh? Mumbled the genin. Don't use your supremacy for this, reminded the Kyuubi. Of course not, I understand that. Still, Naruto had to think about how to get the water to spin. It would be the same basic principle: add chakra to the water and make it go wherever you want. The blonde shinobi concentrated on making the water spin and because of his earlier practice with Suiton Jutsus could easily make the water spin. "Hey Rasengan, I did it!" yelled Naruto to the sleeping old man. "I got the water to spin." Jiraiya grumbled about having his rest interrupted. "Good, now try to break it, and don't disturb me while I sleep." Naruto frowned, but continued his training. After an hour of only being able to stretch the balloon this way and that, Naruto stopped to think what he was missing. He was successfully making the water spin, but no matter how much he stretched the balloon, it would not break. Why? Jiraiya woke up and explained to Naruto about the direction of chakra flow, and that he had to spin the water in the direction opposite to that of his own chakra rotation. "But I'm already doing that. There is something he is not telling me, the key to this whole exercise." "Right? He is hiding the key from you," reaffirmed the fox. "And no, I won't give you the answer. This is an exercise you need to figure out on your own." Naruto pouted. Even Q-chan wouldn't tell him anything. "I will tell you that everything you need to know you already know, but have just not realized it and have not put it to use. This is a jutsu the yondaime left behind," added Jiraiya. "It took him 3 years to perfect it. To truly appreciate the degree of difficulty of this jutsu, he was 6 grades above the second, an A-rank ultra-high grade level." Naruto stared at the old man in awe. In order to comprehend the technique, you need at least 3rd grade level jutsu. The water balloon is the first stage. After that, the old man left and Naruto continued trying to break the balloon, but kept failing. "She said I know everything," mused Naruto. "So let's start at the beginning." He was supposed to spin the water using his chakra in the direction opposite his own chakra rotation. That he was doing correctly, that meant he was missing something else, but what? That is really all Jiraiya talked about. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Naruto's head. He hadn't considered what Jiraiya had showed him. Come to think of it, his water balloon was going in all different direction. Naruto decided to mull that over in his head as he headed back to the inn and went to bed. In the morning, while Naruto was in the bathroom, the neighbor's cat got a hold of his water balloon and popped it while the genin watched from the sidelines. It broke it by tossing it all around. "So I have to make the water spin in different direction, instead of just one." Naruto cursed Jiraiya for giving him the absolutely bare minimum. Naruto knew that he could easily do it with 2 hands, but that would be kind of cheating. To disrupt the flow of chakra, thought Naruto. Yes, that would do it, but how do I do that? How do I spin it in different directions at the same time? Naruto pondered that for a little while, as he was waiting for Jiraiya to wake up. Naruto looked down at his palm and realized that he didn't have to release chakra from just one place. He could release it from several places. Then each one would spin the water in a different way. Naruto tried it, and after pushing in the right amount of chakra, the balloon finally popped. "Hey, Rasengan, wake up!" Naruto shook the old man until he was awake. "Now look!" Naruto exploded the balloon right in front of Jiraiya, who now had to dry off his face from the water. Naruto then explained how he came up with the solution. "All right," yawned Jiraiya. "I guess that means step 1 is complete." Naruto smiled, and closed and opened his right hand. The strain is starting to get to his circulatory system, thought Jiraiya. But this is nothing compared to the second step. Damn it. I'll need to heal this up before starting the next phase of training, thought Naruto. But I don't want the pervert to know just how easily accessible the Kyuubi's chakra is to me. However, Naruto would get no alone time away from the Sannin for the rest of the morning. About midday, the 2-leaf shinobi went back to the same clearing and Jiraiya handed Naruto another ball, this time made of rubber. The old man said that Naruto had to do the same thing to break the ball. "The first step is to spin," explained Jiraiya. "The second is to add power. If there is no water, it's harder to feel the chakra moving. Hence it's harder to power it up." Jiraiya turned to leave. "Well, practice this for a little while. I'm going to collect information." Naruto practiced for several hours, not being able to do much more than make a hole in the ball. Naruto held in hand in front of him and watched it tremble. "If I pump in any more chakra, I'll burn the pathways." Jiraiya came walking back at that exact moment. "Hey Naruto, go to town and buy lunch for the 2 of us." Naruto's eyes hardened. "Didn't you just come back from town?" Jiraiya shrugged. "Remember, you are learning the jutsu from me." Naruto grumbled, but went to town anyway. Once he got back, Jiraiya announced that they would be relocating to the next town. They walked in silence, eating their lunch on the way. Naruto kept thinking about how to break that ball. He had tried pouring quite a bit of chakra, but for some reason it still wouldn't break. Once they reached the next town, it was the same routine. Jiraiya left Naruto to train while he wandered around town supposedly gathering information. It wasn't long after Naruto started training that he was interrupted by a voice behind him. "What are you afraid of?" it asked. Naruto turned around very quickly, since he had not heard or felt the man's approach. In front of Naruto stood a tall man, about 6'3", fair-skinned, with a lean muscular build. He couldn't be more than 25 years old, but his eyes held in them what seemed to be several thousand years of wisdom. He had short, black, spiked hair and his eyes were a shining green. He was clothed in all white. He wore a high-collared robe that reached down to his ankles and was open in front. Beneath the robe was a light silk shirt, baggy, loose-fitting pants that were held by a thick knotted belt. The man's boots were slightly tipped up at the front, and were leather-bound as they went up and disappeared into the pants. "Who are you?" asked Naruto warily. "No one to be deathly afraid of," answered the stranger calmly. "You can call me the Ancient." "Ancient?" wondered Naruto. He suddenly felt the Kyuubi shake inside of him. "What's wrong, Q?" "It seems like your friend knows who I am," stated the Ancient. Naruto's eyes widened completely. "How did you know about that?" "Simple. I knew the Kyuubi before she was imprisoned inside of you, and could easily pick out her chakra when it intermingled with yours," he explained. "Plus, I have been watching you for a long time now." Naruto stiffened at the last part. "Don't worry, I am not looking to kidnap you for the Kyuubi." "You know about that, the Akatsuki?" "Yes, I was the one that helped that idiot Jiraiya figure out that there was a genjutsu on that lady," sighed the Ancient. "Why are you here?" asked Naruto. "Down to business, eh? Good, I didn't feel like stalling anyway. I'm here in the interest of helping you." "Helping me?" "With your training." "Kit, be kind to this man," said the Kyuubi. "He can kill the both of us without even blinking." "Who the hell is he?" inquired Naruto. "His job is to oversee the world," she explained. "He maintains the balance in the world. He is also the one that created it and, needless to say, can destroy it." Naruto gulped. "You want to train me?" asked Naruto uncertainly. "Has your fox friend been filling your head with ideas of how horrible of a person I am?" he asked kindly. "And not really." "Well, what she said was true, but I don't plan on killing you. Nor do I want to," he added. "How do you know what she said?" "Telepathy, I had to know whether or not she would tell you the truth about me or not," explained the Ancient. "Please accept my apologies. I don't normally invade the private space of someone else's mind without asking." Naruto thought it over for a little while before coming to a decision. "All right, I still don't trust you, but if you can help me train, then I will make a truce," said Naruto in a low but calm voice. "I understand. I wouldn't have much interest in you if you were a gullible, ignorant little boy." The man smiled. "Now, I ask again, what are you afraid of?" "What the hell do you mean by that?" "You are obviously not pumping as much chakra as you could into that ball," said the Ancient. "So I must ask, why not?" "I will burn my chakra pathways if I put any more in," reasoned Naruto. "You're saying that like they won't heal ever." "It is quite on the painful side, and I don't want to be handicapped while they are healing." The Ancient sighed. "Ever hear the saying, 'No pain, no gain'?" Naruto shook his head in the negative. Sorry, it hasn't been used for several millennia, but it applies quite well to your situation." "So you're telling me to just go ahead and burn my chakra system in order to learn this one jutsu?" asked the boy incredulously. "I'm asking you to push the limits of your not-so-human body and see what really happens, and not what you think is going to happen." "All right, I'll try it," said Naruto reluctantly. "Is there something else you want to ask?" Naruto fumbled with his words a bit before finally asking how come he couldn't feel the Ancient's presence even though the man was standing right in front of him. "Oh, sorry about that. Force of habit. I am able to completely erase my presence on Ninjenkai. It helps for espionage purposes." I could teach you it someday, he grinned. Naruto grinned in response and said that that would be great. Well, go on, break the ball, instructed the ancient. Naruto concentrated once more and started sending chakra into the ball until his hand hurt. But this time Naruto didn't stop and sent a large portion of chakra to break through the pain. The ball exploded in Naruto's hand and the boy was sent flying backwards, to be caught by the ancient. See, I told you you could do it, praised the young man, to which Naruto smirked. Now check your hand, he ordered. Naruto checked his hand and found that while it hurt more than usual, his chakra system was well intact. He could probably do that several more times before the end of the day. Your chakra system has been burned through by demonic chakra and then rebuilt to handle more demonic chakra, explicated the ancient. Thus, an overflow of human chakra will never be able to burn your chakra pathways. Then why does it still hurt? Questioned Naruto. Because that portion of your body is not used to channeling that much chakra for a prolonged period of time. Even when you do Doton Jutsus, you channel the chakra through your hands into the ground and from there it does its business. As opposed to holding it several millimeters from your opening points. See the difference? I guess, was the slow reply. It's difficult to explain without extensive medical knowledge. The ancient mulled on how to better explain. Think of it this way. If a tendril of raw chakra were to come within several millimeters of you, you would feel it. Not only that, but it might harm you. Versus having the same raw chakra pass several feet from you. Naruto nodded, now completely understanding. Now, rest your hand while we do some other exercises, said the ancient. I estimate at least 2 hours before the old pervert returns. You're going to leave when he comes? Asked Naruto, already anticipating the answer. Yes, the man confirmed. I would appreciate if you not talk to Jiraiya about my helping you out. In other words, keep you a secret? The ancient smiled. Precisely. How come? Continued Naruto somewhat cautiously. He just doesn't need to know, was the simple reply. Sort of like you don't tell anyone about the QB training you. The young man's smile broadened at the shock on Naruto's face. Just to warn you, I have extensive knowledge. Naruto nodded dumbly. Well, if that isn't the understatement of the millennium, said the fox dryly. Why doesn't he just say that he knows everything? It's pretty much true. Why does the QB say you know everything? Inquired Naruto. The ancient sighed. Well, since I created the world, I can spy on any part of it by will. So, technically, I can find out everything about anything. Naruto stared wide-eyed in fascination of the person in front of him. I don't do it too much. After all, if you know everything, the world becomes so dull and boring. All right, so what are you going to teach me? Asked Naruto. The ancient thought for a little bit. I'll assume you know the Doton Yomi Numa, he said, and Naruto nodded. Hell swamp. But do you know how to poison that swamp water or how to alter the physical properties of the same swamp water? Naruto shook his head. No, but it would probably have something to do with my Suiton supremacy, right? Nope. The young man surprised the genin completely. But it is water and I have absolute control of it, argued Naruto. No, no, no. The ancient shook his head. Common misconception among demons. You can control what water does, not what becomes of it. For example, you can't make all the water in the ocean disappear and neither can you make the earth split in half, explicated the ancient. This falls under the category of what I call global altering, and no one, besides myself, can do that. Safeguards, said Naruto as a more of a statement. Indeed, just a few of many. But if only you can do them, then what do you expect to teach me? Wondered Naruto. I am able to do global alterings, but that doesn't mean that you aren't allowed to do situational alterings, he explained. I am going to teach you how to turn that swamp water into acid and how to release deadly poisons from the water. But as far as I know, poisons come from plants. Oh, I see, plants grow on the ground, said Naruto after a pause. Not only, you can make the poisons in the earth under the water and bring them up via air bubbles up to the surface. Naruto was instantly drawn in. Since you have a much closer affinity to Doton, we'll start with the poisons, then move on the Suiton alterations. To begin with, The ancient had Naruto simply learning how to make poisons by collecting specific elements and minerals from the ground. Since Naruto had been using his Doton supremacy for over a year now, it didn't take him too long before he caught on. Most poisons are made from plants and herbs, but there are those come from the ground. There weren't quite as many, but they were some of the most dangerous. Naruto then made a small swamp and practiced doing the air bubbles. Soon Naruto had grasped the both concepts enough to be able to combine them together and make the poison gas come up through the water in the air bubbles. "Not bad," commented the ancient. "You're losing about 50% of the poison, but it's good for a beginner." Naruto smiled and thanked his new unofficial teacher. "Not much to thank me for. It's just a combination of things you already knew with just a little lesson on poisons. Still, I feel like you went out of your way to teach me, and for that I thank you." Naruto bowed slightly. The ancient nodded in acceptance, but said that it still wasn't a big deal. The ancient's head quirked aside as he half-frowned. "Looks like our training session is over," he said calmly. "Jiraiya is about a half-mile out, so it is time for me to disappear." "You can sense someone from a half a mile away?" asked Naruto incredulously. "No, I set up some alert traps, that's all. The Sannin just tripped some of them, and thus I know he's coming. But it could be someone else, not Jiraiya?" "You see, my alert traps are animated," explained the young man. "They can distinguish one person from another. Advanced stuff? Don't worry about it now," he added, noticing Naruto's hungry, impressed look. The ancient then crouched down and put one palm on the ground. The ground suddenly shifted and moved around until it looked like nothing had been done on it. "They're as good as new," he said. "Wouldn't want the old man to suspect something." "How did you?" marveled Naruto. "Oh, the ancient shifted uncomfortably. "I don't feel like talking about it right now. Ask me some other time." The ancient slowly started walking away, and as he did, his body seemed to become more and more transparent. "Will I ever see you again?" called out Naruto. The man turned towards Naruto and smiled. "We'll see how life turns out." A breeze blew and his body disintegrated into millions of tiny particles and was blown away. "That's a cool teleportation," thought Naruto. "Much better than the clouds the leaf jounin do." "He's a lot more powerful than the leaf jounin," said the Kyuubi in an awed voice. "I'm very surprised that he actually trained you." "How come?" "He doesn't train anyone," she stated matter-of-factly. "Demon kings would ask him to train their sons and daughters, but he would always refuse. His training is something that demons and humans alike would kill for." "Can you tell me about him?" "There's not much to tell since not much is known," said the fox. "He created this world, maintains its balance, and very rarely interferes in any of the world's processes. He can disappear for hundreds, sometimes thousands, of years, and then one day you'll see him walking about completely unchanged. There are rumors that this isn't his only world, and that when he disappears he simply goes to those other worlds." Naruto listened very carefully. In Makai, every self-respecting demon knows that the ancient exists, even if they haven't met him. He commands more authority than any king of Makai has ever had. "Then why doesn't someone just dress up like him and pretend?" asked Naruto. "I mean, since most have never met him, they wouldn't know the difference. None dare to. If he were to find out, I doubt that person would have a life afterwards. It is said that he can curse your very soul, so that in your next life you will suffer for the crimes you committed in this one." "What about in this world, Ninjankai?" asked Naruto. "Or do you not really know much about that?" "I know a little bit," sighed Kyuubi. "I know that the Kage are aware of him, as are the special Jounin, and most likely the Sannin. I also know that they fear him for the kind of power he possesses." "So Jiraiya knows about him," mused Naruto. "Then, I wonder why he didn't want Jiraiya to know that he was here?" "Likely because it may cause political problems," she explained. "He is supposed to be neutral when it comes to the shinobi villages. If he were to train you, then that would show that he is favoring Konoha. And since the leaf is fresh out of a war, it would be really bad for them. If he knows me, then he should realize that I don't care about the leaf." "Yes, but I don't think the destruction of Konoha would bode well for the balance of the world," reasoned the Kyuubi. "You may not care, but he doesn't want to have a lot more shit to deal with." Understandable, concluded Naruto. Enough about that, you need to explode that ball in front of Jiraiya so that he'll finally teach you the real technique. Now go, she ordered. Naruto cringed a little at her instant attitude change, but held the ball tightly in his hand and started expelling chakra into it. He felt his hand start to hurt again and in response sent a large wave of chakra into the ball. The result was the same as last time. The ball exploded, but this time Naruto had used chakra to hold on the ground and was not sent flying. Oh, it's done, muttered the old man. Seems like you've cleared the second stage. Jiraiya looked down at the boy's hand in marvel. Wow, to concentrate chakra to the extent where it burnt his hand. This kid is really something. All right, yelled Naruto. Let's start the third stage quickly. Leave it for later, said Jiraiya. We're going to meet Sununade now. You actually found out some information, said Naruto in surprise. What did you think I was doing? Asked Jiraiya disbelievingly. Going around bathhouses, strip clubs, whorehouses, and the like, replied Naruto calmly. Jiraiya frowned with his eye twitching. This kid, he suddenly remembered that they had a place to go to. Let's go, he yelled. Calm down. No need to go jumping around like a little kid in front of a candy store. You seem to be in a bad mood, said Jiraiya. Because you promised to teach me the third step, the genin said impatiently. Oh, well, the third step can be done while walking, said Jiraiya and blew up a normal balloon. He tossed it to Naruto. The first step was to spin. The second step was power. Finally, the third step is this. Holding the ball in your hand? Asked Naruto in a low voice. It may seem like I'm just holding the balloon, but I'll show you the same thing on my left hand, said the Sannin and started gathering chakra on left hand. The chakra was tightly bound in a perfect orb, as if it was a small typhoon. So inside the balloon in your right hand, the same thing is happening as your left hand? Asked Naruto. Yeah. Well, you see, started Naruto in an annoyed voice, I regret to inform you that I do not have the Sharingan or Byakugan, so I could not see what the hell you were doing inside the balloon. Naruto yelled out the last part in frustration. Even with that much chakra spinning, the balloon doesn't even twitch, analyzed Naruto. There must be more power and speed to it than when I was popped the rubber ball. The third step is giving all you learned from the previous two and charging it, explained Jiraiya. Basically, you max out the spin and power of your chakra, but make a wall within the balloon and concentrate your power. So I do the spinning and the power and try not to pop the balloon? Inquired Naruto. Yes, exactly. So what is final result? Asked Naruto. I've already seen what happens at the second stage on Reel a Target, but what happens at the third? Jiraiya nodded and walked up to a tree. He charged the orb and cut straight through the trunk. Whoa! Slowly said Naruto in amazement. All right, I can do this. Naruto held the ball in his hand and started spinning the chakra while charging it up. However, he couldn't hold to it within the orb and it went flying in all directions. Hey, don't slack off, reprimanded Jiraiya. You've got to charge 100% of your spin and power into it. So I have to perfectly control everything I send into it, thought Naruto. I'll seriously need to meditate this evening. We must hurry now. There is no guarantee that Sununade will stay in the city any longer, announced Jiraiya and walked away at a business pace. Naruto followed him at the same pace. When they got to the city, Sununade was not to found in any of the casinos or the bars. One of the managers suggested that she might have gone sightseeing to the nearby castle. That is where the two Leafnines were headed now. They walked for several miles before coming up on the site where the castle should have been in clear view. You didn't get lost, did you, Rasengan? Taunted Naruto. Damn brat. I know my way around the fire country, yelled Jiraiya. Then where's the castle? Asked Naruto. They jumped up on a nearby rooftop and saw the whole castle lying in ruins. What the hell happened here? Asked Naruto warily since something was bugging in sixth sense. They saw a frightened man running away quickly and asked him what had happened. When he responded that demon beast had attacked, both Naruto and Jiraiya went on alert, especially so when the man also mentioned that it had been a snake. A snake! Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously. Could it have been the same one that I met during the Chunin exam? Yes, most likely it was, said Jiraiya in a serious tone. The genin and Sannin quickly made their way towards the ruined castle and landed in the exact spot where Orochimaru had been talking to Sunade. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he snarled out a name, Orochimaru, right? Jiraiya had heard about Sasuke, and thus realized that Naruto had been in a confrontation with the snake Sannin. Yes, and that wall was likely destroyed by Sunade, he said. Looks like we were just a little bit too late. Naruto looked around until he saw something that caught his attention. Blood, he stated. Snake-smelling blood. Jiraiya turned to look at his student. How the hell do you know that? He questioned. The Kyuubi is stirring around restlessly, answered Naruto. It really hates snakes. Jiraiya nodded and beckoned Naruto to follow him, saying that they would dig up some information in the nearby town. Night had already fallen when they reached the next town and Jiraiya dragged Naruto into a pub to eat dinner. As soon as they walked in, Jiraiya froze. Sunade, he said. Naruto looked in the same direction and noticed two women sitting at the far table, a blonde one with a diamond in her forehead and a black-haired one. The blonde had blurted out Rasengan's name, so Naruto assumed she was the one they were looking for. Why are you at a place like this? Asked Sunade once they were comfortably seated and the food had been brought. We were looking for you, replied Jiraiya. Today, I met with someone that brings back bad memories, she said. Orochimaru, stated Jiraiya. Did something happen? Nothing. Neither Jiraiya nor Naruto failed to notice the silent exchange between Sunade and her assistant, Shizune. Just a little greeting. Oh yeah, sure. Like Orochimaru showed up and gave Sasuke a little greeting, thought Naruto angrily. You too, why'd you come to see me? Asked Sunade. Naruto looked up from his food expectantly. He never did inquire why Jiraiya was being paid to find her. To tell you the truth, Konoha has issued a request for you to be the Godame Hokage. Naruto choked on his food, while Sunade and Shizune just stared at Jiraiya wide-eyed. Godame Hokage, thought Naruto. Well, it does make sense since the third was killed and she is one of the Sannin. The third is... Jiraiya trailed off. It was Orochimaru's work, said Sunade. I heard. He told me. Naruto was amazed. What? That snake guy is the one that killed the old man, he cried. Who is he exactly? He was with us, answered Jiraiya slowly. One of the 3 ninjas. Then he went missing, Nin, is that right? Guessed Naruto. No one answered. Instead, Sunade asked a question. Who is this boy? He is Uzumaki Naruto, stated Jiraiya. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly in shock, then narrowed a bit, an action that didn't go unnoticed by the genin. So what is your answer? Are you willing to accept? Asked the old man. Tsunade hesitated. Impossible. I decline, she finally said. I remember in the past you saying the same thing when I asked you out, commented Jiraiya. And that means what exactly? Wondered Naruto. It doesn't look like she accepted any time after that either. Hey, called Naruto. Isn't she supposed to be a good doctor that can treat Kakashi and Sasuke? You ask her to become Hokage and she refuses. Don't worry so much, Jiraiya said. This person right here, Tsunade, is the only one that can become the Godame. Jiraiya went on to explain how Tsunade brought them victory in battle and is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. This is a decision made by the top members of the Leaf. You have absolutely no say in this. As if I care that I can't pick the next Hokage, thought Naruto. Jiraiya, this kid seems worse than your previous apprentice, in terms of looks, speech, and intelligence, said the legendary medic Nin. This got Naruto riled up. Hey, now wait a minute, yelled Naruto. What's that supposed to mean? Well, it's tough for anyone to be compared to the Yondaime, said Jiraiya boastfully, because he really had the talent to become a top-rated ninja. He was smart, reliable, and handsome like me too. Naruto frowned. You're not smart, reliable, or handsome, Rasengan. Jiraiya scowled. Tsunade chuckled a little at Naruto's nickname for Jiraiya. But even that Yondaime died quickly, she said. He gave up his life for the village. Naruto shook a little at that mention of that man. Life is different from money. It can't be gambled that easily. Whoever puts it at risk so easily is a fool. Naruto's face contorted in anger. She's pissing me off. My grandfather and the second both focused too much on bringing peace to our home more than anything else. But as a result, they just died in the middle of their dreams like losers. No wonder he died, because he was too old to live in his dreams. Naruto tightened his fist. Being a Hokage is shit. No one but a fool would do it. What the fuck did you say? Yelled Naruto as he jumped up on table. Jiraiya tried to grab him, but the boy evaded his hand and leaned in closer to Sunade. Don't you dare spread such libel, he seethed. I hate people like you, the ones that look at everything only through their own point of view and never, ever, consider what someone else might be thinking or how the person you are accusing of being a fool actually feels. I don't give who you are. I'll kill you, he threatened. Everyone at the table was shocked at Naruto's speech. Tsunade suddenly got up till she was eye level with the genin. You've got some guts to say such things to me, boy, she said threateningly. Let's take this outside. Fine, growled Naruto. Now Naruto, don't just go around showing off everything you've got just because she fits into the usual category of people, lectured the fox. She just pissed me off, he explained. You'd think a human in old age would know better, and on top of all of that, she's being asked to be the Hokage. I thought we were past the point where I taught you proper self-control, she said in a serious tone. What if she does become the Hokage? With the kind of attitude she holds now, I'll be at a disadvantage if one of the cows is the Hokage. Still not reason enough to pick a fight with an S-class shinobi, reasoned the fox. She's an old woman that has been out of practice for a while, replied the blonde. Never underestimate your opponent, said the QB. I thought you learned that. I've been one of the legendary 3. I don't even have to be serious to fight this little ninja boy, boasted Tsunade. One finger should be enough. Naruto scowled and charged at the medic Nin, throwing shuriken at her. Tsunade dodged easily and went under Naruto's kunai swipe, striking Naruto in the wrist and taking his kunai at the same time. However, just as she was going to flick Naruto in the forehead, she felt the ground under her rumble. She looked down and immediately jumped away, barely missing the explosion. She looked behind her to find another Naruto crouching down with his palms pressed into the ground. Before she could move, her legs were caught in the ground by Naruto's quicksand. Naruto then jumped forward at Tsunade, trying to strike her in the head with a kick. However, Tsunade wasn't of the legendary 3 for nothing. She quickly ducked below the genin and using a quick burst of chakra freed herself from the quicksand and flicked Naruto in the back of the head, sending him flying. Damn bitch, scowled Naruto. I'll show her. He went to activate his supremacies, but found that he could no longer pull on the QB's chakra. Hey, what's the big idea? You want to reveal the supremacies in front of 2 Sannin and potentially the future Hokage? Asked the fox harshly. Naruto frowned and grit his teeth, but understood the dangers of that action. Then I guess I'll try to use my newest jutsu, thought Naruto, hoping that his new jutsu would work under the pressure of combat. Hey kid, I'll ask you one thing before you pass out. Why do you get so hipped up about what I think? Asked Tsunade. Unlike you, I have experienced your kind of ignorant views all my life, seethed Naruto. Typical older generation of the leaf kind of person. All you care about is your own fame and honor, the well-being of other people, much less the village, doesn't bother you in the least. This was a direct blow to Tsunade's pride. After all, she was a medic Nin and the well-being of other people was her job. She paused when she remembered her fiancé's words of wanting to protect the whole village. Naruto noticed his enemy's pause and started charging up his new technique. Before the orb had completely formed, Naruto had already started running towards Tsunade at a high speed. Tsunade was instantly brought back to the present when she saw what the boy in front of her was planning. That technique! She was amazed. Tsunade brought her finger up and brought it down on the ground, making it crack. Naruto, having been completely concentrated on forming the orb, hadn't noticed in time and tripped, driving the unformed orb into the ground, only making a spiral marking. Never thought he would try to use the Yandame's jutsu, thought Tsunade. But that lack of power is nothing like the yondaime. Naruto climbed out of the hole and was checked by Shizune to make sure he was okay. He coughed out a bit of blood and glared up at Sununade. "Jiraiya, is it you?" she asked. "Who's teaching him the Rasengan?" "Rasengan, is that what it's called?" wondered Naruto. "Teaching him something he can't do, and believing you are his master," mocked the legendary medic. "It's better if he doesn't think that way, so silly kids won't joke about foolish dreams." "It's not a joke, you idiotic old hag," cried the genin. "All I need is 3 days to learn this technique." "Heh, some words, brat," said Tsunade. "A man's words should never be taken back." "I won't take back my words," said Naruto seriously. "That's my ninja way." "Well, more like my demonic way," thought Naruto. "But for all practical, human purposes." Tsunade looked to be thinking something over, before finally speaking again. "Well then, is that so? I'll give you 1 week. If you can master, I will acknowledge you, and I'll give you this necklace," she offered. "What?" asked Naruto. "I don't want that crappy necklace." "Don't say that, Naruto," Jiraiya corrected. "That is a very unique and precious, or that belonged to the first Hokage. If you sold it, you could buy 3 mountains." "I don't want 3 mountains," said Naruto thoughtfully. "I am, however, up for a wager." "Oh?" inquired Tsunade. "If I win, then you will have to come back with us and become the Godame." Naruto smirked, while Tsunade was shocked. "Deal?" Tsunade calmed down and smiled. "Fine, but if you lose and all your money will belong to me," she said as she held out Naruto's wallet. "Fine, as if money can't be reobtained," acknowledged Naruto. "What are you doing?" pleaded Tsunade's assistant. "That necklace is—" Shizune was interrupted. "It's not like he can accomplish it anyway. Let's go, Shizune." Tsunade turned and walked off. "Tsunade, can we have a drink together?" asked Jiraiya. "It's been a while." Tsunade turned around in surprise, but said nothing. "Shizune, you and Naruto go find a hotel to stay for the night. Okay?" "Okay," agreed Shizune, and motioned for Naruto to come with her. Naruto physically followed while being mentally lost in his mind. "Damn it, that technique, the Rasengan, still didn't work," thought the blonde. "I wonder that the hell I'm doing wrong. Perhaps picking a fight with one of the legendary Sannin?" said the Kyuubi in an annoyed tone. "And on that note, I thought you didn't want her to become the Hokage." The blonde frowned. "No, but what's the alternative? Better her than one of the council members that wants to send me to the next world." Naruto was brought back to the real world as he heard the black-haired woman, Shizune, address him. He realized with a start that they were already in their hotel room. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" she asked sincerely. "Sure," replied Naruto. "What did you want to talk about?" "I just don't want you to misunderstand Tsunade-sama," she said slowly. Naruto scoffed. "She's an ignorant old hag that's set in her ways." "Tsunade-sama is nothing like what you think of her," yelled Shizune. "Please don't talk about her as if you know her." Naruto was taken aback. "I'm sorry for yelling." Shizune then explained why Tsunade changed her attitude all those years ago. Naruto found out that Tsunade had lost both her brother and her fiancé in wars. She also told Naruto about the cursed necklace that Tsunade tried to bet with. "Can you understand, Naruto, that from that day forth Tsunade-sama has been struggling?" asked Shizune. Naruto sighed and simply walked towards the door. "I'm going to train," he announced and walked out. Naruto trained the rest of the night, not being able to do much more than what happened with Tsunade. "Why the hell isn't this working?" he thought angrily, before collapsing into a deep sleep. He was awakened by the sounds of a fire and meat roasting, but he didn't feel anyone's presence. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to see the familiar image of the same young man that helped him out a day ago. "Good day, sleepyhead," he greeted. "You need to eat, or do you really think you'll have enough energy to be able to do the Rasengan?" he asked kindly yet a bit mockingly, while handing Naruto a wholly roasted rabbit. Naruto mumbled thanks before hungrily digging into the food, which he found to be the best cooked rabbit he had ever had. "Wow, how do you cook something this good on a little fire?" wondered Naruto. Anything can be learned given enough time, replied the ancient. Live without a wife long enough and you'll be forced to learn how to cook. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The genin wouldn't give the man more than 25, and here he was talking as if it's been decades. He was going to shrug it off, but then remembered that the ancient must be several thousands of years old. Naruto quickly finished his lunch, while the ancient just sat and watched. You aren't going to eat? Wondered the boy. I ate a little while ago, was the reply. You know, you might want to go around Konoha decorating, lightly chuckled the young man, with how well you can engrave spirals into things. Hey, that's not funny, cried Naruto. I'm seriously trying to learn the Rasengan. I know, I was just teasing, calmly replied the ancient. Show me. Naruto nodded and started gathering and powering up the chakra orb. He then rushed at a tree, but all that happened was the usual spiral. Naruto turned around disappointedly and saw the ancient nodding to some thought in his head. You're rushing things again, he said calmly. You're expecting it to just form. You need to calm down and get some patience. It's a new construction of chakra that you have never done. There is no way it'll assume the correct form instantly. Then what should I do? Asked Naruto. Forget testing the jutsu, just make it, suggested the young man. Naruto mulled over the idea in his head and nodded somewhat reluctantly. All right, I'll try it, he said. Good, said the ancient, getting up. That's enough clues for today. I'll see you later. What? You're just going to leave? Questioned Naruto. You're not going to stay and watch me try it out? Nope, was the quick reply. I have a whole week to come back and see if you can do it or not. I suppose, mumbled Naruto in disappointment. He was really hoping that the young man would stay and help him out more. Hey, it's like Jiraiya said, this is something you have to figure out on your own. This is one of the few times I'll agree with the pervert. A jutsu of this caliber needs to figure it out, explained the ancient. Or do you want everything handed to you on a silver platter? Like say Sasuke or Kakashi with their Sharingan. The young man knew that would do the trick and smiled inwardly. Hey, don't compare to those two, yelled Naruto. I'll learn the jutsu by myself. Thank you very much. He turned away and started gathering chakra again. He didn't even feel the need to check that the ancient had gone, he just knew. Just as he knew he could not feel the man's presence no matter what. Suddenly a thought struck him. How did he know about the week's time? He wondered. Damn. To be able to hide your presence from two of the legendary three. Naruto practiced the rest of the day, only taking short breaks to go into town for food. By nighttime, he was on the ground again in exhausting. He hadn't been able to complete the technique even with the ancient's hint. What the hell am I missing? He wondered as he fell asleep. He once again woke up to find the ancient sitting right next to him. Morning, he called out. Naruto mumbled incoherently and slowly sat up. Well, I'm here to give you a final hint that you have somehow been missing this whole time, said the ancient. Thanks for all your help, said Naruto sincerely. No problem. After all, the future holds need, he answered. Naruto nodded, even though he didn't really understand what the young man was talking about. So, what is this hint? Asked Naruto hungrily. The ancient laughed at the genin's forwardness. Haven't you noticed yet that the Rasengan is very much akin to a technique you already know? He asked. Naruto had to think for a little while, running through all the techniques he knew. No. I'll narrow it down to your demonic jutsus, hinted the ancient. Naruto did a double take, but still didn't find anything. The ancient sighed. I could taunt you with riddles all day, but I'll make an exception. Don't you find it being akin to the nine-tailed whirlwind? Naruto thought for a moment and suddenly it hit him that the techniques are quite similar. Noticing the light bulb going off in Naruto's head, the young man smiled. That's right, even though the demonic jutsu is large-scale, the principle is the same. An orb of chakra is created. In the demonic case, you expand the orb to hit targets, but here you actually have to solidify the orb and move the actual orb into the target. Naruto had been thinking about it during the ancient's explanation and had already thought of a few things to try out. He looked up just in time to see a retreating form of the young man. Hey! He called out, making the ancient pause. What do you think of the leaf? Asked Naruto suddenly. The ancient turned around and walked back to Naruto. They are stupid, very stupid, he replied. They rely too much on their few overly strong, and are thrown into panic when those strong fall. He paused. A problem with all the villages really is that all people adapt the current Kage's views on most things in life. There is a reason the Sandaime retired and chose a fourth. He knew that the village needed a new driving force. Otherwise they would get too settled in their old idealisms. Once the fourth took power, which was for too short a period of time, the village people became more motivated and optimistic. Then the Kyuubi happened and the Sandaime took power again. He was already an old man and was being practically forced to go back to his old job. Thus the gloomy atmosphere, the lazy enforcement of laws. The council gained a lot of power during these last 13 years because the Hokage didn't challenge them. The ancient paused in his lecture. Do you know why there were so few ANBU during the Chunin exam finals? Naruto shook his head in the negative. The council deemed that an attack while the Kazekage was visiting would be stupid, and thus had most of the forces outside the village gathering information. Frankly, the Leaf disgusts many hidden villages out there. I mean, in the last 13 years it has degenerated into practically a democracy. What sane person would let a council run a war-oriented city? Konoha should have a strong leader that orders about their soldiers and doesn't take no for an answer. Naruto nodded in agreement. And you think Sununade could do this? She may not be young, but Konoha needs such drastic change, such as the first hidden village to have a female Kage, to jumpstart its change. I know she doesn't take shit from anyone, said Naruto. But you said that the council has gained a lot of power, so do you think that she will be able to stand up to them? The council could be used to run the village in peacetime, said the ancient. Successfully, I might add. The problem is, as soon as a war starts, a real leader is needed and the council will be forced to take a backseat. Either that or face complete annihilation, and the senile geezers on the council definitely don't want that. Nor are they actually willing to go out on the battlefield and sacrifice their lives for the village. He paused. No, power will shift back. And a dictatorship is quite hard to turn back into a democracy. Thus, the Leaf will be back to normal in no time. No time? Asked Naruto confused. Well, sorry, on my scale it's no time, but in years it would have to be around 10 to 15. Naruto was completely confused. Huh? Your time scale? I'll explain it later, said the young man. Right now, you need to focus on learning the Rasengan. The man simply disappeared. Naruto wasn't satisfied with the answer. In fact, it made him a bit nervous, but he couldn't do much about it. He swore under his breath and started his training. With the nine-tailed whirlwind in mind, Naruto was able to stabilize the Rasengan enough to be able to cut into a tree a little bit, but it was still lacking the power that Jiraiya had showed him. Kit, don't try it out as soon as you've formed something new, instructed the fox. Just concentrate on making it like the ancients said. Naruto nodded and took a breath to calm himself down. It was already dusk, and he hadn't been able to do much. He decided to just get a good night's sleep tonight and then try his best tomorrow. He collapsed on the ground, making several hand seals to soften the ground beneath him. Naruto didn't notice Tsunade's presence, as she was observing him from behind a rock formation a few dozen yards away. In another dimension. I'm not particularly satisfied with how this is all going, said the ancient as he looked out the window and onto the unchanging forest outside. The other person in the room looked away from his work for a moment to gauge the ancient's demeanor before turning back. What do you mean? Their relationship is perfect for this. Yashka did not spare his silver-haired companion a look as he continued looking out the window. While that may be true, in the grand scheme of things this poses a bit of a problem. A logistics problem, nothing more. They may not care right now, but when push comes to shove, what are you going to tell them, Zeph? The person named Zeph turned to face the ancient. I have, more or less, figured that out. As he said this, his long silvery hair that went down to the small of his back began to recede and turn a deep obsidian. At the same time, he changed his build to be slightly more muscular to match the ancients, and he grew several inches to be taller than Yashka. He left his black boots, black pants, and black overcoat unchanged. Going to meet them? Wondered Yashka. I thought you said you only figured it out more or less? I have enough to sate them for now. The details can be figured out later, since they won't even start growing suspicious until a few years from now. The newly transformed man picked up a mask from the table and disappeared. More or less, huh? Commented the ancient with a sigh. Why do I feel uneasy? Back on Ninjenkai. For the next couple days, Naruto worked on the Rasengan endlessly. At first he tried transposing the whirlwind into the palm of his hand, but that didn't work out too well because demonic chakra had slightly different properties than human chakra. The genin was forced to go back to what he was originally doing, but that wasn't working so well either. The majority of the 5th day Naruto spent meditating to sort out his chakra and perfect his control over it. He did not sleep, but rather worked through the night to make the orb. By mid-morning Naruto was able to hold a stable orb in his hand, but when he tried to cut the tree, the orb burst apart. After some trial and error and little demonic intervention, Naruto found that as soon as the orb was formed he would subconsciously stop fueling it with as much chakra. This, of course, forced Naruto to meditate again. He didn't come out of it until late into the night. However, he passed out right afterwards. Shizune had come to check up on him at this time. She saw the havoc Naruto had caused to his training ground, and the boy in question was passed out in the middle of it all. She carefully picked him up and carried him back to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Sununade checked out Naruto and bandaged up his chakra-burnt hand. She said that he wasn't likely to wake up until the day after tomorrow. The young medic Nin tried to convince Sununade not to accept Orochimaru's offer, but the old woman simply knocked out her assistant and walked away. The next morning, Naruto woke up quite easily and noticed a knocked-out Shizune on the floor beside the bed. "Hey, wake up!" he shook the young woman. "What day is today?" Shizune replied that it was Monday, but was really surprised that Naruto had woken up even with his injuries. Naruto looked over at his right hand, which Shizune had mentioned, and showed it to her. There were absolutely no burn marks, as if he had never even been burnt. "Quick healing," said Naruto, and Shizune nodded, remembering the Kyuubi. "So, where the hell is the old hag?" asked Naruto. Shizune suddenly ran towards the window telling Naruto to stay put, but he followed regardless. That's when they saw Jiraiya, looking to have a horrible hangover, if not some sickness. He told them that Tsunade had drugged his sake and that he can barely walk. "And you're the one that always brags about what kind of great ninja you are," insulted Naruto. The genin was going to go on, but caught a certain smell that enraged him. Jiraiya also did not respond, but slightly turned his head in the same direction Naruto was looking. "Shizune, what did you talk with Orochimaru about?" the Toad Sannin demanded. "It's about time you tell us." "I wanted to believe in Tsunade-sama, that's why I couldn't say anything," she replied slowly. "We don't have much time. Follow me and I'll explain on the way." The 3 shinobi leapt off and Shizune told them exactly what had transpired a week ago. The closer they got, the more Naruto felt the ground rumble in the area of the ruined castle. "Does Tsunade or Orochimaru know any massive Doton jutsus?" finally asked Naruto. "Tsunade does not," answered Jiraiya. "I'm not sure about Orochimaru." "Why?" "Because the closer we get, the more the ground rumbles as if the ground itself is exploding," replied Naruto. "Well, Tsunade does have freakish strength," reasoned Jiraiya. Naruto nodded and continued running. "How did you feel the ground rumbling?" inquired Jiraiya. "It's pretty obvious," said Naruto. "You're just too drunk to notice." "I told you it is poison," scowled Jiraiya. "Whatever you say, Ero Sennin." "I told you not to call me that," yelled Jiraiya. Soon the 3-leaf shinobi reached the battlegrounds to find Orochimaru and Tsunade gone, but the ground and nearby walls completely destroyed. "Holy shit," mumbled Naruto. "You weren't kidding about that freakish strength." Shizune looked down at the pig she always carried around. "Tun-tun, which way did she go?" The pig grunted and led them in the direction Tsunade ran. They arrived just in time to stop Kabuto from attacking Tsunade. "Long time no see, Jiraiya," greeted Orochimaru. "You haven't changed at all," replied Jiraiya. "Those wild eyes of yours." "Naruto-kun," said Kabuto. "Hello, Kabuto," said Naruto coldly. "You traitor." "You seem to know who he is," stated Jiraiya. But before Naruto could answer, Tsunade pushed Jiraiya out of the way and attacked Kabuto. The Sound Nin, however, simply slit his wrist right as Tsunade got up to him and had the medic Nin freeze. Kabuto took advantage of the opportunity and punched Tsunade. Shizun caught Tsunade and quickly started wiping off the blood all over Tsunade's body. Naruto glared at Kabuto. Even if you make such a scary face, you are nothing more than an out-of-place genin, taunted Kabuto. You were relying on that monster inside of you, but with the 3 legendary ninjas in front of my eyes, you are worthless. You are a small bug, right? If you try something now, I'll kill you. Naruto simply laughed. Oh, are you saying that you aren't afraid of the monster inside of me? Kabuto didn't reply. You wouldn't get scared if the Kyuubi took over and decided to play with you? He said in a dark tone. Naruto, don't, yelled Jiraiya. But Naruto had already made some Kage Bunshin and ran at Kabuto. The spy easily countered the clones and sent Naruto flying back. The genin was caught by Shizun, who at the same time spit out some darts at Orochimaru. This didn't go unnoticed by Kabuto, who jumped in the way and blocked them with his headband. As soon as Kabuto instructed Orochimaru to undo his left bandage, Jiraiya ordered Shizun to handle Kabuto, while he fought with Orochimaru. Naruto was angry that he was being cut out of the fighting, but restrained his anger and instead decided to wait for an opportunity, which he felt would arrive quite soon. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya did a kuchiyose, but unlike Orochimaru, who summoned a large serpent, Jiraiya got a little kid that asked for treats. Naruto's eye twitched, but he decided not to help the pervert as a little revenge for not letting him fight. Your stupidity still hasn't been cured, yelled the snake man. Then I will attack first. Orochimaru had his serpent dive down and tried to kill all of them at the same time, but they all managed to just away. This angered Naruto. Doton, Yomi Numa, he said and slammed his palms into the ground. Several seconds before Jiraiya did the same thing. The swamp wasn't deep enough to drown the serpent. This forced Naruto to show a little more of this hand, as he did several more hand seals and activated the poisonous aspect of the swamp. Naruto was just as surprised as Orochimaru when the snake fell dead within a minute. Naruto would find out later that the poison he had crafted was an instant killer for snakes. Orochimaru quickly realized what had happened and cursed himself for not getting rid of the Kyuubi brat during the Chunin exam. If he has access to the power of the Nine Tails, I won't be able to deal with him, thought Orochimaru gravely. And I also have Jiraiya to deal with, though the idiot doesn't seem to realize just how dangerous the Kyuubi kid is. Meanwhile, Shizun had attacked Kabuto with some projectiles that she fired from a device on her arm. Kabuto easily dodged and struck Shizun in the stomach, but the woman did not fumble and released a poison cloud at Kabuto. Kabuto simply used the ground to travel through and disabled Shizun's leg muscles. Kabuto punched Shizun until she rolled over to Sunade. Kabuto walked over wanting to punch Sunade, but was unable to as his arm was grabbed, and he was thrown to the side by none other than Naruto. Looks like I get to fight anyway, he said cockily. Naruto did several hand seals and slammed his palms into the ground. Kabuto had barely enough time to dodge a spike that came out of the ground below him, but he certainly didn't expect for a dozen more to come up all around him. The Sound Nin could not dodge them all and received several cuts on his legs and even arms, as the spikes came all the up to eye level. You like using Doton, don't you? Asked Kabuto in an amused voice, as he rushed at Naruto. The genin dodged the attack, but found that he could not stand up. I managed to put a crack in your femur bone with my snake attack, bragged Kabuto. Even if you can move, you can't win since you can't stand. Naruto concentrated on drawing the Kyuubi's chakra close to his femur bone, and smirked when he saw the shocked look on Kabuto's at the ring of red chakra along Naruto's upper leg. Naruto remembered his fight with Gaara. Are you afraid of me? Asked the genin. Are you afraid of my existence? Naruto's eyes flashed red for a moment and he smiled a feral grin. Kabuto gulped. Had he just awoken the Kyuubi? If that was the case, he needed to end this as quickly as possible. He rushed at Naruto trying to stab him in face with a kunai. However, Naruto grabbed Kabuto around the wrist, stopping his attack and immobilizing him at the same time. Kabuto was shocked when he saw mud wrap around both his and Naruto's hands. The gray-haired medic realized that this jutsu was similar to Gaara's sand, and wondered if Naruto intended to crush his hand. His answer came when he saw that Naruto was wildly spinning chakra on his right palm. The blonde formed a perfect orb, just like last night, but this one didn't break apart as he drove it straight into Kabuto's chest. Blood, cartilage, and bone fragments were flying in all directions from Kabuto's chest, as if a drill had hit the sound nin. Naruto's hair, face, and clothes were soon covered in blood. Meeting resistance only meant that Naruto would push harder and the blood would fly out faster. The sound nin tried desperately to break away, to somehow twist his body away from the attack, but found that Naruto had also bound his feet in quicksand. When he had the time to do the hand seals, Kabuto would never know. Once the Rasengan was halfway into Kabuto's body, the power of the attack ripped the sound nin out of the ground and Naruto's hold and sent his into a boulder 50 yards away. The three legendary shinobi stared in awe at what Naruto had done. Sununade and Jiraiya were both shocked that Naruto had mastered that technique in only a week. Sununade was especially shaking at the bloody display before her. Orochimaru was shocked that the Kyuubi knew such a powerful jutsu. The Snake Man also realized that he would have to kill Naruto to stop him from interfering in his plans. Kabuto, meanwhile, was on the ground, but not dead. He had used up most of his chakra and had healed up the bulk of the Rasengan attack. Naruto collapsed from chakra overuse, since he has literally pumped all of his human chakra into the Rasengan. Sununade rushed over to Naruto and cut open his shirt to heal him. She noticed the weird markings on his shoulders, but paid little heed to them as she pumped healing chakra into his chest. Suddenly Sununade was pushed away by a strong ripple of chakra from Naruto. She looked up and saw the impossible happen. Naruto stood up as if nothing had happened and walked towards Kabuto. However, the most horrifying thing about all this was that Naruto had two red churka tails swaying behind him. Everyone there instantly realized that it wasn't really Naruto that was walking, it was the Kyuubi. Kabuto looked up at Naruto to find a pair of red slitted eyes looking down at him. The Kyuubi, who was now in control of Naruto's body, crouched down next to Kabuto and whispered just loud enough for only the sound nin to hear. "This is the punishment for trying to kill those dear to me." Before Kabuto had time to interpret the words, both chakra tails stabbed him. One went through his head and the other through his heart. The Kyuubi licked her lips, tasting the fresh blood, before relinquishing control of her container's body, which instantly collapsed. Sununade once again rushed over to the fallen genin, but this time with more caution. She inspected him and found that he was just sleeping from chakra exhaustion. No sooner had she realized that, she felt a presence in front of her and saw Orochimaru's head flying towards them with the sword of Kusanagi sticking out of his mouth. Sununade instantly threw herself into the sword's path, thus blocking it from hitting Naruto. Orochimaru grew angry with Sununade and tried to kill her and the brat, but every time Sununade blocked the blows for Naruto. She then activated the seal on her forehead and instantly healed herself. The blonde Sannin punched Orochimaru as hard she could, sending him flying to the other side of the field. The Snake Man instantly knew that he was in over his head. "I will surely destroy the leaf," he announced as he started sinking into the ground. "Till we meet again, my friends, Sununade Jiraiya." That's when the others noticed that a part of Orochimaru's face had started to come off. "That face," thought Sununade. "He must have completed that immortality jutsu," thought Jiraiya. No wonder he didn't feel like himself. "Sununade, this is true immortality," Orochimaru said in response to their looks. "Farewell." "Heh, Sununade, you still suck at betting as always," commented Jiraiya as he looked down at the sleeping figure of Naruto. "Now the after effects of the jutsu," said Sununade as her genjutsu dropped and she became her natural age. "If I rest a bit, I'll revert to my young self. Let's rest in the village until Naruto wakes up." Naruto slept the rest of the day, waking up the next morning completely healed and rejuvenated. The group went to eat lunch before setting out back to Konoha. "So the old hag is going to be Hokage now?" asked Naruto. "Fitting since she lost the bet." "What are you so irritated about?" asked Jiraiya. "Well, it's just that she's rough, selfish, loose with money, easily pissed off, stupid, and has no luck to speak of." Naruto listed off the insults. Jiraiya tried to alleviate the situation by switching topics. "Hey, Naruto, what are all those markings on your body?" he asked and noticed how Naruto flinched. "They are just tattoos," half-lied Naruto. "How about you tell me the truth?" demanded Tsunade in an authoritative tone. I'll tell you the truth if you don't hide your appearance in genjutsu, slyly countered Naruto. Tsunade frowned. Oh yeah, that's one I forgot. She's a liar. I mean covering herself in genjutsu and misleading people. TSK, TSK, TSK. Let's take this outside brat, yelled Tsunade. Naruto just shrugged and dug back into his food. I see no need to fight with an old Hokage lady. What did you say? Hissed Tsunade as she lifted the kid up by the collar. Let me eat in peace, woman. See what I mean by rough? Tsunade growled, when she noticed Jiraiya holding back a chuckle. And what are you laughing at, pervert? That seemed to shut him up. He's probably enjoying the view you're giving him, commented Naruto, and watched in amusement as Tsunade looked down and then over at Jiraiya, who was sweating profusely. Tsunade then dropped Naruto as she switched her attention to the old pervert. Ah, works like a charm, smiled Naruto.